I don't even play Counter-Strike anymore, but I never stopped thinking about it. My philosophical analysis of Counter-Strike is that the game board for Counter-Strike is the map, and rather than a 100% information game like Video Ball, where all gameplay takes place on the map because it's designed to be a sport, right? One of the goals of Video Ball was to be a spectator sport, and so having it be a 100% information game where every player has 100% of the information just from observing the game board works well to make it a good spectator sport. In Counter-Strike, this is also different from MOBAs and RTSs and other popular esports. Only first-person shooters really have this gameplay element, and in particular, out of all of the popular FPS esports, CSGO has this element the most, which is that rather than the gameplay taking place on the board, there is the map, and then there is the map in each player's head as they understand it. And in my opinion, in Counter-Strike, the most boring parts of Counter-Strike are the bits that actually take place in material reality of the map that's on the server, that everyone agrees on, that everyone's computers have already a priori agreed on. The most interesting parts of Counter-Strike happen in the map that only exists in the player's mind, the version of reality, the representation of reality and information game chess stuff going on in people's minds as they play. Because you only have a limited amount of information, building a picture of where the other players are, what their goals are, what they're doing, blah blah blah, where your teammates are, etc., etc., etc. This is the thing that makes Counter-Strike interesting, as well as movement and shooting and the economy and stuff. And even all of those things are all dependent on this mental information game that goes on. Now, the sad part about Counter-Strike, which everyone wants to think of it as this sort of 4D chess game where it's all brain over everything else, right? You look up 400 IQ Counter-Strike play on YouTube and you're going to find a whole bunch of compilations or whatever. This is like the stuff that everyone likes to pretend the game is, whereas in reality, if you're really smart, no matter how much of a really smart player you are, if you go up against someone with better aim than you, you're going to die most of the time. Not it depends. But if you're generally speaking, if you have like an aimbot, you can just run into the sights like a retard and still win, because at the end of the day, a headshot's a headshot. And I kind of wish, and maybe there is. If you know it, tell me. If you know this exists, tell me about it, because I will be very interested to play it. That there's a game where that isn't the case, where the chess stuff. I mean, I still want it to have a physical component. I don't want it to be literally chess. But chess is too limited. Like board games don't work like this, because they're all about these sorts of trees, right? But CS:GO is more fluid. There are no definite discrete values. Like there's not squares on a chessboard where a player could be. It's a continuous data set, and that's what makes it interesting to me. Way more interesting than the chess type discrete value mind games. Say I don't know. This is like the I don't know. I don't really know where I'm going with this. I just want to point out that the actual game board of Counter-Strike, there's actually 10 separate game boards, and those are combined. Those are counted as 2 meta game boards, which then exist on the numinal game board of the actual map. There's 2 metagame boards, which is each team's combined knowledge, assuming they have good communication, or bad communication, they still have a combined knowledge as a team, and then on that, each individual player's knowledge of the state of play. And that's where the gameplay actually happens. That, I don't know. I want to see I don't know how you would actually make that happen. A game where information is even more important than Counter-Strike, which is already hard because Counter-Strike is about as far as anyone's pushed it, to my knowledge. I think rather than emphasizing that, you would have to take the model of CS and then de-emphasize shooting, like aim. You'd have to somehow de-emphasize aim, which CSGO does somewhat of a good job of with the spray and spread type stuff, but obviously it's not a great, but then on the other side, it emphasizes aim because of the very low time to kill. But high time to kills don't, they do de-emphasize aim, but they also de-emphasize strategic play because you can survive a few hits if you get caught off guard. So the low time to kill that's one of the main reasons why Counter-Strike is such a strategic game, is because if you get caught off guard, you're basically as good as dead. So maybe actually making it a sort of insta-gib type game, Counter-Strike insta-gib, would make it even more tactical. But then on the other hand, I don't know, it's such a delicate balance. Because generally speaking, these insta-gib games are Quake-like, super fast-paced movement shooters without much information play. They're mostly about movement and map knowledge rather than guessing where your opponent is and using tactics to gain an advantage over them. But that's also because the movement speeds in those games are much higher. So I suppose you take a CSGO style movement engine, combine it with much quicker time to kill, and that would emphasize tactics even more. And then what else could you do? I'm not entirely sure. But the thing about really low time to kill is that would create even more of a that would covering fire would actually be useful. Like right now in CS:GO, there is a sort of niche use for covering fire as a strategy, but it doesn't work that well, and you will rarely see it in pro games because it doesn't work that well. So I don't know. I'm not sure how to design a game with even more of a strategic component than CS:GO, but without ruining the stuff that's fun about first-person shooters. Yeah, I'd have to think about that. I'm not a game dev. Any game devs in the chat? Chime in. Welcome to Aftermath 2. I'm going to start, we're right near the beginning of this video, I'm going to start right off the bat with controversial views on gender, just because fuck it. You might not be interested in this, but since one of I have been cared about what you're interested in. So, really, they're not, they shouldn't be controversial. They're not controversial. This is just all in my own head. But I just have this sense that there's a certain subset of people who are somewhat progressive in their stance on gender. You know what they are? They're liberals, is what they are, right? The sort of liberal gender theory that is like, trans people exist. Sometimes these people are sort of non-binary exclusionist, or maybe they, it's just weird. It's just a weird thing, and essentially what it comes down to is not being willing to accept the sort of fluidity of gender that is innate to the current way gender is perceived or understood or whatever, like what gender actually is, in that, generally speaking, most people accept that gender, or at least a large component of gender, is performative, right? And it follows, to me, naturally, well, you're not always performing everything at all times. You're going to be doing different things at different times, and those different things are going to be gendered differently in a sort of social context, and in the context of self-identity, those things are going to be gendered differently. So therefore, it naturally follows that your gender changes throughout time, not just once. If you transition specifically, like everyone is in a constant state of transition. This has been my opinion, and I haven't read much. Well, I've read like a little bit, but not really enough gender theory stuff. That, you know, more classical stuff. I've only really read weird stuff, because that's just how I am with philosophy in general, is I only read the weird stuff because that's the interesting stuff. But from my understanding, this is all a sort of stems from it's the sort of deconstructionist thing. It's almost deconstructionist praxis in a sense, where it's like, well, you take a look at gender and this thing that was perceived to be this sort of strict natural binary, and you break it down and you realize that, well, gender and sex are based on actually a collection of socially defined concepts that don't have any root in, true objective reality. They're social constructs, basically. Not basically, literally, it's just social constructs. Right? I know it's kind of an overstated meme at this point. And yet, there's a subset of people who are, they'll argue that in favor of binary transition, but then when you sort of say, like, doesn't that mean that everyone's always fluid? They will sort of say, no, there's just certain people who are gender fluid, and they're perfectly valid, but, like, everyone else has this strict sort of adherence to self-identity, which sort of sticks around. Like, the idea is people experiment and then figure out, like, the general concept is, like, that there's, like, people experiment with their gender and then figure out one that works for them and stick with it. Because I don't think that's a good model. I think that a much better model is to accept that these things are constantly in flux. And, like, to even deconstruct the notion of transition and detransition into a sort of constant rhizomatic flow of gendered behaviors, performances, etc., biological attributes, etc., as to where, that's the truly deconstructed gender. That's the goal, right? It's weird that people aren't super willing to accept that, and I think that it's because trans people are still fighting for their rights, and so in an attempt to sort of be accepted or accept themselves, they have to slot themselves into this concept of rigid, deterministic gender. And I'm not saying that your experience is invalid if you sort of, have a very strong tendency towards one gender or another that happens to be binary. Obviously, the whole point of this is to say that all of this is okay, right? However, what I would argue is to maybe, that arguing in this sense, it's kind of like the argument for the sort of the gay gene or the transgender gene, that there's like some innate physical property that makes people X gender, where in reality, that's not, doesn't seem to be how things actually work. That seems to be, not really a useful framework, and more of a survival technique for explaining or getting recognition from conservatives, essentially, or the general populace, to be like, because the liberal feminism has sort of had this big emphasis on, well, we can't help it, sort of deal, like oh, people are being prejudiced for all of these things that they can't even help, as if your desire doesn't matter at all, and the only thing that's not okay to prejudice against is things that people can't help, where in reality it shouldn't be okay to prejudice against people's desires, whether or not they can help it or not. It's not a matter of can you help it or not, it's a matter of being free. So I think that is kind of why, like, it's sort of a strange, it's not really a strange, but it's more of like a compromise sort of reformist type of deal, right? They're sort of like gender reformists. They're saying we should reform gender into this thing where we are accepting of transition and non-binary people and stuff, but not into going towards the ultimate goal of abolition, where it's sort of like, everyone is fluid all the time. Gender should have no real impact on your position in society at all, which is, as far as I understand, sort of the goal of feminism as a whole. That's the political project of feminism, is the abolition of gender. So yeah, like I don't know, if I think people should look within themselves, even if you're cis, look within yourself and think about like the fluidity and the rhizomatic nature of your own gender, the idea that like everyone's conception of what constitutes male and female is different, everyone's conception of what constitutes their own gender is different, and these things change given over time, and these things change in different societies, etc., blah, blah, blah. You all know this stuff. So I think it's a stray, well, it's not necessarily strange, I just think it's going to bite us in the arse if we focus too heavily on this concept of that, like, if we're not willing to be very open with this stuff, because it will be like a sort of deal where it's like, well, first they just said they wanted to, we already gave you what you want, and now you're saying, actually, we want this whole other thing type of deal, and it's going to be used against people. Like, that's why I just think it's a bad political move to compromise on stuff like this. And I think the propaganda that was born of compromise through, to be honest, fair enough, if you're struggling to have a life at all, then compromise is compromise. Like, it's better to compromise than die. However, I think that the consequences of that, which was essentially a political tactic of propaganda, sort of leaking out into people's self-conception, has been net negative. Well, maybe not net negative, but it seems a little misguided. It seems a little bit like just slightly the wrong path to be taking. It's a very minor course correction, but I would like to see this course correction enacted. An argument against capitalism and innovation is like, capitalism doesn't produce innovation. Look, it's just pumping out the same Marvel movies once a year. No one wants that. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, but you have a little too much faith in humanity. The Marvel films are the most democratic films we've ever seen. There has not in history been a more democratic media franchise than the Marvel films. They're what everyone fucking wants. That's why they're so successful. That is what people want. And I suppose you can argue maybe that well, they only want that because of capitalism, and they're alienated, and they're labor, and they're too tired after working, so they have to watch Marvel. No, they're just retarded. The people are retarded, and your faith in democracy is a mistake. It's different from saying like, oh, all of these technology companies spend all of their resources competing with one another instead of combining their resources and all working together to produce the best technology. Like, that's inefficient and stifles innovation. Sure, that's an argument one can make. And like, oh, all of these technological innovations that were claimed to be made by capitalists, well, they actually came from state-funded research or open source, free technology that was made voluntarily, stuff like that. Like, that's a reasonable argument. But saying they just pump out the same Marvel movies and stuff, well, clearly that's what people want, or else they wouldn't make so much goddamn money. And it's not like iPhones where they're £1,000 a pop, and rich people buy them, or these tech companies are propped up by the rich. Marvel is propped up by the everyday worker. Yeah. Use Linux and don't watch Marvel films. This is the solution. Throw your phone away and don't watch Marvel movies. I don't like having a phone. I wish my fucking camera that I found, like, I knew where the charger was, because I have like an old point and shoot camera, but I don't know where the charger is. Like, if I shot all my videos on that, it'd be so much better. Fuck phones. Fuck phones on real shit. All my homies hate phones, aka government assigned listening and tracking devices. Recently I've been like, this thing, the Mac, like, I don't want it here. I'm going to start keeping it in the other room, but in the hopes that it won't listen to me. Because I think they're all listening to you, right? Like, people just think, oh, they're not listening to me because they don't see the direct consequences. But there's no reason they wouldn't be. Hey, have I ever talked about how AI government's already here? So, well, firstly, okay. So here's the argument that I make. I haven't seen anyone make this argument before, but maybe I'm just ill-informed. Okay, so the government, through PRISM and various other data collection and surveillance programs, collects shitloads of data on their citizens and people outside of the country. They collect insane amounts of data, and they have to have some way to sort through that data to get what they think is useful. There's no way they're doing it by hand. It's just too much data that, like, you would not be able to, maybe there's definitely some part of the process that is done by hand, but I guarantee you the main component of the process where most of the data is organized and processed is done algorithmically. And on top of that, look at the consumer tech sector, where algorithmically driven data harvesting and data processing, rather, is extremely important. All of them are powered by AI. Therefore, because that's just the most efficient, effective way to do that, it's one of the things that AI is good at, is really big data processing. Therefore, we can logically conclude that organizations like the CIA or the NSA almost certainly use AI to process the insane amounts of data and organize the insane amounts of data that they collect. This data then informs their policies and actions, in which case it makes sense to say they are partially governed by AI, and they are the government. So if they're governed by AI, we're governed by AI. I'm kind of fascinated by Dream and like the Minecraft Manhunt series because, like, I was watching it from like the first one pretty much, or like actually it wasn't, but I watched it fairly early on, and the early ones, the thing that was, in my opinion, so good about them is that oftentimes they would just end with Dream getting killed, just out of fucking nowhere, or by Dream killing George just out of nowhere. Just there was no like big climactic endings to them. It was just like, you know, someone sneak attack someone or trap someone, and that's it. Then it's over, and it would just end suddenly and unpredictably. And that was what made it tense, because you never knew. Because I'd seen the other ones, I knew like, oh, this could just end at any, like, Dream could just get ambushed, you know, or something like that, like at any point, and just die. Whereas obviously that's not the case anymore. But at a certain point, I think the one that sort of solidified it was the very famous boat clutch, right, where Dream jumps off of a thing or falls off of a thing, a big tower, and then there's a crafting table in midair, and he crafts a boat midair and uses it to clutch the landing and not die. Now the thing about that is, it's either genuinely the most insane thing to ever happen, or, now I do think Dream did actually do it. Like the clip isn't edited, as in like it's not like faked. However, my personal theory is that wasn't the first take where he tried to do that. They've already said, right, like a lot of this stuff is like, this isn't a conspiracy theory or the videos are bad because they're fake. I think they're like professional wrestling. Like, just because it's fake or scripted in some sense doesn't also mean it's not real as well. Like in professional wrestling, who wins in a match is scripted and choreographed, but it doesn't make the physical displays of and the storylines any less compelling. I agree. That's my opinion on the Dream Minecraft Manhunt, is they're just Minecraft pro wrestling at this point. Although they're less scripted than wrestling. But like the boat clutch, so they've already said, right, that they have an agreement to not kill Dream near the beginning, or if Dream dies too early, they reset. Which means they're prepared that they do multiple takes, right? They definitely do multiple takes, 100% of each, or like, as in like, the runs that we see aren't the only ones. There are other Minecraft manhunts they record that don't meet the cut for whatever reason, which means they're willing to sort of re-record these things over and over again. Now there was one, and this one was really surprising where I watched it. I don't remember which one it was or whatever, but there was basically one where there was a big cut, and it was like Dream was in a place that it seemed like it would be hard for him to get out of, and then it just awkwardly cuts to him not being in the place, and I'm like, that's super sus. But then he released an unedited version of that Minecraft Manhunt, and I was like, oh, I guess that was just a weird cut for some weird reason, but actually it was legit. So that was like, oh, that's weird. The boat clutch, however, like, I just feel like that's, like, the thing that makes that really sus to me is not, like, the fact that Dream could do it. I think it's possible that a human being could pull it off, and I think he did genuinely pull it off. The thing that it makes it sus to me is specifically when he pulls his menu up, like when he clicks on the crafting table, his mouse is immediately hovering over the wood in his inventory. He knows exactly where the wood in his inventory is. And I feel like that's just like because that's like, if I had to do that, the biggest thing that would be like why I wouldn't be able to do that is the fact that I would have to look for a split second in my inventory to see where I was putting my planks. But he, even though they weren't like organized and his inventory was messy, he knew his mouse is instantly hovering over where the wood is, which makes me think there was some element of planning or recording multiple takes that took place here. There's other stuff, like, for example, like, it's not a matter of if they're fake or real. It's like, where on the scale between completely scripted and completely improvised are they? And like, since we know they do multiple manhunts, and some of them don't make the cut or get cut short, and we know that there's rules of that they won't kill them too early, and stuff like that. So that means that there's also, so we already know that there's some, and then in addition to that, we know that Dream researches tricks to use before he goes into the manhunts, which means he plans out, at least he does, some of the tricks he's going to use, right? Which is, is that, like, does that count as scripted or just preparation? Like, tactics, like building a flying machine in the end. It was obvious that he planned to do that from the beginning, or he had planned to do that for a long time. That wasn't just something he thought up on the fly during the run. But that doesn't make it any less valuable. The question is, beyond that, so those are the things we know for sure. The question is, beyond that, how scripted are they? So we know that they're somewhat scripted, like in those senses, but for example, did they do multiple takes for the boat clutch and the ladder clutch as well is also very sus, because he gets, I don't know, like, and the most recent one, the most recent one I think was the most obviously scripted, just because they're bad actors, like, and not bad actors as in like they can't act very well. The other people, the hunter people, are not very good at acting, and it was very obvious that they were sort of playing along with this, which is, if you don't watch the series, he towers up, someone else towers up next to him, but for some reason doesn't just like knock him off the platform very quickly. It doesn't really make much sense. Like, the guy's a bit overly cautious, I guess for entertainment's sake. But again, like, that's the thing, is, does it count as scripted if we know they're playing for maximum entertainment value, not playing to actually just to win purely? Like, what does that mean for the realness of the whole thing? And then what he does is he like towers above Dream, which is a weird, like, that doesn't give you a tactical advantage. There's not really any reason to actually do it. And then he's like, I'll only fight Dream if you flood. I'll try and knock him, because, yeah, whatever. The point is, he throws a water bucket down, and it's very obvious that it's almost like he's planned this out. Like, the way he's saying it, the way he's acting is like, oh, I'll just throw my water bucket down. Like, it's kind of said in a weird way. And it almost feels like the way Dream was positioning himself, like he already knew that was going to happen, even though he shouldn't have known which one of them had a water bucket, or that only one of them had a water bucket, or that he was going to throw it down, or anything like that. Like, he shouldn't have known any of that. And then the thing is, the tactic doesn't even make sense. Like, no, why would you say, oh, I'll only go down there if you flood the base? Because that's going to let Dream drop down just as much as it's going to let you drop down, so it kind of defeats the whole purpose. In which case, you could argue, well, he doesn't matter if Dream drops down, because the four of them are waiting for him, so they'll just, get him when he drops down. But that's still the case if Dream MLG bucket water clutches, but he got away. It's very weird. Well, basically it's just obviously fake. It's not very weird. It's obviously scripted, because there's too many things that Dream couldn't possibly have known, and the other guys are playing too, they're being way too nice and generous to Dream in that clip. There's also there's just clutches that are just impossible that no human being could pull off first time, like the boat clutch. Like, I guess there's a very small possibility that Dream could have pulled it off first time and just happened to have memorized and pre-moved his mouse to where the wooden planks were in his inventory and happened to hit this insane once-in-a-lifetime trick. But on the other hand, I mean, he is a good Minecraft player. Like, he could do it. He did do it, in my opinion. Like, I think he did record that legit. It just wasn't the first take. It's like a dude perfect type of deal. Anyway, I don't know really what the point I'm getting at here. The point I'm getting at here is whether or not they're fake shouldn't mean they're fake. Like, they're still entertaining, in my opinion. But I do miss when they were more real at the beginning, when Dream could have just died at any point and stuff. But I think they also just got too good. Like, they couldn't keep doing that because they both just got too good at it. So I don't know. I'm just about to go to bed, but I just want to make this quick point because I've been wanting to make this point for ages. There's a guy called Ludwig. He's a streamer. He's a YouTuber. He's alright. He made this one video that I really hate, though, which is called "I Made a Secret YouTube Channel to Prove It's Not Just Luck" or something like that. And the claim is, look, I didn't tell anyone I was making this YouTube channel. I didn't include my face or my voice or anything that was linked back to me, and yet it got successful. Look how skilled and talented. See, it's all skill and talent, and you too can do this, which is not true. And so here's what actually happens is Ludwig made a generic, not that great video essay, which just sucks the dick of another popular streamer. He spent about $200 on this endeavor, including donating $50 to Mizkif, the streamer that the video is sucking the dick of. So what he actually did was pay $50 to debate a big streamer into watching his video. He didn't build another YouTube channel from scratch. What he did was pay another streamer $50, under a pseudonym to watch his video on stream, which obviously got his video a bunch of views. He didn't, make another successful YouTube channel without connecting it to his name. That's not what happened. What he did was pay $50 for another Twitch streamer to watch his video on stream, and then also $130 in the production of that video, plus obviously having the time to write and edit the script and the video for that video. So yeah, the idea that he just made it's just a dumb fucking video. I hate this. It's like the dumbest thing. Yeah, I'm a genius. I made a YouTube channel from scratch, and here's how I did it. But if you're going to do that, it's going to serve your point a lot better if the content on that channel is actually good, right? Like, saying I can make shitty content and debate streamers into watching it is not the same thing as saying I can build another YouTube channel from scratch because I'm so talented, and YouTube is mostly dependent on talent, not luck. Those are two different things. If Mizkif had decided not to watch his video on stream, I assume we wouldn't even be seeing the aftermath, the video he made out of the video, because it wouldn't have worked, and that could have happened. It would have been he chose Miz on purpose, obviously, because Miz does that sort of thing. If he had, for example, chosen XQC would likely have just ignored the donation, or something like that, But you can say, oh, that's smart marketing tactics, but the problem is the video is not good. His video essay is bad, and it doesn't really have a point to make, or sort of stretches this very minor point to be way bigger than it actually is. And none of it involved like talent or anything, you know. So yeah, I hate that fucking video, and I've been wanting to get this off my chest for ages. That it's a stupid premise for a YouTube video, and the video, it's bad. It's bad for so many reasons. Sarah and Amy are co-workers. They've worked at the same coffee shop for a while, and they've started to become somewhat acquainted, although, you know, they're not best friends or anything. And over time, they've, you know, chatted a bit in the break room and etc., and they've decided to, you know, start maybe, should we go out and get something to eat or get some drinks after work type of deal. They started to become a little closer. Still not friends, but closer colleagues, you know. And eventually, after a few months of this, they are, you know, they know each other fairly well. They're thinking of, you know, they're both sort of deepening their friendship, essentially. And so one day, they're in the elevator, and they plug into each other. Sarah takes her interface device, which is embedded in her palm, and Amy takes her interface device, which is embedded in her palm, and they touch them together. And then a split second passes. It looks from the outside like they both touch hands and blink for just longer than a normal blink, in simultaneously. They then wordlessly exit the elevator and never really talk to each other again outside of work. What's happened is they've had a brain-brain conversation. They've had a brain-to-brain conversation directly, without language. And they've discovered each other's ideas, realized that they can't agree, and decided they're not compatible as friends. All within an instant, because they could see directly each other's thoughts. They could compare without having to wait for language to do it for them. They've just communicated in pure thought impulse. Whenever I talk about history, I almost always talk about the European Middle Ages or medieval period. Why? Why don't I talk about the ancients, like Greeks, Romans, the Egyptians, the Byzantines, or pre-agricultural civilizations or non-civilizations? Why do I always tend to focus in on medieval peasants? Well, there's a few reasons. Firstly, I live in Europe. I live in Britain, and so I have a natural curiosity as to like how people used to live where I live. Not necessarily that interested. Well, I am interested in other places in the world, but just due to where I live, I'm just kind of drawn to information about where I live. Secondly, the Middle Ages were a post-collapse society in the West. They weren't a post-collapse society everywhere in the world. You know, the Middle Ages, what we call the Middle Ages, some people call the Islamic Golden Age. In the whole Muslim world, Arab world, there was a massive renaissance of science, technology, medicine, blah, 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 civilization, kingdoms, great empires, whatever, right? Same in Africa, same in China, same in India, right? This was not actually a time where the whole world was in the dark ages. It was only Europe, really, which I find really interesting, because right now, you know, what happened was, after the Romans collapsed, Europe, which used to be the center of sort of civilization, technology, whatever, became insignificant in the global scheme of things. And sort of there was this, it was a post-collapse civilization in the Middle Ages, really. And guess what's happening right now? Europe and America are losing their significance in the world. Oh, by the way, Mesoamerica also doing really well during the medieval period. They were not suffering. Like, They were not in the Dark Ages. They were doing very well for themselves. Shout out Horolov. If I didn't mention that, Horolov would get mad at me. Mesoamerica also doing really well. Pretty much just Western Europe. Well, most of Europe. In fact, a bit further, sort of like all of Western Europe, and then you go a bit further Eastern Europe, and then up a bit, because obviously if you don't go up, you end up going down into the Arab world, which was doing good. But then you go up a bit, and then Russia, most of Russia, and then a little bit of Central Asia, but then generally the rest of the world was doing great civilization wise. But anyway, yeah, I'm interested in this because the West is collapsing once again, just like it did when the Romans left. And I think there's a lot to learn from what happened last time. I'm just naturally interested because that's what's happening again, and you can learn from history. I don't know what I'm learning, but I'm learning something. While I'm here, just want to talk about the Catholic Church, or the Church in medieval Europe. And I would argue that the main roles the Church played in the Middle Ages had very little, really. I mean, there wasn't a boundary between science and religion and medicine and folklore and all of this stuff in the same sense that there is these days. It was less defined. But I would argue, obviously from a religious perspective, nonetheless, I would say that the main role of the church, it had two roles. It was basically public health and what is essentially academia, or copying texts, really, learning, monastic scribes, etc. Those were the main two things the church did. If you got sick in the medieval period, really sick, and you had to be taken care of, nuns would be taking care of you. It's a big deal in the Bible. This is kind of not so, I mean, you might criticize me for saying this, but this is not so much of a thing in Eastern religions. It's kind of a big deal in Abrahamic religions that isn't such a big deal in Eastern religions. Is taking care of sick people that you don't know, obviously, I'm not saying they're bugmen who don't care about people over in China or whatever. What I'm saying is there's not a tradition of taking care of sick strangers going back a long way. Obviously, there's Chinese medicine, but that kind of originates in a different place. It's more oriented around the family unit. Taking care of your own family, very, very important in Asia, less important in Europe. There was more of an emphasis on Jesus took care of the sick, we take care of the sick. And so, yeah, that was a big deal. And then, obviously, the only reason we even have any knowledge, really, any books from that period, is because monks were crazy fucking dedicated to their job. God, I wish I was a fucking monk. I wish I was a monk scribe writing down shit every day, all day, in the cold. You know how difficult it was? Because there was mostly natural light, and glass was really expensive, obviously, if it even existed by that time. It depends what period of the Middle Ages you're talking about. Late medieval period, there was glass, but early medieval period, it was almost non-existent. Well, early medieval period, anyway. So they would have basically been sitting by open windows or doorways or stuff like that. There were candles and other ways of lighting, but oftentimes you'd be sitting near an open light to the daylight writing, and that's cold. That's fucking cold. Imagine having to write in the winter, sitting next to an open doorway. It's cold. I suppose you would have a fire going and stuff, and you'd be wearing big cloaks and robes and whatever. Keep you going a little bit, but would have been cold and difficult work. And obviously the amount of focus and dedication required to do that is insane. I wish I was a fucking monk. This is the perfect job. This is what I'm telling you, right? Religion, the church, and all other religious entities as they've existed throughout history before the modern Catholic Church and modern Christianity and modern religion, was the holy unity of schizophrenics and autistics. The schizos were like Thomas Aquinas and shit, coming up with these crazy fucking ideas about God, and the autistics were the ones that were like learning from that, copying it down, doing all the cataloging, doing all of this work. It was a great solidarity. It was a great schizo-autistic unity, and this has been somewhat lost, but is being reborn in the modern era thanks to the internet. But it was lost to history for a long time outside of a few niche academic circles, really. But now, once again, we have the schizo-autistic. The truth, I'm telling you, it's the truth. This is how human progress relies on the schizo-autistic collaboration, schizo-autistic solidarity. This is how all great human endeavors are pursued. And I think it's very important to have unity here. To have the two parts make a whole. The two parts make a whole. The two parts make a whole. The schizos and the autists make a whole. They're two transcendental archetypes, and they come together to form the ultimate being when they work in unity. This is what it's all about. This is what it's all about, and this is what the church understood in the medieval period, even if they didn't call it that. They through a process of natural selection, ended up arriving at this conclusion. It's happening again, but it's happening with weird anime bullshit and weird philosophy and weird science and stuff like that. It's fucking, whatever. Serial Experiments Lane. There's only two types of people that like Lane. They're either schizos or they're autists, right? It's because it's a filter for the good people, for the real people, for the non-domesticated humans. There are domesticated humans and there are non-domesticated humans. If you're watching this channel, the chances are you're a non-domesticated human. So shout out to you. Because the social game and society, civilization, rather, participation, all of these, the social game, the big rules that we don't know, that's domestication, and we're innately against, we're not built for that. God, that was schizo. I'm doing it. I'm doing what Deleuze wanted me to do. I'm schizoanalyzing the world. I'm like drawing connections between all these different things, right? That's what it's all about. That's what Deleuze wants, right? Right, guys? I take a random thing from over here. I connect it to a random thing over there. I'd have no regard for the authorities on the subjects. I simply have these freed flows between boundaries and zones that cross paths. This is my thought process these days. It's becoming more and more schizo as we go along. I'm just drawing more and more connections. The more I learn, the more I draw connections between disconnected random bullshit. I think, even though it was just a tiny bit in my last video, I think that the idea that the internal monologue is just the Tetris effect is kind of fucking crazy. I have no idea if it's true or not. Obviously, I haven't done any scientific studies on it. However, I think that's a crazy idea, right? Isn't that a cool idea? Am I not a cool philosopher for saying that? That's what you get when you draw these weird connections between things, and you have to train your mind to think like this. And whether or not it comes up with something true is irrelevant, because it will always come up with something interesting. And that's how you know you're doing it right, is that you come up with interesting shit. In a sense, this is what psychedelics do. That's what psychedelics do. Psychedelics, they create new pathways in your brain, connecting previously disconnected areas and increasing cross-hemispherical communication. That's why psychedelics, they open your mind, man, It's because of that. Because that's what they do. They do that, and you can as powerful as psychedelics are or whatever, you don't have to rely on them you can make those connections yourself. Obviously, there are some things that you can't do without psychedelics, like or whatever. But I don't think you know that there's people who are very pro psychedelic who are like, you need, this is the only way to open your neural pathways, man. But I'm like, you can open your neural pathways in any number of ways. Psychedelics do have they're very they're cool. They do their thing, and they're very useful. But also, they're not the only tool in our arsenal. As I was almost said in Aftermath 1, but I didn't actually say it. Like I don't know what the vision of the future is going to be, and I don't, like, in terms of transhumanism and stuff, I don't know how. I didn't actually say this out loud, but I was thinking it because I don't know why I didn't say it, but I was going to say, like, I don't know how we're going to meld mind and machine, but I know ketamine is going to be involved somehow. Start fucking hoarding ThinkPads, and here's why. You remember the chip shortage? You know how it still hasn't been solved and it's been going on for ages? Well, it's about to get a whole lot worse. Did you know that in order to make transistors, you need neon? And do you want to know where 90% of the neon in your computers come from? Do you want to take a random guess at what particular country happens to have 90% of the neon exports to the world? Just take a random guess. Which one would be the least convenient for you? Yeah, that's right. It's Ukraine. It's fucking Ukraine. So yeah, you know, the chip shortage, that's not going away. In fact, it's just going to get worse and worse as time goes on, because this is resource scarcity. This is what I've been telling you guys is going to fucking happen. This is why this guy Transhumania, who thinks we can, go to some solar punk Prometheanism type future, is wrong. Because no matter how well we convert to solar power, it doesn't change the fact that those solar panel devices rely not just on, oil for energy, but also they're often made of plastic, which is made of oil. They're often made of fiberglass, which is, not a renewable resource, not recyclable or reusable or anything. And they rely on all the electronic components that rely on mined resources like cobalt, nickel, and neon, all of this stuff. Lithium for batteries, etc. The more you look into this, the more you realize we're fucked. Now, I saw something on Twitter the other day, which was a excerpt from a Nick Land blog post from 2012, I think, and I thought it was really interesting, which is that he basically says that the goal of human civilization should be to he doesn't think, I don't know, like, this is just some, like, he's never mentioned this ever. This is the only time he's ever mentioned anything like this. But he basically said that the goal of human civilization should be to dismantle the sun, because right now, and to dim the solar system, because right now the sun is pointing in every direction, which is, obviously, we only get a tiny sliver of that sunlight, that's where all the energy on Earth comes from, is the sun. And so we need to dismantle the sun and rearrange it into a more convenient direction where we're collecting way more of the energy. And then he said that this is sort of the thing about planets is that the core of any planet is made of enough resources to fucking, power a super advanced civilization for insane conceivable amount of time. All of the nickel and gold and platinum and everything that you could possibly really want is located in insane abundance in the Earth's core. Remember that all the oil and all of the natural resources we've extracted from the Earth has been from the tiny upper little section of the mantle. We haven't even come close to actually, that's just where the oil is and where the natural gas is, because those are all biological byproducts of decomposition. But if you just want resources, they keep going. They just get hot. They just get weirder to extract because they get hotter. But we're not even close to having the real technology to do that. But he essentially says that the Earth, that he sort of positions the Earth as a really complicated demolition problem. That the idea is to demolish the Earth for all of its natural resources while we're still on it. It's a really interesting problem-solving type of deal where it's like, imagine imagine you're in a building. This is not his words, because he talks like Nick Land in a retarded, overly verbose way. But my interpretation, like, imagine you're in a skyscraper, and your goal is to demolish the skyscraper. But while you're demolishing the skyscraper, you have to use only the parts of the skyscraper to create a way so that you don't die while demolishing it. Isn't that fucking wild? Like, you have to create all of the demolition tools for demolishing the skyscraper out of the sky. It's like a really crazy video game or something. And that's how he says the goal of, like, and that's like such a cool concept. And it's like, he's not worried about ecological disaster or anything, obviously, because he's Nick Land. Like, I don't know, I've never thought about it like that. That's such an interesting idea. The Earth as a really complicated problem of demolition. That's such a cool concept. The software industry lives in a fantasy land. They don't. This is the truth about the truth about the lie at the heart of what we've been told about capitalism, which is that supply and demand matter at all. The software industry exists in a fucking fantasy land where the chip shortage doesn't exist. Resources are infinite. There's never, or if the chip shortage does exist, it's going to get solved very shortly or whatever, and that everyone has high-end PCs and stuff. This is simply not the case. It's really never been the case, but at least the illusion existed up till now. The illusion's collapsed. Like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, it was starting to collapse. Now it's completely collapsed, and still the software industry makes no effort to make better software that runs on lower-end devices. They're still focusing all of their fucking efforts on these high-end devices that are outside of consumer range and just too expensive for average people to own. How do people get software to run anymore? How do people use operating systems and programs and software that is not just, it's just, what are you doing? What are you doing, software industry? When are mainstream developers going to wake up to the fact that, the Moore's Law was a made-up fantasy, that it wasn't real, and it's not. If it ever was real, it no longer is. When are they going to wake up to the fact that you can't just make software designed to run on tomorrow's hardware? You should make software designed to run on yesterday's hardware that does the jobs of tomorrow. When are they going to? I don't understand. Like what's going on? Now, I say the software industry. There's obviously stuff that exists for lower end hardware. Look, I'm on a low end computer right now running Alpine Linux and stuff. Right, like that. It exists, but obviously this took me 2 days to install, and I'm not super experienced with Linux, but I have some experience with Linux. For a normie, this is impossible, right? Like I just think that sort of thing is not possible for someone who doesn't have experience. Obviously, there are other lightweight Linux distros that aren't as autistic as Alpine, but Linux is the least of our worries. The operating systems can be small. We've got that sorted because there's an actual need for that in embedded devices, Docker containers, stuff like that. So there is actually an industry at work there, but it's a niche industry, but it's an industry nonetheless. That's why Alpine even exists in the first place. But where's the mainstreaming of that? Where's the mainstreaming of lightweight, minimal software that just works? Because generally speaking, the just works thing applies way more to, well, it depends. It's complicated, whatever. Oftentimes things that claim to just work but are just bloated actually don't just work because there's more things that can break, right? They're more complicated and they more easily break. Like, that's how Linus Tech Tips broke his entire Linux install by trying to update Steam or whatever, because all of these things that were designed to make the operating system just work, conflicted with each other and broke and were reliant on stupid bullshit. Anyway, that's just what I'm pointing out. The chip shortage is not going to get any better. It's going to get worse for a significant period of time. At least That's my prediction, unless there's some new technology, which there may well be, but it's not going to happen for a while. And so technology needs to shift in the direction of minimalism, scarcity, etc. And what that means is that you really, just on a practical level, need to shift to that sort of thing, because like, you can't rely on tech companies to do it for you. Obviously, you have to rely on free stuff. You have to rely on stuff that's run by people who are doing it because they want to use it, like UXN, for example, or stuff like that. Squalor software. These types of projects that are run, that are doing this. All of the people doing the important stuff are doing it for free. And you if you want to be continuing to do important stuff, you need to be looking at that stuff. Yeah, I'm worried about the internet. I'm worried about this new thing called the splinter net, which is the idea that there's no longer, there was a brief period where there was one big internet, and now you've got China with their firewall, Russia with their firewall, both the US, the UK, various European nations are looking in, it seems like they're tending in that direction, and that only certain people will be able to access the wider internet in the future with certain technical knowledge, which is going to get harder and harder, and you're going to be less and less rewarded for it, because as the internet splinters, more and more stuff, like, for example, if let's imagine each state in America has its own splinter net, there's going to be less and less incentive to access the internet, because less and less content is going to be being produced for the wide internet, and it's going to be being produced for individual splinter nets. And, there's good and bad to that, I think, because obviously it's not just on a national scale. Like, when you consider the peer-to-peer networking, mesh networks, local networks, stuff like that is also a part of that, then in some sense it's a good thing, but in some sense it's a bad thing, obviously, because of censorship and government overreach and stuff. The Earn It Act. If you live in America, you should be worried about Earn It, and you should be calling your representatives and stuff. Look it up. Go on EFF.org, and you'll find stuff about Earn It. You need to. They're trying to scan all of your messages. This is like the big, the big boogeyman backdoor into all encryptions. This is what they're doing, and it's getting dangerously close to happening. So, try your best. I mean, you can't really outlaw encryption. What they're actually doing is just disincentivizing large corporations from using encryption. Really, with financial disincentives, but they won't. That shouldn't have an impact on, stuff like XMPP or Matrix or PGP or any of these like non-industrial encryption standards and stuff. It shouldn't, but it's still worrying. The big oil companies are already heavily investing in renewable energy. The problem is they're not heavily investing in renewable energy in the same way they're investing in fossil fuels, because solar panels are still not cost-effective compared to fossil fuels. They won't be until we reach critical mass where they're so abundant that energy is cheaper because of them. But they will never reach that critical mass because the economic incentive to build that many solar panels doesn't exist while oil is still as abundant as it is. Oil will not always be as abundant as it is. Natural gas will not always be as abundant as it is. The question really becomes, which no one has the answer to because we don't know how much oil there is, how much of a time gap is there between when oil starts to become economically less feasible and when there is not enough oil to create the resources that we need to go past oil? That's the question. That's the big question. The answer to that question really is, well, you solve that problem with nuclear. You solve that problem with nuclear as a transitionatory stage between fossil fuels and full solar power. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, that's the theory. That's the idea everyone has. Like, there's not a new thing. Use nuclear as a transitionary stage between fossil fuels and full renewables. If for no other reason, then it's a source of abundant energy. That's literally, it's not because it's more environmentally friendly or anything. It's just a source of abundant energy that we have access to and have the knowledge and power and etc. to make useful. It's absolutely fucking retarded that we're not doing that on a massive scale already. Mostly because of political bullshit and ethical concerns. Oh, they built a fucking nuclear reactor in the most tsunami-prone region of the entire fucking world, and then a tsunami hit and destroyed it. Who could have seen this fucking coming? There's no way we can build nuclear reactors anymore because they made a fucky wucky, because they made a retarded error. Who thought that was a good idea? Who the fuck thought that was a good idea? It seems like with hindsight, it's very obvious that the Fukushima nuclear power plant was a very, very bad idea. However, having nuclear power in general is fine. You know how many nuclear power plants France has? Like 30, and it's doing great. Oh, France is doing great on the energy department. Gas, not so much, but electricity, cheap as fuck. It's great. The UK has the most wind farms in Europe, and we're starting to get some wave power, tidal energy stuff that's actually like up and running, but it's still in sort of small localized test zones. It's not particularly ready for large-scale public consumption yet, but it's getting there. But obviously the UK, not the greatest place for solar energy. Not sure if you've heard any anecdotes about British weather, but we don't get that much sun up here. I don't know. I think we should be doing more nuclears. We need more nuclear, clean, thorium-powered nuclear energy, or whatever. Power it with whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter, as long as we have abundant energy. The deep ecology part of that is, well, we haven't transitioned to the industrial processes we use to extract nuclear resources to renewables or nuclear yet. They still rely on fossil fuels. However, when fuel gets more expensive, it will be more, in terms of return on investment, it will just make economic sense to use what little fuel we have to make more energy to sell. If you can, like, why use fossil fuels to basically expend them on something like lighting a house or something, which you get very, very low ROI, except for light, when you could use fossil fuels to extract more resources to turn into energy that you can sell at a higher price, and then recoup your losses from the extra expenses spent on fossil fuels. And then eventually, once that reaches critical mass, then the new energy becomes so abundant that you can switch your production process from fossil fuels to nuclear or some other energy source, and then you're set, basically. And you can continue demolishing the Earth, which is the idea. And other planets in the future. This is like the best thing Nick Land's ever written, by the way. It has nothing to do with nuclear fuel, but this is like one of the most. This is like, I would call this Land's capitalist realism, in that it's just an actual practical political program, kind of. Capitalist realism isn't really an actual. In fact, that's the big. I don't know why I said that, because. Okay, the point I was trying to make is Mark Fisher's other work is often very CCRU-like in terms of like overly verboseness, whereas capitalist realism is written in very straightforward language, and is about sort of fairly practical concerns. And in that sense, that's what I meant, is that this is written well, at least the first half of it is written in a bit more of casual, less verbose language and is concerned with practicalities. However, as it goes on, it gets a bit more abstract, which I think is cool. Here, let me read out some excerpts here. Focus for a few seconds on the economic irritability that arises at the sight of an oil well flaring off natural gas through sheer mindless incompetence. Then glance at the sun. Unsustainable doesn't begin to capture it. Clearly this energy machinery is utterly demented, amounting to an asymptotic orgy of spilled photons. The entire apparatus needs to be taken apart through extreme solar surgery. Since this project has yet to receive sustained consideration, however, the specific engineering details can be safely bracketed for now. Blah, blah, blah. He basically says, like, the sun, gravity is, like bad, it's keeping us in places. Here, by digging through the Earth's mantle, for instance, all the way down to its interior end, 3,000 kilometers beneath the surface, one reaches a high-pressure iron-nickel deposit over 6,500 kilometers in diameter, a planet-vaulted metal globe, roughly 160 trillion cubic kilometers in size. I think that's trillion, right? Or is that billion? I think it's 160 billion, not 160 trillion. 160 billion cubic kilometers in size, doped by enough gold and platinum to coat the entire surface of the Earth to a depth of half a meter. To a moderately advanced off-world civilization, pondering the practicalities of its first planet-scale demolition, leaving this buried resource trove in place has a robotic industrial opportunity cost that can be conservatively estimated in the region of 1.6 times 10 to the 23 human-level intelligences, a mineral stockpile sufficient to manufacture 1 trillion sentient self-replicating probes for every star in the galaxy. Even ardent conservationists have to recognize how tasty this morsel will look. Liftoff, then, is merely a precursor to the first serious plateau of anti-gravity technology, which is oriented towards the more profoundly productive task of pulling things apart in order to convert comparatively inert mass spheres into volatile clouds of cultural substance. Yeah, this is like real shit, you know. You can also tell this is from when, I think the reason it's written more plainly is because this is clearly from Nick Land got really into Moldbug era. Here's another excerpt. Conspicuously missing from the public space debate, therefore, is any frank admission that, let's face it, folks, planets are misallocations of matter which don't really work. No one wants to tell you that, but it's true. You know that we deeply respect the green movement, but when we get out there onto the main highway of solar system redevelopment and certain very rigid, very extreme environmentalist attitudes, Gaian survivalism, terrestrial holism, planetary preservationism, that sort of thing, are blocking the way forward, well, let me be very clear about this. That means jobs are not being created, businesses not being built, factories closing down in the asteroid belt, growth foregone. Keeping the Earth together means dollars down the drain, a lot of dollars, your dollars. There are people, sincere people, good people, who strongly oppose our plans to deliberately disintegrate the Earth. This is, like, hilarious. Like, he's writing like a like, he's just mid, fucking paragraph. He's switched to writing as if he's giving a speech. He's a politician giving a speech from the future. Isn't that fucking sick? Listen, I'll do this in like a politician voice. There are people, sincere people, good people, who strongly oppose our plans to deliberately disintegrate the Earth. I understand that. I really do, you know, honestly. I used to feel that way myself not so long ago. I too wanted to believe that it was possible to leave this world in one piece, just as it has been for 4 billion years now. I too thought the old ways were probably best, that this planet was the place we belonged, that we should and could still find some alternative to pulling it apart. I remember those dreams, really, I do, and I still hold them close to my heart. But people, they were just dreams, old and noble dreams, but dreams. And today I'm here to tell you that we have to wake up. Planets aren't our friends, they're speed bumps on the road to the future, and we simply can't afford them anymore. Let's back them up digitally, with respect, yes, even with love, and then let's get to work. Thunderous applause. I need a cooler name, you know? You know what's the coolest fucking name? I was thinking like, oh, whatever, you don't need to know my entire thought process, but you know what's a cool fucking name is Orphan Drift. there's this like CCRU aligned art collective called Orphan Drift, but it's spelled like, look, it's spelled like this, fucking O brackets Orphan D brackets rift with a arrow. That's fucking sick. Don't you? I wish my name was something like that. I mean, no thank you with zeros is kind of like that. But that's super cool. What if I change? Let's start experimenting. I don't know. I've had a whole bunch of different. I tend to have these hypnagogic phrases that pop into my head, like for example, life looms and health angels, or fun times with tachycardia and friends, or everything in this house is binary. What was it? Everything up in this house is binary. Invisible, I think. And dog clerk. Life looms and health angels is pretty good. And fun times with tachycardia and friends is pretty good. There's a whole bunch of them. Dogs want, that was an old one. It was just dogs want. That's the second time dogs showed up. Dogs want. Let me go look at some other ones that I've written down. I don't really have many written down. They were all on my phone before I reinstalled the OS, so they got deleted. Most of the good ones, at least. Like one of them from now is Decay Day. That was a thing that I was doing for a while. Decay Day. I haven't fully. Like, Decay Day is going to be something, I just don't know what yet. Like, it was something that was transmuted to me from the outside, but I'm not sure what exactly it is yet. But I don't know, I want a cool drift with brackets and symbols in it. Isn't that fucking sick? Don't you want a cool name with brackets and symbols in it? I've been thinking already that, like, the name No Thank You is kind of becoming outdated. It's not necessarily representative of me as it stands. I did have another one, but I'm not sure if I'm willing to reveal that quite yet. I have, if you're in certain places, in certain secret societies, certain den pieces and stuff like that, you know me, you know my newer name, my newer alias. You could call it IDMR, but I feel like it can definitely be stylized in a more interesting way. Don't you feel? Don't you feel like it can be stylized? Let's do some experimentation, shall we? I mean, I also have so at one point I was working on a grime. This is kind of cheating, right? Because it's just a CCRU word that I stole. But I was working on a grime instrumental album that I never really finished, / never really knew what to do with. I don't know. I just have this stuff that I've been very occasionally I'll just pump out a grime instrumental and I just sort of bury it in this, under this alias, which is Swarm Machine. It's a CCRU thing, like this Swarm Machine. There's swarm and machine combined into one word. Come on, focus. I know you can do it. I know you can focus. There you go. You can probably see that. Swarm Machine. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna see if I can stylize some shit. I mean, Uoi Kanaton is cool. It's no thank you backwards. But, and that's cool because it sounds like a random word that you can't really say out loud, so it only works on the internet, which is like how this channel only works on the internet. That's cool. Like, it only works when read, because it's only meant to be shown on the screen and never really said out loud. and that's kind of philosophically interesting. Not really. It's just artistically interesting, I should say. It's not really artistically interesting either. It's just kind of a vaguely thing. It's vaguely a thing. Got a bit pretentious there. I had to rein myself back. Had to fucking restrain myself. Oops. So that's cool, the name of this channel. Yeah, I don't know, I have a whole bunch of aliases. Everyone should have a whole bunch of aliases. If you have the same identity everywhere on the internet, you're fucking doing it wrong. That is an actual, literal psyop. That is genuinely brain rot virus Facebook shit. The government wants you to have a singular internet identity. Facebook wants you to have a singular internet identity. All of these cunts want you to have a singular internet identity. Don't let them do it to you. Have many identities. I need more. I used to have more, but I've ended up sort of centralizing myself into a few communities, and that's bad. I need to decentralize myself again, and so I need to come up with more aliases and more identities. Okay. Delete your comment before you posted it. I fucked up. I said neon was used to create transistors. It's actually semiconductors. Sorry, my bad. Corrected it. Neon is used to, I looked into it, right, because I was like, I wonder what consequences this will have. So I was doing research. Yeah, it turns out semiconductors, not transistors. Don't know why I said transistors. I think I just misremembered. But in order to etch the silicon, you need a laser which uses neon. And those lasers have to be replaced. The neon has to be replaced. So the neon doesn't end up in the part, but it's essential in the manufacturing of the part. And you need to have a source of it. You can't just keep the same neon forever because I don't know exactly how it works, but yeah. You know how there are loads of cooks, chefs, whatever, who make their money selling cookbooks, recipe books, etc. Restaurants exist. You go to a restaurant to eat their specific recipe for food and stuff. Do you know that you can't copyright a recipe? And yet, the food industry, recipe industry, cookbook industry does completely fine. The YouTube food industry does completely fine. If that's not proof, firstly, I think anyone with half a brain can understand recipes should count as art. Cooking is an art form. It's a creative activity. I think it should be covered under that whole thing. If music is art for your ears and paintings are art for your eyes, then food is art for your mouth. I think that should be fairly understandable to anyone. And if you can't copyright recipes, then that disproves the whole fucking thing, mate. This is amazing. This is a brand new argument in my toolbox of anti-copyright, anti-intellectual property arguments. Thank you, Adam Ragusia, for just telling me this. Although I disagree with some of the things you say, thank you for letting me know. Because I think he's about to argue that it's maybe, though it's not illegal, it might be unethical, but fuck off. This is great. This is great news. I can use this to argue against people when they say, like, how will anyone make money off of art if copyright isn't real? It's like, well, it already happens. Like, look at food. You can't copyright a recipe, but loads of people make living selling recipes and selling cookbooks and shit. Boom. Powerful argument. Powerful argument unlocked. Boom. Adding that to my database of copyright. It's censorship. It's brainwashing. It's bad for everyone involved. There's so many arguments. It's all of these bad, terrible things. And also, here's an example of it not being implemented in a particular space of art and creativity, and that industry functioning perfectly well even under capitalism. Boom! We can just abolish copyright, and we don't need to abolish capitalism first. In fact, abolishing copyright should be one of the steps to abolishing capitalism, if abolishing capitalism is even desirable or possible, which at this point I'm starting to doubt. But, well, I'm not starting to doubt it. The possible bit I'm starting to doubt. The desirable bit, that's a bit more complicated, because it depends who's desiring it. But, yeah, and I I contain multiples. Here's just a brief, slightly higher quality video of me, just so that people who watched Aftermath Part 1 can see that my haircut that I did looks like good. It's not amazing, it's not like the best haircut ever, but you couldn't really tell in the last one. No, it looks fine. Looks pretty good. If you mess it up, goes okay, you know. That's all I wanted to say, is, don't know if I did a good enough job arguing for self-cutting your hair in the last video, because I didn't really show it very well, how the results looked, but hopefully you can see that the results look okay. I'm getting more and more concerned again about my online privacy and security. Again, this video will contain me rebooting my X60. I'm doing this on purpose to make it not an option for me to be lazy, because you saw how long it took me to install Alpine the first time. It's going to be another long journey the second time, because I can't reboot with Alpine, so I need to install another OS, delete everything, and set it up again. So, you know what I'm thinking is to, I don't know, I'll buy another external hard drive, install Timeshift somehow, back up my whole Alpine install, then install, like, I don't know, Arch or something, Artix, I don't know, then reboot, then reinstall Alpine. It's a whole fucking process. But yeah, I'm getting more and more concerned about my online privacy, and specifically what I haven't really put much thought into yet in the past was making sure that my devices themselves aren't pwned. So for example, like, I'm perfectly willing to use Element. I've been using Element for ages, or rather Matrix, because I don't actually use Element as my main client. But I've been using Matrix for a while now. But I've been unconcerned with the fact that I had I had Element installed on both my Mac and my phone, which are proprietary POSD OSs, which, you know, is really retarded. So I've uninstalled that. You know, I wish that I mean, maybe it does, I don't know, but firstly, I'm considering maybe hosting my own Matrix Synapse server somehow on something. I don't know what, or where, or how, or whatever, but, like, that's the most secure way to do it, obviously. And then the second part is, I wish Matrix had a disappearing messages feature, because, like, if your computer gets, like, Element is vulnerable to a rubber hose attack. A rubber hose attack is when someone breaks into your house and shoves a rubber hose down your throat and tortures you into giving them your password, right, or whatever. You need either, so there's ways to solve that. For example, if you have, like, Signal has disappearing messages where you can set your messages to just vanish after an hour and get written over with random data. In that case, wait, did that just work? Sorry, I'm doing stuff. But, you know, and in that case, even if you get tortured, there's no evidence or anything, right? Matrix and, to my knowledge, XMPP don't have that sort of protection. If you get tortured, you get tortured, although in that case it would probably be more sensible to simply lock down your computer with some sort of encryption scheme that gives you plausible deniability. which I believe is what Alpine recommends you do. So, yeah. I am increasingly worried about the headphone jack. This is simply not a situation that can continue. I need to figure out a solution to this because it's already getting a little loose. The only ending to this is that it breaks. At the very least, is it possible to add extra solder to it? I don't really know what to do. What do you guys think is the best play here? I genuinely don't know. I don't want to break another thing, and it's just going to keep breaking if I don't fix it. So I'm not sure. Sorry, I didn't mean to cough as soon as I started recording. I just randomly got struck with the idea of I wonder what visual novels are available natively on Linux. Because I always just play the ones I want to play, which are always on Windows, and then have to try and run them in Wine, and it's often a pain, but, it also often works out. I haven't played a visual novel in ages, because the last two I tried to play were, well, one of them, Wagamama High Spec, wasn't that good, and the other one, Yume Miru Kusuri, was just, too depressing, and I couldn't really deal with it at the time, nor do I really want, I just haven't been in the mood to play a depressing game, or watch really any depressing media in a while. Pretty much the last depressing media I watched was, I don't know, Woman in the Dunes, maybe, if you count that as depressing. It's more existentially depressing, but, yeah, I haven't been in the mood. I guess, well, whatever. The point is, it was just depressing to play Yume Miru Kusuri, and then at a certain point, I was just every time I would consider playing it, I'd be like, no, I'm not in the mood to feel bad right now. But anyway, I haven't played a visual novel in a while, and I was just I wonder which ones are available on Linux, so I went on the MDB. And there's one called Myth, which I wouldn't say I've been meaning to play, but I've been aware of its existence for ages, because it's a Denpa one. A weird psychological Denpa one, with a weird-ass description. And I was kind of curious as to what it was, but I don't know, I just never really played it. And then I realized, it's native on Linux. It turns out every visual novel that's made in RenPy is pretty much, a lot of, RenPy lets you export to Linux natively, so pretty much anything made in RenPy can be played in Linux natively. But anyway, I was looking for old visual novels that were native on Linux because my computer can only really handle old visual novels. And so I downloaded Myth only to try and run the .sh file, and it said permission denied, well, obviously I chmod plus xed it to make it executable, but then, so it wasn't that, but then I ran it and it was saying it didn't, oh, maybe, hold on a second, I'm gonna go check on some stuff. I just had an idea. Maybe there's stuff that, hold on. So I can run it natively on Linux, I'm just retarded. I mean, I had to do some stuff, but, oops, I pressed C instead of L like a retard. But yeah, I can run it natively on Linux. Look, this is what a visual novel should be. 5% RAM, 3% RAM. There is no reason to have a visual novel be super fucking intensive. Oh, this is in Japanese though. That's a little worrying. Let's see. Is it in Japanese? Is the whole thing in Japanese? Doesn't look like it's... I mean, this took a while the first time. It just sort of hung on the screen when I was running it through Wine. But then it did work, so... There we go. Oh. Oh, you have to click episode 1. I see. Present scene. Yeah. No, this is the one I want. And this looks like it's in Japanese. You see, the problem here, right, there we go. Boom. Native visual novel Linux. Already read that bit. Boom. Native visual novel Linux native. 4% RAM. Is how it should be. I saw Tsukihime also runs natively on Linux, so if I ever want to play that, I guess I can run it on Linux. Yeah, who knows what the fuck this visual novel is going to be. I don't know if I'm going to finish it, but I don't know if it's going to be interesting. But I don't know, I just wanted to point it out, the first time I've ever played a visual novel not having to run it through Wine. It's kind of exciting to me. I haven't necessarily decided that this is a good visual novel, but it's certainly an interesting visual novel. I would describe it as abstract. There's a... how do I put it? It's one of those stories that takes place in a completely different universe. Like, every story takes place in a slightly different universe, unless it's a true story. The ones for normies are like, what if the world as it is now, but superheroes? Or, you know, what if the world as it is now, but a meteor is coming to kill us all, and only... I don't know, I was going to make a joke about the movie Don't Look Up, but I don't remember any of the actors' names. And then you get movies that are like slightly more far... Well, you know, the Marvel movies and stuff, they get more far out as they go along. Like Shang-Chi, for example, is fairly far out. Obviously, it's not actually, but you know. But they still feel the need to explain everything. Then you've got movies set in there's a name for it, but like the common folklore tradition, basically fantasy, the shared folklore of like the shared lore. It's not even folklore, sorry, it's just lore. Like there's this shared common fantasy lore of it's a sort of medieval type world with elves and dwarves in it, pretty much, and wizards and shit. And like we vaguely know, like wizards are guys with pointy hats and wands, and elves are guys with pointy ears and they live a really long time, and like there's that. So everyone's already kind of accustomed to it. You don't need to explain the world. And then there's like sci-fi, which can be sort of like soft sci-fi or hard sci-fi-ish, you know, blah blah blah, right? And then you get to the further out than that, you end up with like your softer sci-fi stuff, like maybe Dune, or maybe even Star Wars applies, or maybe and then you go like further out than even that, and you end up with like a world like Horizon, basically, Kyokai Senju Horizon, where it's like a world with, but in that it's like we have to explain everything. But then you get worlds that are just like completely different from our own, but just in a very abstract way, that even the laws of physics are sort of different, and it's not really explained. And that's what this sort of thing is. It's kind of like on the far out edges. I can't really think of that many stories like that. Like, oftentimes they tend to be like horror stories, because like the unfamiliar is creepy, and I guess this is kind of a horror story, but not really. Well, no, it kind of is. It has horror elements. Or I'm trying to think of other things that are set in worlds like that, like kids shows. A lot of kids cartoons and stuff like that are generally set in this sort of, not always but often set in a similar sort of way, like SpongeBob, for example, or I don't know, stuff like that, where it's just like things happen. What the fuck is that one thing about numbers? The kids show about numbers and number blocks or something? Number something? What the fuck is it called? Let's see. The numbers move on their way. Number blocks. I think I was right. Yeah, no. Wait, how come when I looked up number blocks was the first thing? Isn't that fucking... What's listening to me? Is it my phone? It must be my phone, right? Reporting to Google. Look, I just said number blocks, and when I typed in number, the first suggestion to come up was number blocks, even though I guarantee you I've never searched that in my life. It's such a, like... What's listening? My Mac's off. It has to be my phone. I need to do something about my phone. Numberjacks, that's what they are. Yeah. Like, this is like a weird fucking universe. Anyway, don't know why I brought that up, but this is very, very like that, and it's not really like, yeah, it's like numberjacks. I don't fucking know what the fuck I'm talking about. Now I'm more paranoid, because look what just happened to me. I just got objective proof that my phone is listening to me. By the way, I use a free open source, a FOSS Libra camera app called Open Camera. So it's not the camera app that's listening to me, it's just my phone's microphone. Which is, means it has nothing to do with whether I'm recording or not. It's just my phone doing it without me wanting it to do it. I have there's an app called Pilfer Shush, I think, yeah, which supposed to block microphone access. It has a setting where it will play noise to cover things, which obviously that's one way of going about it, but then you have to have noise going all the time, which is not really the thing. But it has another setting called a passive jammer, which just passively jams sound, but I don't know if that actually works or not. Phones are pwned. I need to Libra boot my fucking X60 and never use a mobile phone again. And get rid of my Mac. I don't know, I need to... Those are the only proprietary devices that could possibly be listening to me. The Mac, which is off, I know, there's questions about whether it's ever really off or not. But assuming it's really off, then the phone is the only thing. And I honestly, I don't know what to do about that problem. I suppose what I can do is... so every time I've tried to... Because there was a point where I was like, I'm going to flash Cyanogen mod onto my phone. But it never works for some reason. So I don't know what to do. I just keep my phone in a Faraday cage whenever I'm not using it. That's actually probably the best compromise, I would guess, right? I would ideally de-Google my phone or use a Pi phone, or, as I've been saying for ages, get a MiFi adapter which is just like a dongle for connecting to 4G, and then just get rid of my phone entirely, and just bring my laptop around as a phone, or perhaps some sort of portable Raspberry Pi setup, like a CyberDeck type setup. However, I always think back to Adventure Time. There's a moment in Adventure Time when Jake, the dog, is like, I threw my phone away, and I thought, like, you know, it'd be really good and stuff, but then you just become the guy that doesn't have a phone. It's really annoying, so I have a phone. And I was like, yeah, whenever my friends have been, like, between phones or something, like, all their phones are, like, yeah, like, it's just annoying, because modern life is so dependent on that. So I don't fucking know, man. I don't know what to do about this. Look, what does one do about this? Well, I'm making some effort. OPSEC is not a binary thing, you know. It's a sliding scale. You can never be 100% secure against all threats. And I'm doing more than most, but it's clearly not enough if Google is listening to what I just said, and like blatantly. So yeah, I'm not sure. I have to do something about my phone. I think the best option for the meantime is to build a Faraday cage, because but my attempts to solve the software issue haven't worked. Yeah, I think Faraday cage is the play here, so I need to look into that. This is a bad day. I've been having a Menhera moment ever since. You can capture the moment when my Menhera moment started towards the end of Aftermath 1, when everything is red and I'm smoking a cigarette. It's actually in the clip, but you can actually see it happen in real time. In the clip before, when I'm like, I don't even remember what I was doing, cooking or something, you can tell my language starts to become more disconnected, and it hasn't gone back. There was a brief respite, but it hasn't gone back, and ever since then I've just been getting more and more paranoid about various things, and more things seem to have gone wrong. And now I feel like sick, and I have a headache. Actually, I did have a headache, but I just noticed I don't have a headache anymore. It's a little bit there, but I didn't even notice that it had gone away, but I count that it had gone away. And the worst part is, it's almost 5 a.m. I have to be up at, like, I have something to do at 11:30 tomorrow a.m. and I've been waking up at like 4 p.m. So I'm fucked. I'm not going to get enough sleep. I'm not even going to get close to enough sleep. I'm going to be really tired, and it's really bad. And I have to do stuff, and I have to be asleep, but I'm not asleep because I can't sleep, because I don't normally sleep at this time, because my sleep cycle is not consistent, because I have a circadian rhythm disorder, which I can't really do anything about, called bipolar. So that's that figured out. So that's why I'm in hell, but I'm still in hell. So my plan, well, I don't have a plan. I have no plan. My plan is this: I have no plan. I have no clothes to wear tomorrow because, well, look, this is where all my clothes are. Except I very quickly remembered, I have no clothes to wear tomorrow, and I'm supposed to be doing something. I can't wear stinky clothes. So I quickly put them in the washing machine and wash them, but they're drying and it's winter, so they're not going to dry in time. So I guess I'm going to have to go at them with a blow dryer, but I can't do that because it's 4:48 a.m. and now I'll wake my neighbors up. And I don't want to wake my neighbors up because then they'll kick me out of the building, and if I get kicked out of the building, I'll be homeless. So I can't do that. Plus, on top of that, why am I going out there? I think I have some here. I was wrong. On top of that, Google is spying on me, officially certified, and all of my devices are spying on me, including the phone I'm recording into right now. And this place is a mess. It's embarrassing. Look, there's fish. There's fish here. Because I bought these fish, but then I was like, I'm going to have these fish, and I don't like these fish. They taste bad, so I need to throw these fish away. I don't know why I bought sardines. I do know why I bought sardines. Here's why I bought sardines, even though I know I don't like sardines. So, here's why I bought sardines, even though I know I don't like sardines. One second. I will tell you the story. Here's why I bought sardines, even though I know I don't like sardines. It's because I like mackerel, smoked mackerel. There's sensitive stuff here, so I'm just going to cover the camera because there's documents here. You won't be able to read them because the resolution is too small, but better to be safe than sorry with these sorts of things, don't you think? Here's why I bought sardines. So, I like smoked mackerel, and there's a particular brand of tinned smoked mackerel that I really like, that you can only get it at Morrison's, which is a particular supermarket, and there isn't a Morrison's really anywhere near me. So, and also, Morrison's is kind of expensive, so I don't normally go to Morrison's because there's none anywhere near me, and they're kind of expensive, but Morrison's are the only people that do the canned smoked mackerel that is good. Although, to be honest, I haven't really tried any other canned smoked mackerel, but I know that one's very good, and it's one of their, it's supposed to be marketed as a slightly fancy canned fish, but it's not that expensive. But my plan was to go to Morrison's and buy a shitload because it's canned fish, so it will last for years. So I went to Morrison's with Dotsmai when Dotsmai was here, and we went to Morrison's on a journey, and we saw a guy smoking crack in a telephone box outside of Morrison's. We went in Morrison's and we looked for all the fish, and we found it, and there was only one can left in the whole store of that mackerel, and I was so disappointed. And so I was like, well, while I'm here, I'll buy other fish maybe that'll be good. But it wasn't good, and that's why I have that fish opened, because the other fish wasn't good, but it was the same brand as the mackerel, so I was like, maybe it'd be good, but it wasn't good, it was bad. So that's gone now. This is cyclozine hydrochloride. These are 50 milligram tablets. How many is a dose of cyclozine hydrochloride? The usual dose. The usual. Come on. One. Who can't take it? If you're allergic, glaucoma, problems peeing, bowel of Crohn's disease, diverticulitis, hernias or colon cancer, liver problems, epilepsy, high blood pressure, tumor, nose sorbitol, serious blood disorder, or I don't have any of these things. How much to take? The adults and children and over is 50 milligrams. Okay, we take one. However, it should be okay to take two. Here's the cyclozine pill. Cyclozine is an anti-sickness medicine. It fell. The pill fell, but I retrieved it. Here's the cyclozine pill. It's an anti-sickness medicine. I don't feel that. Oh, it tastes bad. Oh. It tastes so bad. It tastes so bad. The goal is cyclozine is a first generation antihistamine, and that should mean that it will make me sleepy, and I'm hoping that the cyclozine makes me sleepy and then I sleep, because I have other sleeping pills, but they'll make me too sleepy and they won't make me sleep, they'll just make me high, and then I won't go to sleep because I'll be high and I'll forget that I'm supposed to be going to sleep, which is what happens every fucking time. And also that doesn't work, so because I'll be drowsy the next day, I'll be all fucking still groggy from the Ambien, so I'm not taking the Ambien because it's too late, because it'll still be affecting me the next day. So I took a cyclozine, and I've heard rumor that cyclozine is also effective somewhat against anxiety. In fact, sometimes antihistamines are prescribed rarely for anxiety, and maybe that will help me with my paranoia. So I just took a cyclozine hydrochloride 50 milligram tablet by Brown and Burke UK Limited, and I'm not sure what that's going to do to me. I wonder if I should just take another 50 milligrams. Are these pills scored? These pills are scored. I could take another 25 milligrams. I'm worried it will make my heart go faster, that will stop me from sleeping, which is the opposite of what I wanted to do. So I'm not going to do that, I think. I'm going to just take the 50 milligrams and then see what happens, really. Now, in addition to that, if in a case of bad ideas, what I could do to potentiate the cyclozine is drink what little whiskey is left. This looks like it's not very much as brandy, but if you flip it upside down, you can see this is like at least maybe a shot and a half, and that might potentiate the cyclozine in order to make it affect me better. So if the cyclozine kicks in and I don't feel like it's affected me, I will maybe have alcohol. It doesn't say anything on the NHS website to say no alcohol. If your child takes too much cyclozine, they may also see or hear things that are not there, hallucinations. I think I should take too much cyclozine, but I don't want to have an uneven heartbeat. I like my heartbeat being even, because then it's steady. If your heartbeat's uneven, that's not the way it's supposed to be. So I don't think I'm going to do that. It's tempting. I just want to be I don't want to be asleep. I want to be awake. I want to watch Koregawa Tashi no Goshu Jinsama. I don't want to be asleep. I don't want to I don't want to have to do things tomorrow. And they're going to be very stressful things. I'm not going in detail, so as not to reveal too much information about my personal circumstances. However, I have I don't think I should, here's the situation in as vague a terms as possible, that I don't think I should be having to do these things. I think there are other people who are supposed to be doing these things for me, but then they're either not doing these things on purpose, or maybe they're not doing these things because the person who's supposed to be helping me through things is making me do these things, and then they don't do these things. In which case, that's bad. What's this? Why is this? Oh, this is the wrong computer. I have two computers. Is it safe? Is it private? Is it secure if I say 3 computers with varying levels of security? Mac as my proprietary operating system for doing proprietary things, acting with the knowledge that I'm being surveilled actively. Then X220 for semi-private things, general usage, and then X60 lib-booted for very privacy-conscious things, maybe even with cubes installed. I currently have my phone to set up so it's always using Tor, because I found an interesting application on F-Droid called Invisible Pro, which will route all of your traffic through Tor/DNS script or ITP if you want. And also, I only installed it because it also has a firewall built in, and it's non-root. You don't have to have a root access, and I don't have root access. So I installed this Invisible Pro to do a firewall so that I could stop Google from spying on me. But what's the point of that when I'm recording all of my thoughts and uploading them to Google, eh? Well, that's because I only record the thoughts that I want to record, but there are thoughts that I don't want to record, and I don't want Google knowing those thoughts because those are my thoughts. And the only thing defining whether something is your thoughts is if you're the one that's having them. So if someone else is seeing your thoughts, they're no longer your thoughts because someone else is having them as well, so they're no longer your thoughts. And I don't want Google stealing my thoughts. I want to have my own thoughts. So that's why I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know. I just want to watch anime in peace and not have my thoughts stolen. But that's not happening, it seems. I reinstalled Firefox at some point. I don't think I hardened it again. The first time I installed Firefox on this computer, because Qt browser didn't work, I hardened it. But I don't think I hardened it when I reinstalled it. So I should do that right now. So I'm going to go to About Config. And then I'm going to open a new tab. And I'm going to look up Firefox, harden Firefox. I'm going to turn my light off because I don't want it on. I turned my light off with a knife because it's too far away to reach because I'm on the floor now. And when I was not on the floor, I could reach it, but because it's too far away now, so I use a knife. And there we go. Okay, thank you, Chris Zhao. Thank you, Chris Zhao, for teaching me the ways of hardening the Firefox. Okay. Okay, I'm going to do this off camera because there's no reason to do this on camera. I'm sorry for having a menhera moment on camera. This is a tradition of my channel, though. So, fucking deal with it. I don't know what's going to happen with this cyclozine. I'm going to harden my Firefox now because I would have installed LibreWolf or something, but those aren't in the package managers for Alpine. I'm starting to think Alpine was a bad idea because so many things aren't in the package managers because it doesn't use glibc, it uses Muscle. And Muscle's cool and all, but it's not particularly practical. However, I have another computer which is good for practical, so what's the point in having practical? I can just use this impractically. I have a web browser that functions, so why not just use it? But I can't Libre boot this computer, to my knowledge, with Alpine installed on it. So I don't know what to do. Maybe it's possible. I need to ask Leia Rhodes about it. I need to. I don't know what to do about that. I think I have to install. It's 6 p.m. I cancelled the thing I was supposed to be doing today because my mental state. You saw my mental state, so I just texted people at 6 a.m. to be like, not sure I'm going to be able to make it, and they've seemed understanding. So that's one good thing. It's very cold today, so I actually have the heating on, so I'm actually going to turn that off because my room should be warm enough by now. Okay. Right. Now, here's me. Okay, so now my plan is to go to the shops now because I need some stuff. I need milk. I need food in general. I need rice. This is not the most flattering reflection, but it is cool. So we're doing it that way. Ooh. Shops. I need to go to the shops. What do I need from the shops? I need ketchup. I need sesame oil if I have it. And I need rice. I have enough rice for about 2 more days of eating mainly rice. 2 more meals of eating mainly rice if I'm stingy with it and mix it with beans and stuff. Milk is important because I still plan to make champ, which I need milk for because it's mashed potatoes, and I'm really pushing it. My leek has been in the fridge for a little longer than I would like my leek to have been in the fridge for. So that kind of has to happen today, so I kind of have to buy milk and kind of have to make champ today. Which shouldn't be a problem. Shouldn't. Shouldn't. Famous words. Shouldn't be a problem. And maybe some meat of some kind, some chicken or something. What I actually should do is do a big online shop, I think, but because I need more tendies. I'm almost out of tendies. So I should do that. But that'll take a day to arrive, and I don't have a day. I need to get stuff now. So I'll buy my bare minimum for survival, which is basically milk, ketchup, I guess. I suppose that's not bare minimum. Soy sauce I also need. I'll just go to the shop and buy what I think I need to buy, and then we'll see what happens from there. It's very cold, and I'm going to be cold in the shop, so I'll put on as many clothes as I can muster and try and be quick with it. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I actually need. Oh yeah, I was going to buy Huel. I know it's cringe. I know it's Bugman cringe. But Huel is actually very useful for when you're having a menhair moment and don't want to cook or eat. It's actually quite useful to have Huel because you just drink it. You know, it doesn't take any effort. And it's better than, like, the idea is, right, to have, like, I don't want to eat. If you're like, I don't want to cook, right, that's the thing. Like, oh, I'm too lazy, I don't want to cook right now. That's the emotion. You have three options. Option number one is just force yourself to cook, which is often not an option. So then it's a matter of like, well, oftentimes I can be like, well, if I just have something like frozen that I just have to put in the oven and just leave for half an hour or whatever and come back and it's done, like that's an option. So frozen food is an option there. The next option is food that is instantly ready to eat. So, like, the one I normally would get are these sausage rolls because they're very cheap. Sausage rolls or Cornish pasties because they're very cheap. But those are not good food. That is like the worst possible food to be eating because it's just really fatty, cheap shit pork and really fatty, cheap shit pastry. And it's filling and it tastes quite good. But I really shouldn't be eating it because that is not good for you. That is bad. I mean, it's fine to eat on occasion, but that's not a reliable source of nutrients. But on that end of the spectrum, if you want food that's just in your fridge instantly ready to eat without having to cook or anything, I can't really think of anything better than Huel for that answer. As cringe as it may be to drink Huel, you know, the whole you know, you will live in the pod, you'll eat the bugs. Neither of those things are too bad. I don't really mind living in a pod or eating bugs. I've eaten bugs before. They don't taste that great, but they don't taste that bad either. Living in a pod, I mean, I'm already living in a pod pretty much. Like, that's not too bad. The problems really are the next part, which is you will own nothing and you'll be happy about it. Like, that's the actual problem with that sentence, is not the living in the bugs. Like, living in the bugs and eating the pod. Living in the bugs and eating the pod is just representative of owning nothing and you will be happy about it, which is really representative of saying, you know, as funny as it is for right-wingers to be complaining about, what that's actually complaining about is being in a Deleuzian control society. You know, they hate postmodernism, so that's funny. Although they don't. I think it's part of the growing postmodern right movement, which is, you know, worrying or not worrying or whatever you want it to be. Worrying or a good thing depending on who you are. But yeah, the problem here is that you will, like, the main thing is that you will own nothing and you'll be happy situation, which I'm obviously very against. Hence why, oh shit, someone just rang my bell. It was just Amazon giving me more caffeine. Thank you, Amazon. I love Amazon. Out of all of the tech companies, Amazon's the only one that actually provides a useful service. That's why they're the biggest. That's why Jeff Bezos is the richest man, because he ran a useful service like a tech company. Like all the other ones, like all the other ones like Google or Facebook or Netflix or all the other ones, they don't offer like Google search is shit these days. It used to be the best one, but these days, I mean, everyone, I think it's kind of becoming known that Google search is just getting worse and worse. In fact, to the point where people append Reddit to all of their searches because Reddit is a better search engine than Google. Google just gives you shit results. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still better than DuckDuckGo and Mojik, but yeah, Google's not that great, and they just track like the Google search, and it's only a matter of time until some other search engine, because Google isn't really a search engine company, they're an ad company, right? And that's not a useful service. No one wants ads. So I suppose YouTube is a useful service. That's pretty much it that Google provides. But they don't make any money off of YouTube, right? They make money off of ads and selling data, not YouTube or Google searches or any of the other things they do. They make money by selling ads, which is not a useful service. Same with like all the other big companies. None of them provide a useful service. That like Netflix, you know, getting movies streamed straight to your computer. BitTorrent has been around for a very long time. What else? What's Fang? Facebook. Facebook don't provide a useful service. None of their social media is not a useful service, and that's not really, ads again, not useful. None of Facebook platforms are at all useful. That's why they're hemorrhaging money like crazy right now. And the metaverse is also shit. The only thing Facebook does that's slightly good is the newest, what's it called, the Oculus Quest, which is because they are selling at a massive loss because they're planning to pivot their entire company to VR, so they need mass VR adoption. So it's the best cheap VR solution. The problem being that you have to sign into a Facebook account to use it, which means I will never use it. But if you don't mind signing into a Facebook account, then the Oculus Quest is the best VR, best cheap VR. Obviously, the Valve Index is the best. Well, it's not the best. It depends. I don't know that much about VR, but yeah. And then the other ones, like, what is it? Fang, Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, Google. I did all of those. There's other big ones, like Spotify doesn't provide a useful service because you could find YouTube music, you can even just torrent music or anything. There's so many different ways to get music. There's no reason to have a Spotify account ever. Yeah, none of these other things provide a useful service. But Amazon, like even if they provide a service that is somewhat useful, like for example YouTube, yeah, being able to upload videos for free is pretty useful. Or Google search, like yeah, I suppose it's not a very good search engine, but it's the best we've got. Or any of these things. None of them are great, right? Like none of them actually work really, really well. Like they all have big flaws. Whereas Amazon is just a brilliant fucking design. Like you order something and it comes the next day no matter what, and it arrives and it's perfect. Like you never have to be like oh, am I going to check all the sellers' ratings and make sure I don't get scammed? And like paying is a hassle. Or like, it's going to take 5 weeks to arrive. Or I can't find the thing I want. I have to look through 5 different online stores just to find the fucking thing I want. And then it's shipping from Germany and it's going to take 2 years. And you never have to worry about any of that. You get any item in the universe instantly, cheaply. Like it's just an amazing service. It's like that's why they're the biggest one, because they're the only one that actually provides a good, high quality service. Like I genuinely, out of all the big tech companies, I genuinely don't mind giving my money to Amazon because they kind of deserve it. I mean, yeah, they treat their workers like shit, but who doesn't? Like that's a capitalism problem. That's not an Amazon problem. And if you're a peasant, you get treated like a peasant. That's how poor people. This is the nature of poor people. I don't know. Sometimes I get weirdly like caste system-y, I'm just like, well, yeah, they're peasants. Of course they get treated like peasants. I don't know why I said that, but what I actually mean is this is a short-term problem. The Amazon people who work in Amazon warehouses being treated like shit is a short-term problem because it's there's already delivery services like Ocado in the UK, which is a grocery delivery service, and Ocado's you might have seen the Tom Scott video about it. Their biggest warehouse is completely automated. And I think it's only a matter of time until automation becomes cost-effective enough for Amazon to replace all their warehouse workers with robots, and then no one's getting treated like shit. But no one has a job anymore. Oh no! If only we had some solution to that problem, like maybe some sort of universal basic income or something like that. I don't know. So the problem with people being treated like shit in Amazon warehouses is going to go away as soon as it's just going to get automated away. That's a technological problem, not a human rights problem or anything. And then once that's done, right, what are people even going to complain about with Amazon? Like, literally, what are you going to complain about? Dark patterns? Dark patterns only work if you're a retard. I mean, I wonder how much money Amazon makes based on their dark pattern Prime subscription thing. Must be a lot, because they hammer it home everywhere. The website's terribly designed, but that's just, it's a modern website. It is what it is. But, the dark patterns thing, when you try and buy something and it tries to dark pattern you into clicking to get an Amazon Prime thingy. How do I put it? It's like it only works if you're neurotypical and you don't actually read text. You just click the biggest button. That's fucking retarded. Like, you deserve to get scammed if you just click the biggest button without ever reading text. You kind of deserve to get scammed. So I don't really mind that. Yeah, I'm hella pro Amazon. I don't know why I'm hella pro Amazon, but I'm just like hella pro. It's like it's such a fucking weird opinion for me to have, is to be really pro Amazon. But I'm like super fucking pro Amazon, man. Like, I'm very anti some of the things Amazon does. Like the Amazon Fresh, they've just opened some in London. These like Amazon physical grocery stores with the checkout-less. You walk in, it scans your Amazon account, and then you just grab what you want off the shelf and walk back out, and it automatically detects what items you got and deducts the payment from you. They had some in like Seattle and stuff, and they've just they were trialing. And anyway, I hate that. Like, that's awful. I hate that big time. But that's just retarded shit. And I don't like Whole Foods. They own Whole Foods, right? I don't like Whole Foods. I don't like their whole movie business. Like the like Amazon, what do they call it? I don't remember. But their whole thing where they're trying to compete with Netflix and stuff. Well, like, I don't like that, but I don't like any of them. Like, I don't like any of those streaming services. So that's not a specific Amazon problem. In terms of their core business model, which is they take a cut of every purchase on their site, really. I mean, like, ads, maybe they're good because ads and tracking is their secondary income stream, where their main income stream is taking a cut of every purchase on the website. But maybe that's why Amazon is good. Do you think that's true? Amazon is a good company because they're actually forced to provide a good service, because they're still making their money from their customers instead of making their money from ad companies or from selling their ads selling the user data to third parties. Maybe that is literally why Amazon is good, is because of their revenue stream being from their customer base, and so they have to provide a good service to outcompete. Whereas Google and stuff, their revenue comes from third-party companies, not you. So they can make the service as terrible as they want for you, because they're not trying to appeal to you. They just have to make the service smooth and good for their ad partners and stuff. And this is capitalism at work, baby. You know, if Amazon successfully outcompeted every other e-commerce site except like maybe eBay and Alibaba, but they serve different niches. Literally by providing a better service. This is like the peak of what capitalism can be. What the fuck am I going on about right now? Like, seriously, it's a brilliant service. You buy something and it just arrives, and it's great. It's the best. You can buy, like, anything. Do you know how many weird fucking things I found on Amazon? It's great. I was going to fucking say something. But yeah, I think that's why. It's because their customers are us and not, we're not the product in this case. We are giving them money. We're directly giving them money. So that's why Amazon's good. You hear that, Mao? Amazon is a great company and capitalism works well. What do you have to say about that, eh? Probably nothing, because Mao was a capitalist. Oh, triggered all the tankies. Oh, so many tankies that watch my videos. So many Maoists that watch my videos that just got epically triggered. All the Maoists that watch my videos. I know I have a massive Maoist audience, and they just got epically triggered by that. So I guess the way to fix... I hate to say it, but that tells me, right, that the way to fix the other corporations is to change their revenue streams and make them a paid service. You pay to... Imagine if you paid, like, $2 a month to use Twitter. I mean, they're already trying. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't want to use Twitter or any of that. You know, the UK is trying to pass bills to censor online speech again and stuff. They're always trying to do that. They're trying to ban porn again. Didn't work the last time. Won't work this time. They're trying to censor online speech and stuff. They're trying to make it so that social media platforms have a duty of care to remove anything that is not just illegal. They previously had to remove anything illegal without being notified of it. But now they have to, even without being notified, they have a duty of care to remove anything, and this is the word, harmful, which could mean anything. So people are being like, oh, and if they don't comply, they can get fined like 10% of their revenue, and even if they continue to be bad, they can get banned from operating in the UK. Now, here's the thing, right, is that, firstly, they already do that, right? Like, they already do that. They already they already censor things that aren't illegal all the fucking time. All of these social media networks, they already do it. But secondly, I'm actually kind of okay with that. Like, I don't mind. I think if you're like, oh no, Twitter is going to get punished. Twitter is going to get worse. Like, oh, how am I going to live without my Facebook posts? How am I going to live without my edgy Facebook posts? Then you're just retarded. Because, like, who gives a shit? If you can't, like, you shouldn't be using social media anyway. You shouldn't be doing any of that. Like, the only people it's going to affect are retards. Like, they can't censor decentralized, encrypted communications that are self-hosted or anything like that. Like, that's uncensorable, and that's most of what I use. So I'm not worried at all. Like, it's like, oh no, they're gonna ruin the internet by fining massive corporations that I hate. Who fucking cares? Like, the laws are specifically targeted at social media companies. If I can post whatever, I mean, I can still get arrested under hate speech laws technically for that. But like, if it's not hate speech, or harassment, if it's just like something edgy that might be considered harmful by some people, but whatever. And I just posted on my own self-hosted website. What are they gonna do? Like, that it's not covered by the law because it's about having users. If it's a static website that other people can't interact with, like if there's no comment box or it's not social media, then the law doesn't apply to it. And so that's what the internet should be anyway. So I'm fine with it. I'm like weirdly fine with it. What I don't like is Earn It what I don't like is the UK's other thing that they're trying to push, but to ban encryption, like banning encryption's bad, but also again, you can't actually ban encryption. These laws really want to do is add a backdoor to social media platforms, big social media platforms encryption, like WhatsApp mainly. But WhatsApp's bad anyway. Telegram's bad anyway. I mean, yeah, you have Matrix, XMPP. These are the best communication platforms. They are they're decentralized. They're not right. You can't say put a backdoor in Matrix, because you'd have to convince every single person who runs a Matrix server to put, like, that's not how it works. It's not governable like that. And since the code is open source, if they snuck a backdoor in, some security auditor somewhere could see it and be like, "Ayo," and then fork it and make their own version that doesn't have a backdoor. Like, that's the beauty of the whole system, and that's how things should work. There's also Tox, which is directly P2P, but last time I checked, it still wasn't really in a usable state. Maybe it is now, who knows? But that's cool. I like Tox. I like the concept behind Tox. So yeah, that's why I'm not, like, really, obviously you can't trust governments, so you should be using technology that solves these problems, right? You can't petition the government is never going to let you democratically take away some of its power. It's just not going to happen. Like, the only way governments get their power taken away from them is generally through wars, and I don't think we really want that. I mean, I guess some people want that, but I'm okay without a war for now. So you should solve it technologically instead. Again, like, a lot of problems that with governments get solved through technology first. Like, the only reason capitalism happened was because of the Industrial Revolution, and the only reason the Industrial Revolution happened was because cheap steel manufacturing was technologically possible. And the only reason cheap steel manufacturing was technologically possible is, well, it was a number of things. But I would say primarily it was the invention of an ability to turn thermal energy into kinetic energy via the steam engine. I mean, there was sure the Industrial Revolution had started. The Industrial Revolution had started before the steam engine was invented, right? The first factories were water powered. They were powered by water wheels next to rivers, and in fact, those continue to be popular. However, I would just call that the start of industrialization, not the start of the Industrial Revolution. I think that the revolution part was the invention of the steam engine. So that was basically a technological solution for the problem of feudalism, and you know, things are happening. Whatever. I need to go to the fucking shop. I just recorded a 20-minute video instead of shopping. I need to be in the shop right now. Okay, so I just got home. Here's the Huel. I'm actually not sure I'm going to have it right now. I bought a chicken and mushroom slice, which I might have. I'm just in the mood for something warm right now. So I'm going to make a chicken and mushroom slice. I'm going to put this in the fridge. I was going to buy two. One for today, one for tomorrow. But they only had banana flavor, which I don't like, so I just got a chocolate flavor, which they only had one of. I bought some Crave, which is my favorite cereal. I never used to eat cereal, but Dotes my cereal pilled me, so now I'm a cereal pilled man. And this is milk. You've all seen it before, I hope. I assume you've all seen milk before. Milk is what happens when you get milk from a cow. Some chocolate, just to keep me going. because I ran out. And I don't know why I keep closing the fridge when I'm about to have to go back. Hellman's mayonnaise. Goat's might likes the jar version, but I like the squeezy version. Is it more expensive squeezed? And finally, big bag of basmati. Big bag of basmati. Look at that rice. Ooh. This is you see how cheap rice is? Insanely cheap. Like, fuck eating anything else ever. Why would you ever eat anything other than rice when you can just eat rice? You know. So basmati coming soon to a plate near me, I suppose. Now I'm gonna prepare my chicken and mushroom slice. I always forget how to do these. You have to turn the oven kind of low. I think it takes 20 minutes. I'm glad that history-knowing people don't actually watch my videos, because the words I use to describe things are so inaccurate. I just throw words out there like it's fucking no big deal. Like, how do I put it? Sorry, got distracted. Like, for example, I just sort of use the words medieval, feudal, Middle Ages. Like, I just sort of use these all interchangeably. When they're not interchangeable, they describe, like, specific eras of history. Generally speaking, when I say Middle Ages or medieval period, what I mean is feudal times. Whether or not that's the actual medieval period or, you know, fucking the War of the Roses type era, the Tudors and stuff like that. Basically, like the Renaissance, right? Like, I'm sort of lumping it all in because there's the same system of governance, even though there are big differences, obviously, between these eras. Just like there are big differences between the early and late Middle Ages or medieval periods. Early and late medieval period, there are big differences. But the feudal system was still in place up until, you know, the Industrial Revolution, pretty much. So yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. Just take everything I say as I'm probably just talking about feudalism in general and not specifically the medieval period. Although sometimes I am. So it's very confusing because sometimes I'm specifically talking about the medieval period. Sometimes I'm just vaguely talking about feudalism. So, you know, don't ask me. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Speaking on my previous point, it's time for me to understand what the fuck happened in the past. This is why I never get into history, is because the more you find out about it, the more annoying it is, because interpretations differ so much. And I as someone who has the disease of whatever the last thing I read is currently what I believe, it means I bounce around a lot. Like, I'll read some theory about life in some period or some person in history, and I'll jump on that hard and be like, this is the thing, and then I'll read a counter theory, and then I'll be like, oh, I can't believe I thought that. This is actually the thing. Like, that's just how I go. And maybe it's because I haven't spent enough time researching that eventually I'll come to synthesize something that makes sense. But on the subject of acceleration, I think I should read Nick Land's plague thesis, because I like Nick Land. And that was like the first thing he wrote, right? Well, whatever. Here's the thing. What was I saying? Oh yeah, like I'm thinking, like I'm getting more and more into the base of accelerationism that claims a sort of antithetical to Marxist Hegelian sort of Voltageist, is that what it's called? Like the people's revolutionary power. Like the accelerationist view is more that like people are just pawns in human games. That like the will of the people doesn't matter at all. If which is, to be fair, what Marx sort of said in whatever. But yeah, and Marx is of course the first accelerationist. So the idea being that, for example, the big changes between the feudal medieval period / Renaissance period to the decline of feudalism happened somewhat because of protests and peasant revolts and whatever. But though there were protests and peasant revolts for all of human history everywhere in the world. It's just that because of the Black Death, because of the plague and the 100 Years' War, half of the people in Europe fucking died. There were now half as many people over the course of like a lifetime. There were once even less, like over the course of like a decade, half of the people died. And so you had half as many people, which means each of those individual people suddenly held a lot more importance in an agricultural society, which meant that they actually could demand their rights and be listened to. So really, death begot life, and obviously there's the common. I think it's a common claim. I've heard it from multiple people that the Black Death is what made the Renaissance possible, because there was the schism in the Catholic Church, right? There's the schism at some point, and then the plague was like, well, look, all the Catholic people are dying, and they're not helping us. The God's not helping us. Blah blah blah. They basically inspired a more humanist philosophy of like, God didn't do it shit. We just sort of got through it on our own. So we don't need to rely on. And look, the Catholic Church isn't even a stable or reliable organization, because look at all the fuck shit that's going on. So it's like there was this humanist philosophy, and then plus, maybe in addition to the plague, the other biggest thing for the Renaissance was Islamic philosophers and thinkers' influence on the West, and Asian philosophers and thinkers' influence on the West. The biggest philosophical contribution of Asia was the invention of gunpowder, which is a philosophical statement that has been almost unmatched in history. And other than that, like really, what's going on here in the Renaissance? It's literally called a rebirth, because the idea was to return to the thoughts of the ancients, right? In which case, although we see the Renaissance as a progressive type of situation, like this just goes again to anti-progressivism. So like at the time, this would have been a traditionalist movement. This would have been. It is. It's not at the time or anything. It just objectively was a traditionalist movement. It was a return to the thoughts of the ancient, people and the ideas of the ancients. Even though, just like all traditionalist movements, it it cherry-picked certain things and whatever, but really, like, the Renaissance was a massive conservative push towards society. It was a massive, large-scale conservative restructure of the way the way Europe worked. And although in the end it seems to have led to something akin to progress, the Industrial Revolution and the end of feudalism. But although those things sort of didn't happen at the same time, but I lump them together because fuck you. I was going to say something else. So the point being that, like, although leftists always see conservative movements as a step back, they can be, as proven with the Renaissance, they're never actually a step back. There's never been a successful actual return, because you always have something new, because the world has changed, technology has changed since the last time you were there. So you never actually step back in time when a conservative movement wins. You may get religious repression and economic stuff and blah blah blah, societal restructuring, but you never actually return. You never do. You end up with something new every time. So in a sense, this is like both anti-conservative and anti-progressive, because it's saying progress doesn't happen when progressives win. Progress happens when technology changes. And at the same time, conservatives can never actually win, because no matter what they do, the history ends up Cthulhu always swims left, blah blah blah. You know the Moldbug quote, right? Cthulhu swims slowly, but he always swims left. And so, yeah, I think this is something that I don't know. I don't really know what I'm talking about, to be honest. I'm just sort of making statements. I'm learning things. I'm reading actual made-for-children material, because I know fuck all about. I know some detail, like the periods of history I understand. Like I know some stuff about the start of the Industrial Revolution. I know some stuff about the average peasant life. Like I'm mostly interested in, like, sort of average peasant life in the Middle Ages. I haven't really ever given a shit about what the fuck was going on with the authority, with the monarchy and stuff like that at the time, like and wars. Like, I haven't been interested in that really. So now I'm starting that from the very beginning, because I don't know shit, and my schooling was very bad. They didn't teach any of this. Instead, we spent all of our time learning about. We literally, like, I remember very vividly, right, that the history teacher was like, so yeah, Britain, we invented the international slave trade, which was really bad, and it went on for like a really fucking long time. But that's just like the beginning of the first lesson. What we're actually here to learn about is, forget about all the awful colonization shit that Britain did and international slave trade. We were also the first to abolish slavery. And let's now spend our entire curriculum talking about the history of American slavery, all the way up to the Civil Rights Movement in the 60s. And then racism was solved in America. That's how history went. It was like, ignore all of the bad things England has done, Britain has done. Just ignore it, skip past it. Fuck that, didn't even happen. Right? We go straight to slavery in America, and then basically straight through to Vietnam, where it's like, America did some, like, the teacher was like, yeah, America did some bad things. I assume in American schools you don't really learn that America did some bad things. But the history teacher was pretty adamant on shitting on Americans as an excuse, because nothing that America did in in war, or I mean, obviously Britain wasn't in Vietnam, but like nothing that American did in war or in slavery or racism didn't also happen in Britain. Like everything happened. I mean, look at the historical treatment of the Irish by the British, and I mean, it's just as bad as the historical treatment of black people by Americans, if not worse. Actually, I don't know if I'd say worse, but it's pretty fucking bad. Like, there's no point. It's not a competition. It's bad. We fucked the Irish over throughout history, and we're continuing to fuck them over. And yet, no one gives a shit about the Irish. I give a shit about the Irish, right? I'm here. I'm here for all the minorities in England. All the minorities in the British Isles. I'm here for the fucking Irish. I'm here for the fucking Scots. I'm here for the Welsh. I'm here for the Cornish. I'm here for all of them, right? I'm fighting for their rights because no one else is fighting for them. That's not true at all. I'm just saying things. So yeah, I don't really know what I'm trying to tell people, really. My point here is inhuman forces that, you know, there's also the whole point that Anne Prims would say about how, like, it's sort of an argument against the idea that primitive society was all disease-ridden and stuff, like, because all of the big pandemics in history, like the Black Plague, only happened because of big trade routes between, you know, lots of humans traveling around the place a lot quickly, which didn't happen pre-agriculturally. So, yeah. It's all a whole weird situation. People focus in a lot on, like, I'm kind of weirdly, like, it seems like when it comes to the medieval period, or like the Middle Ages in general, right? Like, people have a fascination with specifically knights for some reason. I don't know why. I have never found knights interesting, really, at all. Like, who gives a shit about knights? Like, they were just guys. They were just rich guys. Like, who cares? I don't understand why. Like, I guess it's because of the, like, fantasy fiction that sort of gives them this romantic image, and then people get interested in them. But I have never given a shit about knights. Like, that seems like the least interesting thing that was going on. I care way more about monks than I do about knights. Monks are swagged out. Everything I learn about monks, I'm just like, these guys were so fucking swagged out. Ukraine's gone crazy. You guys following the situation? I'm following the situation. Kind of a crazy situation. I don't know what's going on, man. Like, how the fuck are the Russians so fucked? Like, they have rations that are 7 years past their expiry date, and like they're like getting recalled because they're running out of food. Not the Ukrainians, the Russians are running out of food. I'm like, what? How? Like, what's happened there? And they fucked up They were supposed to do a strike on a TV antenna, and they fucked it up, and the TV antenna is just still there. I mean, they injured 5 people. I think someone died. Obviously, it's not good. But, like, how do you fuck that up? And Elon Musk sent a bunch of Starlink dishes to Ukraine, but obviously that's just no one's actually going to get those because there's not enough. I know, it's such a fucking weird situation. Like, what's going on with Russia right now? Like, what's going on with them? What no one knows. Like, I don't know. Like, how, like, something's going on behind the scenes. I don't know what it is. It's all very strange. It's all very strange. What if I'm going to start calling What if I? What? Yeah, I'm having ideas. I'm having all kinds of crazy ideas, crazy cool ideas. I'm having all. This is a history. You got to learn from history. Those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. The problem here is the word we're always doomed to repeat it. I'm seeing connections. The collapse of the Roman Empire, the collapse of the American Empire. No one's ever drawn that connection before. Completely original. Completely original fucking thought. No one's ever had it. No one's ever had it before. I'm telling you, I'm an unprecedented genius. No one has ever compared the collapse of the American Empire to the collapse of the Roman Empire. It hasn't happened. But there's big differences. None of this is a thing. I don't know. None of this is a thing. I'm still having a Menhera moment, but I'm trying to recoup myself by learning stuff. I'm trying to recover from my Menhera by learning stuff, but it's not helping because my schizo thoughts are stopping me from learning in a traditional manner because I'm just drawing connections between all of these random things, which might be a good thing. But it makes it kind of hard to understand the basics of what's happening. I can only think on this like level where everything is interconnected with everything else, even stuff that seems disconnected or might like I'm drawing connections between a bunch of ideas and then thinking realizing afterwards that those ideas aren't connected really in the way that not that the connections I drew were wrong, but just that it was a weird thing to do to connect those things. I can't really put it into words, but that's what I'm thinking right now is happening. The point I'm trying to make here is one second. Okay, so from the future where we live right now, we can draw the easy connection to trade routes expand from Europe into Asia, rats and fleas carrying the bubonic plague from Asia hitch a ride on traders and end up going into Europe. Those rats and fleas are carrying the bubonic plague. The bubonic plague becomes a massive pandemic and wipes out about half of Europe. Because half of Europe is wiped out, the individual use of any individual person is suddenly basically functionally doubled because there are fewer disposable people to just say fuck you. So if that labor power becomes increased between peasants and merchants and artisans, and at the same time, in part because of the plague, but also in part because of various other political internals like schism, the church is massively losing power, including obviously big deal the capture of Constantinople by the Ottomans and the fall of the last bit of the Roman Empire. All of this leads to the Renaissance and eventually blah blah blah, right? Imagine trying to convince someone. Imagine living as an average person in the midst of the medieval period and being like, oh no, we can't expand, we can't trade in Asia. And they'll be like, well, why not? No, what do you mean we can't trade in Asia? But what's the problem? And you say, well, if we trade in Asia, it's going to lead to the fall of feudalism. What? They're going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about? How? And then you say, well, and then you describe the series of domino effects. And they're going to be like, you're insane. That's like a crazy fucking there's no way that's going to happen. But that's how all of history plays out. It all plays out in these crazy domino effects where, like, things that people couldn't have possibly at the time foreseen affecting each other end up affecting each other. And at any point, it could have gone any number of ways. And I think this is the importance of schizoanalytic analysis, is that you that's how the world works. The way of, like, drawing connections between all of these seemingly unrelated events. Well, events only seem related once we've already understood the causality of them after they've happened. But while they're happening, it's very difficult to understand all of this stuff. Like, okay, for example, the Russian invasion of Ukraine ends up leading to, I don't know, because oil prices increase and gas prices increase, and because in Europe, because of the Russian export of oil, Europe ends up buying all of its gas from America, and then in 50 years from now, America ends up with a fascist president who decides to invade Canada, and they can only afford to do that because their empire was reborn as an oil empire, and meanwhile, diplomatic tensions between this new president and European nations cause a schism in their political alliances, and the UK ends up transitioning fully to renewable energy because of they don't want to rely on the unpredictable American economy and American leadership to provide their oil. So now, you that what I said is just obviously made up bullshit, but, like, that could happen. Who knows? Who fucking knows? Like, that's the sort of thing that like, it's all this wacky shit is how history happens, and that's, like, nuts, right? It's nuts. History's so crazy. The world is crazy. Things happen, and they're all interconnected, but you never know how they're interconnected because they're all flowing and re-territorializing and deterritorializing, you know? Re-territorializing and deterritorializing. God knows what those words mean. I've tried to look them up. No one can explain them. I'm just vaguely using them. I tried to understand it at one point. Deterritorialization. I understand, you know, that the meme is like, explain the body without organs. I understand the body without organs. I understand the desiring machine. I understand rhizomes. I understand all of these other things. I understand vaguely schizoanalysis. I understand it's fucking deterritorialization and re-territorialization. What do those words fucking mean? I have, like, a vague sense of what they mean, but I can't, like, put into words what they mean, you know. And I think that's what everyone has, which is why I can't find a good definition or anything. Like, I tried to break it down into its parts. Like, okay, imagine the word re-territorialization. What's the etymology of that? So take off the re, because that's a prefix. Territorialization. Okay, so territory. That is like a place which can be occupied, essentially. That's how I would imagine it. A territory is a place which can be occupied. Territorialization is to turn a place, a thing, into something that is territory. That's right. So like, if you have something that is not currently assumed to be territory, assumed to be a place that can be occupied, a place that can have stuff in it, rather in that sort of sense, that territorialization is turning something into a territory, and then so re-territorialization or deterritorialization is like taking something that can be turned into a territory and making it so it can't be turned into a territory. But, like, what does that actually mean practically? And that was just my guess, and I looked it up, and apparently that's kind of how it's used, but only by, like, military strategists, and it's not what Deleuze meant at all. So I don't fucking know. Returning to controversial opinions on gender, a common argument in favor of a common defense of non-binary genders or transition is look, there's been examples of trans people and non-binary people for hundreds and thousands of years. Look at all these historical examples. And I've always thought this is kind of, as interesting as those things are, and they are very cool and interesting, I always think it's a bad argument, because, so are you saying that if there hadn't been examples, then trans people wouldn't be real, non-binary people wouldn't deserve rights, like if they hadn't been historical examples? That's a bad argument to make, because then you're shifting the burden of the other side into just delegitimizing that argument, which they're never going to really bother to do because they don't really care. But like, it's a stupid argument to make. It's like it's another genre of the liberal, like, gay gene type, we can't help it type argument, instead of I should be free to do what I want regardless of what you think. I think morphological freedom is a much better argument, but trans people almost never use morphological freedom as an argument, which is really fucking weird. To me, it seems like the best possible argument. I think it's because people are obsessed with ratifying the system of gender, which is the opposite of what they should be trying to do. We can't argue for morphological freedom, because if you say I should be able to do whatever I want to my body, that takes gender out of the equation. It's like it's basically saying whether or not you think my gender is real, I should be able to do whatever I want with my body, which I think is the best argument, because that's true. That's simply true, and it also appeals to conservatives and libertarians in the sense of that it's an appeal to individual freedom, which is something that they like, allegedly. So, that's what you should be arguing. They don't like that argument because it doesn't actually mention gender, because it's actually an argument for freedom from gender. It's saying, I should be able to change my body in any sense, and that means I should be able to gender myself in any sense, which is, again, true and how it should be. I don't know why it's such a weird camp that they don't use that that's not a common argument. Instead, they're like, look at the two-spirit people, and I'm over here like, well, the two-spirit people weren't binary trans, they were non-binary, they were third gender. Same with the Hijra, same with pretty much all of the examples that people give. They were considered to be a third gender, not considered to be the equivalent to the two binary genders, or whichever one, right? They were considered to be another one. So that's not a good argument in favor of binary transition. So yeah, I don't know. I just thought I'd point that out. One of the things that I found interesting about Nick Land's spacefaring text thing, which I have immediately forgotten the name of, Lure of the Void. So one of the things I found interesting about Lure of the Void was right at the end. He basically comes out and says American exceptionalism is real, and which is weird for a British person to be, a British guy who lives in China to say. But his argument is that America is like the only example of a successful breakaway or revolutionary colony, where like normally what happens throughout history is a big empire colonizes somewhere, and then either they stay there or the victims of colonization, the people who were there first, revolt and kick them out. It's almost never that the colony itself breaks away from the empire and succeeds in doing so, which I think is an interesting point. Now, I don't know if that's actually an argument for American exceptionalism in any way, but I do think that's an interesting point, and I think that's going to have to, I think that sort of revolutionary colony type deal should play, like, there's no use ignoring it, basically. There's no use ignoring it.
although, like, yeah, I don't know. There's no use saying, well, that doesn't fit with my narrative that America bad because they genocided people, so I'm going to ignore it. Like, the reality of the situation is that's true. But America also still genocided people, which is not good. Not a fan of genocide. But really, it was the Italians, it was the OGs, right? It was the OGs, it was the Spanish, it was the English. Like, they did the bulk of the damage, really. Like, they collapsed civilization. And then the Americans just sort of did the final bit of genocide. It's not good. It's not a good situation, basically. But in space, there's no one to genocide. So that's why Nick Land says that America should be the nation that colonizes space, because they're the ones that did it once before, and space can't be beholden to Earth. Like, it won't work. It has to be its own separate place for gravity reasons and money reasons. It doesn't make sense to divert resources away from space towards Earth when really we should be diverting resources from all planets towards space. And Nick Lance is like, yo, gravity is like an oppressive force which we should escape. And I'm like, yo, that's swagged out, but like, why are you like so pro-colonization then if you're against oppressive forces then? So I'm like, that's weird. But I don't know. I think that's an interesting point. I don't know if it's a good point. Yeah, in terms of a colony revolting against itself or its empire and breaking off and becoming independent and succeeding, that, yeah, America is I don't know that much, but I can't think of any other successful ones. And I think in terms of patchwork, like, that's an important thing, right? Colonies or outcrops of regions declaring independence and succeeding. I think looking at America is not a bad model to follow. Like, for example, take like Catalonian independence, for example, which I, of course, support. It's failed every time it's been tried, really, because they're trying to be egalitarian about it. But it only works if it's a fascist coup, which is what America really was. And then, you level out after a while, because fascism isn't it wasn't a fascist coup. It was a thing. It was a liberal coup. It was a Whig coup. But the point is, it was I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. What I'm saying is, really boils down to authoritarian. This is like the whole thing, the whole thing, right? Authoritarians will often argue for authoritarianism from the basis of stability, right? And egalitarian, all liberal lib-cuck nations, they just collapse and they fall apart and whatever. Whereas if you look historically, there's never been an actual successful, authoritarianism is extremely unstable, and it tends to fail every time. It fails every time it's tried. It's like communism. It fails every time it's actually tried, because it's not profitable. That's the simple solution. The simple answer is it's just not profitable. Yeah. I'm making really bad points. Please disregard everything you've heard me say in the past few clips, because most of them are really bad points. Because for some reason, unlike normally when I think things through before I record, I'm currently recording in the middle of thinking, which is not a good way to record things, but it's just because I don't know why I'm doing it. So please disregard all of my bad thoughts and bad opinions that I've had, because I have these have been some bad thoughts and bad opinions. And I'm aware that they're bad thoughts and bad opinions, but I haven't had the time to restructure them into workable thoughts and opinions. So please wait, please bear with me, please hold for further information on when I actually have thoughts that I can communicate. I think I have just officially seen the worst video I've ever seen in my life. Don't ask me why. Do not ask me why I clicked on this video. Do not ask me why I clicked on this video. Here's what happened. I was watching okay, fine, you want the truth? You want the fucking truth? I'll tell you the fucking truth, right? You want the fucking truth? I'll tell you the fucking truth, right? Here's what happened. I was like, I want to know about what happened in the medieval period. So I was looking at, first I was reading websites, and I was like, I'm getting bored of reading. So I went on YouTube and looked up stuff. And then in the YouTube recommendations, I saw a crash course video, Crash Course World History. So I watched that. It was fine. It was nothing new. It was a very basic overview of the whole situation, right? And then I was like, I wonder what's Crash Course all about. Like, I remember that. That's the John Green Fault in Our Stars guy, Hank Green guy. So I went and clicked on it, and I was like, let me go on their playlist and see what they have playlists about. And I was like, economics. I wonder what these guys have to say about Marx, because that's just going to be funny, right? It wasn't funny. It's the worst thing I've ever fucking seen in my life, and it has 1.5 million views. It's so bad. They basically, they gloss over everything. It's so fast-paced, you can't get a sense of fucking any nuance at all in anything. They just gloss over Keynesianism like it's, they don't tell you what any of these theories mean. They just throw words out there. They're like, Keynesianism says the government should help sometimes, and Marxism also says the government should help sometimes. Therefore, and it's basically just drawing an equivalence between Keynesian economics and Marxist economics as the same thing when they're not even comparable, which is just absurd. And then it's like, it's completely absurd. Like they literally draw like firstly, they make a big differentiation between communism and socialism, which is obviously inaccurate, and they say that the Nordic model is objectively socialist and not a social democracy, which is a different thing. They don't even mention a social democracy, right? They just call Nordic countries socialist. They say, Marx says, blah, 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 instead of private property, we should have collective ownership of the means of production, without explaining what collective ownership means or what the means of production are. And then they draw a massive equivalency between Marxism and Keynesianism, which is just ridiculous. They don't explain any of the nuance behind Marx or Keynes' ideas. They don't talk about Austrian economics at all. They briefly mention Adam Smith, but they don't talk about how Adam Smith, they don't mention the labor theory of value at all. This is the worst fucking video on economics I've ever seen. And I haven't seen that many videos on economics, and I'm not an economist. I don't really know much about economics. But this is I would say a level of incompetence that is tantamount to, it's harmful. This is a harmful level of incompetence, because it's just teaching people wrong things. It's not like I don't know what to say. I literally am speechless. I've never seen a video this bad that claimed that was like, this is funded by PBS. I mean, my thought was, right, Crash Course is funded by PBS, so they can't be seen to actually advocate for Marx, right? So what are they going to say? I don't know what I was expecting, but this is just bad. It's so bad, and they just say words that don't mean anything. Okay, to be fair, I said they don't talk about Austrian economics. I just pressed play, and literally the first thing she says is Austrian economics. So there you go. It's so bad. It just gets worse. Whoever, I mean, she didn't write the script, so whoever wrote the script, maybe she did write the script, I don't know. I'm assuming she's reading off a teleprompter or whatever, right? But whoever, basically, the point is, Crash Course, as an organization, they offer that there are only two responses to the 2008 financial crash, which are either deficit spending or austerity, and that's it. They don't offer any other solution. This is absurd. This is so bad. Wow, I thought I didn't... I was like, well, I'm not going to really be able to critique this video because I don't know anything about economics. It turns out I know fucking more than these people. Ooh, Poke just dropped his album, damn. Poke dropped his album. Ooh, and I ordered pizza.
Give her up for long, I never got Subway. You're watching my life. You think to yourself that you'll have it one day. Please talk nice. I'ma go ahead now and take my AK. Fucking with me's a problem. If we got issues, we cannot solve them. Dive in your bitch like a dolphin. When I die, put AC in my coffin. Why the fuck? Yeah. I just make it the happen with the thing. I just make it the happen with the thing. I'm the biggest in heaven or hell I can pussy, but I'm fucking son. You can suck this dick in the backseat then. You can go and get your backbeat, ooh. And I drop my phone off at the track meet. All the freaking matches
They don't lie.
all these other people try to
Bye.
to cheat in the other room, she got the fight. Sometimes sad and I don't want to die. Feeling bad is okay, but your bitch is my babe. One shot of the AK, I didn't even have to spray. Make your mama go and break. Then I press them up in her face. Give her more food
On my plate. In a happy VA. Happy VA. Yeah. Hey. If you're anxious, relax. Okay.
Yo.
Ooh. If you need money, just rob a bank. If you need gas, just fill the tank.
If you are fat,
Just lose some weight. I will.
if you are horny,
Just masturbate. Woo.
if you need time,
Then just wait.
if you have asthma, just breathe slower.
Just be slower.
If you have breath,
Just use a lawnmower.
my dick is small now.
I swear I'm a grower.
If you fell off,
Just get back up.
if you feel down, then just get up.
I mix those two up,
If
okay?
you are lactose, don't drink no milk.
Don't drink no milk.
NFTs, look fucking dumb.
They look fucking dumb.
If you are in debt, just pay it off.
Just pay it off.
If you are sick, then just cough. If you're depressed,
Stop being depressed.
if you are short, then grow up. If you are racist, stop
being racist.
If you need a house, then just get a house.
I'm telling you, man, Poke changed the whole game. I'm serious. There's never been a streamer that's actually had a good music career, or a YouTuber or anything that's like every single streamer or YouTuber that's tried to start doing music has sucked, right? Like all the big ones suck, obviously. Jake Paul, KSI, Joji, that streamer who quit, I forgot what his name is, but he sucks. The one who quit Twitch to make pop punk. Mitch Jones, is that him? He sucks really bad. Poke is the only one to actually do it well. I mean, I guess you can argue that, but there's YouTubers who there's Nakey Jakey has some okay songs. Brian David Gilbert's pretty cool if you're into like that sort of music, which I'm not super into it. YMS's music sucks ass. Umami makes good music, but Umami's like an animator artist more than a YouTuber, you know. And in terms of streamers, like I don't know of any that are good except for Poke, but Poke's so good. All of Poke's music goes crazy fucking hard. Like, Bill Dipley is an amazing song. Obviously, Relax is also great. Like, all this whole album is great. It's just funny. The beats are good. The vocals are good. The lyrics are. It's just a good album. There's no two ways about it. It's simply a good album. Watching this debate between a guy called Alan Wallace, who's a Buddhist scholar, and Sean Carroll, who's a theoretical physicist, about seems to be about whether the fundamental function of reality is physical or consciousness. I think you can probably guess who holds which view. And you might expect me to be like super against the Buddhist, as someone who kind of doesn't like a lot of things about Buddhism. Although I do like a lot of things. I do actually like a lot of things about Buddhism. Specifically, maybe you won't expect me to be really against the Buddhist unless you know me very well, and you know that I've argued that when it comes down to it, I still have trouble getting over my 13-year-old rational skeptic YouTube viewing habits or whatever. But I have a lot of problems with Sean Carroll as well. He's a many worlds theorist, and he's very ardent that many worlds is the correct interpretation of quantum mechanics, which I don't believe. And I'm also increasingly whatever. I agree with a lot with some Buddhist stuff, although I disagree a lot with other Buddhist stuff. The point being, I think I'm not just shitting on the Buddhist guy here. I think he has a reasonable point, which I think is a Kantian point, which is that when talking about the physical world, we can't ignore the fact that we process the physical world via our senses and via our consciousness, and so any investigation into the physical world is incomplete unless it includes an investigation into our consciousness. I think that's a reasonable point. I would argue that the creation of the scientific method was that investigation into our consciousness. It was an investigation, and I don't know if it's complete. I don't think it is complete, but it is at least the scientific method as a philosophical statement is a methodology for thought, right? That pre-necessitates, or it can't have come to be without an understanding of consciousness, right? It can't have come to be that we had the scientific method without understanding the flaws in the way we perceive the world, and the scientific method being a way to sort of attempt to look past those flaws. Although, again, I don't disagree with this guy completely. I think there's, nothing wrong with there being this idea of, me as someone who has an epistemic view of quantum mechanics. I think is obvious that I would believe this, that there does come a point, and I think the point is quantum mechanics, that it becomes important to look at how our perception of events might differ from the actual events that are happening, if there are actual events. Well, he's a Buddhist, so he wouldn't say that, he would say that whatever the actual events come from our perception of the events. But I would say you can't really say one way or the other, just like Kant would say, you can't prove whether the universe outside of our perception, since we can only experience a representation of the universe or the world or the physical reality, we can't actually say anything about physical reality. We can only speak on our experience of physical reality, and I think it's important for physicists to acknowledge that, because we seem to forget that sometimes, and I think that's a fair point. If he had just stuck with that would be a reasonable idea. That is not what he sticks with, obviously, because he's a Buddhist, so he has to go wacky with it. He's about to say some of the most retard shit I've ever heard in my life.
Thought emerged, the originator of kind of the church to which I think Sean belongs, called the Church of Scientific Materialism, said that the notion that consciousness or thought emerge from chemicals and electricity, and let's not mystify the brain, it's chemicals and electricity in very complex arrays. He says, like believing that a genie comes out of a lamp.
That's a stupid thing to say. And, okay,
I'm just going to rephrase that statement in another way so that you can see how stupid it is. The idea that video and motion and audio can come from an arrangement of electronic components and electrons, which is fundamentally what a computer is like saying a genie can come out of a lamp. Yes, it's not like saying that a genie can come out of a lamp. It's not absurd to say that some phenomena produce epiphenomena. That's not rather the interactions of fundamental or more fundamental phenomena produce consequential phenomena that don't seem immediately related to their function. But, when you take the electronics out of a computer, the screen doesn't keep moving. So I think you can prove that in that sense, blah, blah, blah. Now, he would probably say, like I would say, if you take the brain out of a human, the human stops moving. Therefore, the brain controls the human. I think that's been understood for a while. He would probably say, as a Buddhist, that's just the human. The human is just the mind's the mind's vessel. It's just a meat prison, whatever. And the consciousness you can't prove that the consciousness doesn't continue to exist after the brain is removed or whatever. But at that point, he would just, that would be one argument. And I would say there's no reason to assume that the consciousness continues after the brain is removed. That seems like Occam's razor would say that the consciousness goes away when the brain is removed. However, even if we were to say you can't prove, so even if you were to say you can't prove that the consciousness doesn't stop, I would say, well, you can't prove, if he was to say something like, well, you can't prove that there is no life after death, essentially, I would say, well, you can't prove that there is, and you're the one that's arguing for the existence of something. I'm arguing for the non-existence of something, so the burden of proof is on you, not on me. This is one of the things as how I'm very much an anti-utilitarian, because the utilitarians believe that it is sort of the fundamental nature of life to seek pleasure and avoid pain. I don't think that's true at all. So they're basically, or that it's either the fundamental nature that's the justification, or some people who haven't actually read the utilitarian stuff, like me, often say it's just sort of a dogma. It's just like, well, the idea is you maximize pleasure, minimize suffering, maximize happiness, minimize pain, sadness, etc., whatever. And I've had a few different counter-arguments to that, but I think the biggest counter-argument is simply that there's lots of things I do that I pursue, that I consider very important to being fulfilled, that are like suffering. And lots of things lots of people do, like exercise, for example. If you're a utilitarian, how can you? I mean, this is not. I'm not the first person to make this argument, but like, if you're a utilitarian, how can you argue in favor of working out and not just doing what I do, eating pizza and getting fat and dying at 32 of heart failure or whatever? What's the argument against that? Because they say you should maximize. Like, if I can empirically prove that my life will be so much more filled with suffering due to having to endure suffering to do exercise and endure the suffering of eating salads, which is just a suffering that no human being should be exposed to. Let's say I can prove that suffering, even if my life went on for another, how many years, there would be so much less joy in it, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying, right? Like, what's the evidence against just eating shit and not exercising or whatever, being unhealthy on purpose? And if in further to that, what about just spending all day doing coke and heroin and whatever, and then dying even sooner? If how do you even define pleasure at that point? Because that's pure
dopamine or whatever, pure serotonin in your brain, pure norepinephrine in your brain, if that's not pleasure, then what is? And then beyond that, it's like, well, okay, if you're a utilitarian and you don't argue for just everyone being a heroin addict all the time, that must be because you know that there are many times when pleasure comes from suffering, or suffering comes from pleasure. Like, you do a bunch of heroin, you have fun for a while, and then you're a heroin addict, and that's not very fun. Well, depending, but so therefore, blah blah blah, and it's like, so what do you maximize here? Do you maximize for, like, firstly, how you can't empirically measure suffering or pleasure, so you can't say, like, this is objectively 10 suffering units and this is objectively 4 pleasure units. Like, you can't say that. So you can't be like, well, over the long period of time it's this number, because that's not how it works. So you kind of have to admit that there's a big sort of mishmash in the middle where most things contain some of both, and sometimes something is the other thing. Like, well, whatever, this is a stupid point. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say going schizo in your room and trying to constantly learn. Like, I'd say out of my main needs, like basic Maslow, food, shelter, warmth, water, sleep, stuff like that, breathing, these things. And then next is like an internet connection, so that I have the ability to keep myself entertained and occupied by learning. That's like my main need in life. Like, yeah, human connection is nice too, which is also facilitated by an internet connection, but I can live without it. I won't die, right? But if I don't have the ability to continue to learn, and I mean, you could even, this guy, the Buddhist guy, would probably say, well, if you want to continue to learn, just close your eyes and meditate, and you'll learn about the universe through your own mind. I have never been able to do that, or thought that was really interesting at all. I know what the fuck.
It's like almost 9 a.m. I haven't slept yet because I was in a very active call with Osaka, and then some other people, and then back to just Osaka. And I'm not sure what to make of this whole situation. So that rearrangement, right? Remember I said I rearranged to meet this particular person, or whatever. I said that, like, I was worried I'd have to wake, I had to wake up at 11, but then I rescheduled. It's still going to, basically I have until, we rescheduled for next Monday, so I have a week, well, less than a week, until next Monday to fix my sleep cycle. Now, what does fixing my sleep cycle involve here? Well, I'm thinking, if I can just spend a couple days staying up for as long as possible, I can end up in a sort of a fixed sleep cycle without having to stay up all night. I had some fuel just now. I want a snack, but I don't really have anything snackable. I actually do. I have cereal. I could have cereal's the play. I feel like cereal and alcohol won't go well together, though, like a big bowl of milk. What if I just had water instead of milk? How fucked would that be? Would that be like the most fucked up, disgusting thing ever? I feel like it would be. I had a little bit of booze, but it was just a little bit. So yeah, I don't know. What I have is just, I mean, cereal would be a great snack. I also have tendies. I need to buy more tendies. I need to do a online shop. Fuck. Okay, I should do that like now-ish. I ordered pizza again, like a retard, even though I have plenty of food. Did I tell you I ordered pizza? I don't remember. I can't make ordering pizza a thing. I've now banned myself from ordering takeout once again, as I have to do every so often. What am I doing here? What are my goals in life? What did I eat? I ate pizza. How hungry am I? Who knows? What am I doing? I mean, I can just eat Crave out the box. I'm never gonna do bad doing that, right? Like, that's never gonna end badly. So I'll just do that. Fuck it. And what I want is a glass of whiskey. I'm 100%, I'm probably the only person in the area basically what I'm trying to say is I'm pulling up at 9 a.m., which might make me seem like an alcoholic or something, but this is like, I've been awake all night, so I'm not, it doesn't count as drinking in the morning. I mean, like, it is drinking in the morning, but it's not drinking when I just woke up, which is why it's not alcoholism. This is just regular alcohol drinking. This is Port Charlotte, heavily peated Isla single malt, 2011. The 2011 batch that is made with Isla barley, so locally sourced barley, which is not the case for all batches of Port Charlotte. It's been a while since I had this, actually. Still have about half the bottle left, which is good, but with whiskey, once you've opened it, that was a bit loud. Once you've opened it, you have about 4 to 6 months to drink it, depending on the conditions it's being kept in. Mine not in a temperature or humidity controlled room or anything. You know, super serious whiskey people, they keep that shit. But like I don't. Anyway, what I'm saying is, I have about 4 months to drink it, and I got it in December of last year. So I should. I'm getting through it at a reasonable rate. If I'm trying to stay up, I should probably turn my light on, right? Which I am. I am trying to stay up. Okay. I love Crave so much. Which chocovore are you? The mid-morning muncher, coursework cruncher, afternoon snacker, or nighttime nibbler? That's the question. Which one are you? Put your answers in the comments below. Are you a nighttime nibbler, mid-morning muncher, coursework cruncher, or afternoon snacker? Please comment your chocovore below. This is what I'm planning to do. You reach your hand in, and you pull out the shit, and then you eat it.
the UK shouldn't really be too involved with Russia, and here's why. Because Russia is a land, mostly, really, it's a landlocked nation, right? They're not a threat because Britannia rules the waves, right? We're a naval power. We need to be focusing our efforts on, here's what has to happen. We need to expand the empire once again. For Queen and for country, we need to expand the empire once again. We need to take back our rightful lands in Russia. Russia rightfully belongs to the English. And then, we'll finish what Lenin started. I'm very excited because Dolzmite is currently en route to London, just on the way now. And so on the one hand, I'm very happy. However, on the other hand, physically, I feel awful right now, and I don't know why. Like, how do I describe it? I feel on edge. I felt this all day, and I felt like it would just pass, but it's just been getting worse. Like, is this anxiety? I don't know. I don't think it's anxiety. It's like, it feels like I'm bored and restless is really what it is. And it's probably because I'm bored and restless. And so I've been trying to, figure out what to do. And I've tried a bunch of stuff. Like, I tried, doing a bunch of research into, stuff, but that didn't help. I just kept feeling bored, and, I couldn't really pay attention to any of it because I was restless. And it's I don't know what to do. So now I'm thinking, and eventually my brain has settled on alcohol is the solution to this problem. And I know I have some beers somewhere, but I don't know where. Where is my beer? Well, I mean, I have other alcohol, but I thought I might be hungry. Oftentimes when I feel weird, it's because I'm hungry, so I had some cereal, but it was nice cereal, but it didn't help me at all. There was beer in this room at some point. There was beer in this very room. And there's, but I've been looking around this room. Earlier today I was looking for something, for a cable, and so, there it is! There's the beer! Dun 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 dun. Beer. 1, 2, and 3. These are all the beers I should have. Yes! That's what we've been waiting for. Yes! Okay, and I'm going to start it off. I'm going to start off the party. I don't want to just go crazy here, right? I don't want to feel bad. I don't want to really get a hangover or anything. I'm going to start off the party with a little bit of whiskey again. Just because I haven't been drinking at all. And actually, you know what? Fuck it. Do I want whiskey? I don't know. Maybe a shot. Maybe I have a shot. Do I have a shot glass? Yeah. Do I have a shot glass? I mean, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think timing-wise when I'm going to fall asleep and when I'm going to wake up, because that affects hangovers a lot and how much water I've had and stuff. So I'm okay, so today I woke up 7 p.m., 6:30 p.m. So I should be asleep at 10 a.m. But yesterday I fell asleep not till 11, I think. So I mean, minimum 11. I'm gonna say 11 to 12, maybe 12:30 max, which means 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's 5 hours. Generally speaking, 6 hours before I sleep is my maximum rule of thumb for alcohol, especially liquor. They say liquor before beer, you're in the clear. Beer before liquor, you're getting sicker, or whatever, right? I've always stuck by that knowledge. But now I'm thinking, what if it's the other way around? What if this common knowledge has been a lie this whole time and we haven't been aware of it? What if beer before liquor will get me going quicker? You know what I'm saying? Liquor before beer turn you into a queer. You don't want to be one of those. So, it's a good question. It's all a good question. I'm itchy. I'm itchy everywhere as well. It's probably because I haven't showered in a while. Well, actually, I did shower recently. It's because I don't have any clean clothes. Because there's all my clothes. I do have some clean clothes, actually. I could go change into those, but it's not that big of a deal. This is the whiskey. I also have... do I even have any Kahlua left? No. Is this recording in the right resolution? Recording in the right resolution. Okay. Well, here, since I'm standing here thinking about it, that's the same thing as wanting something. That is the same thing as thinking something is a good idea, right? Look at all these glasses. I don't need all of this shit. This is all like old shit that isn't even mine. Look at how dirty this shit is, man. This is so fucked. Look, it's all... I don't want that. Whatever that is, that's not going to come out with a rinse. It's all like greased in there and dust, and I'm not going to be able to get out all that shit with a rinse. Okay, what do I have? Clean glass. This is a clean glass. I'll just do a rough estimation. This is really fucking nice whiskey, by the way. This is like top 2 whiskeys of all time. My top 2 whiskeys of all time, Lagavulin and Port Charlotte. These are my top 2 whiskeys. A bit more. Yeah, that's about good. I don't want too much. I have 3 pints of beer to get through, and then I can always have more whiskey later. Whiskey, Tango, Foxtrot. Did you know I learned all of the NATO codes? Okay. Smells good. Smell with your nose. That's what the first way you taste things. Good whiskey. Just tried to turn the sun off. I was like, let's turn the light off before I leave. The light wasn't on, it was just the sun. So, I guess I just tried to turn the sun off. This fucking piece of shit, I don't know why I spent 130 quid on it, man. That was definitely one of the I mean, it's nice. It's a nice keyboard, aesthetically and feeling-wise, but I kind of wish I'd bought a bigger mechanical keyboard, because it's not so useful. It's very not useful, in fact. During my period when I was trying to, just in the past few hours, almost of today really, been trying to sort of distract myself with research and stuff from this weird, on-edge, restless feeling. I looked into a whole bunch of stuff. I was looking at Roman history, the history of Christianity, which was really interesting. Tarbuck, I know you don't watch these videos, but I have some shit. Next time we go at it, I'm gonna be pulling out all sorts of shit about the Canaanites, bro. I'm gonna be pulling out all sorts of shit about the Canaanites. So there was that, and I was looking at what else? Just at some point today, I tried to draw a map. I tried to draw a map of the UK divided up into patchwork as I would want it or see it going, but I gave up on that because it was too much effort, and my computer was like GIMP. As much as I like to say GIMP is good, GIMP is kind of shit. Like it was just lagging like crazy, just trying to reset. Like it was kind of unusable. So I didn't do that. But yeah, I was trying to divvy up England, and in the process, I ended up trying to start learning Cornish, or Kernow, as you say. It's how you say Cornish in Cornish. You say it's called Kernow. Which if you don't know, because I think no one outside of the UK knows this. So you know that there are like basically three major sort of ethnic groups in Britain, which is the Celts, who are sort of the OGs, although not really the OGs. There were people here before the Celts, but they're all extinct, or they've been subsumed into the Celts by a really long time in prehistory. So there was the Celts, and there was the Anglo-Saxons, who were actually sort of two different groups, the Angles and the Saxons, but, you know, we'll call them the Anglo-Saxons. And then much, much later, in 1066, the Normans invaded, although they represent a much smaller part of the population, but they're more influential in government than actually as an ethnic group. But so generally, you've got Celtic and Anglo-Saxon Britain, and there are parts of the UK and the British Isles that are historically Celtic, and parts that are not Celtic. So most of England is not Celtic. It's Anglo-Saxon. The Anglo in Anglo-Saxon is where the word England comes from. England means land of the Angles. The Angles being the Angles from the Anglo-Saxons, because the pronunciation of the word England was sort of set in stone before the Great Vowel Shift, so it's complicated. But what I'm trying to say is that the Anglo-Saxons came in from the never eat shredded wheat from the east and pushed the Celtic people to the west and to the north. So mostly because it's just difficult to invade Scotland geographically. So Scotland was, you know, Scotland is like the Celtic area. There's also Wales is a Celtic area. Ireland is obviously very Celtic. You got the Isle of Man, which is a little island in the middle of between Britain and Ireland, like off the coast of Britain on the Irish side. There's an island called the Isle of Man, which has a fucking awesome flag. Here, let me get it up for you. This is the flag of the Isle of Man. It looks like a swastika, but it's like made of shoes. It's fucking crazy, and it's like some ancient shit. It's very cool. That's the Isle of Man, and all of these regions have their own Celtic dialects or Gaelic dialects. So you've got Scots, which unsurprisingly is up in Scotland, and Gaelic in Ireland, and Welsh in Wales, unsurprisingly, and Manx in the Isle of Man. But what most people don't know is there is another Celtic region in the UK, which is Cornwall, which, if you don't know, Cornwall is... Let me get a map of the UK up. Okay, so Cornwall is this area at the bottom here. So this is obviously the UK, Northern Ireland, Irish Republic. Is that what it's called? Republic of Ireland. That's the Isle of Man. This is Scotland. This is Wales. And this bit is Cornwall, then Devon, and London's like over here somewhere if you're interested in that. So there's some British geography for you. And yet Cornwall has their own Gaelic Celtic language and Celtic culture called Cornish or Kernow. And it's just really cool. It's really cool. Cornwall, known generally, what's Cornwall notable for? The Cornish pasty is probably their biggest export. So, it was a big coal mining place during the Industrial Revolution and the Victorian era and all that. Lots of coal in Cornwall. Big mining place for coal. And the miners would go down, and this is the legend behind the invention of the Cornish pasty, is that the miners would go down in the mines and their wives would make them a packed lunch, but after coming up from the mines to take their lunch break, their hands would be covered in soot, and so their wives came up with this idea to make this pastry where it was sort of like a very classic meat in a bun type pastry with like root vegetables and stuff. and a sauce, like a gravy type thing. But the rim of the pastry had a thick, very hard, thick rim that the miners, so what they would do is they'd hold the pastry by the crust like a pizza and then eat the bit with the filling in it, which would on one end have meat and on the other end have like jam and like sweetness. So you'd get a pudding at the end, like you'd eat it through it, and it would be a whole meal. And you'd throw away the crust that was like, covered in soot from your hands. And that sort of evolved into the Cornish pasty as we know it today, which is a big popular food across the UK. So that's the Cornish pasty. What else? They've got a lot of fossils there. A lot of fossils in Cornwall. Funny accents. And that's about it. But yeah, they're cool, and they have a really cool flag as well. Do I have a program which can open a WebP image? Can I open it with Firefox? Yeah, there's the Cornish flag. It's black and white. It's like the St. George's Cross, but black and white instead of red and white. Anyway, that's really cool. And it turns out there's the Scottish, out of all of the Gaelic the Gaelic the Celtic nations, right, you've got this. So obviously there was the troubles in Northern Ireland. There's a very, very long history between England and Ireland, which I don't understand fully. But other than Brexit stuff, which seems to be mostly logistical, although there's been some fear-mongering, I think it's mostly just like logistics and bureaucracy problems caused by Brexit rather than actual like serious diplomatic tensions. But they might evolve over time. But generally that stuff's, there's definitely a lot of Irish people that wouldn't like me to say this, but that's mostly squared away. But right now, the Scottish independence movement is very big, right? The Scottish National Party, which is like an independence party, they want to secede from the UK and become independent from Westminster, and that's sort of every time they hold a vote or a referendum or polls, it seems to get more and more popular, but it hasn't quite happened yet, but it's looking like it might. Obviously, Ireland, not the biggest fan of whatever. Wales also, they have they're kind of doing their own thing. They have their own language, they have their own culture, and they have their own. Importantly, since the UK is made of England, Scotland, Ireland, Northern Ireland, and Wales, each of those countries within the UK gets their own little parliament thing, right? So England has their own parliament, and then each of them have their own assemblies, right? There's the Welsh Assembly, the Scottish Assembly, blah, blah, blah. So Wales gets its own assembly, even though there is a Welsh independence movement, it's not as strong as the Scottish independence movement. I don't really know what's going on in the Isle of Man. I don't know what's going on over there. But Cornwall isn't recognized. It's not a separate country, right? It's not recognized as a separate country. It's part of England, even though historically, it's not been. Even going back to like the 1400s, I have a map here of English kingdoms in the 1300s or 1400s. You can see down here, Kirnue, which is Cornwall, in the same place that it's always been. That's also Dumnonia, Devon, right here. Londane, right? It's all interesting. Anglia, right now called East Anglia. The Fens, Glovia, Gwynedd. This is still called the same thing. Gwynedd. This is where the name Gwynedd comes from. The Welsh name comes from up here. Still called the same thing. The place. these are all the kingdoms from back then, and even back then, like most of these, like Kent is still here. London's obviously much smaller now. Like London's sort of just this little area down here, not quite as big as it once was. But a lot of these areas, don't really exist anymore because this was a really fucking long time ago. But Cornwall, the border of Cornwall, is pretty much stayed the same forever. Like it has this really fucking long history of being its own place, and yet it's just been absorbed into the UK or into England rather. And it turns out there is a small but growing independence movement in Cornwall, to the point where there have even been a few like radical groups since the 80s who have committed like arson attacks and vandalism attacks. Like there was a group who just kept like they basically said like if we ever see you flying an English flag in Cornwall, we're gonna come and rip it down and vandalize your shit. They set fire to a car. Like it's minor compared to a lot of other stuff, but it exists. There is an independence movement, which is really fucking cool. And right now, the biggest party in favor of independence is actually a centre-left party. They don't have many votes or anything, but they do exist, and that's cool. So yeah. In my patchwork map of Britain, I was like, Cornwall needs to be its own fucking place. I don't care what else happens. Cornwall is its own place. So I did that. I made the Isle of Man its own place. I made London a city-state. I split Wales up into a few different territories based on, there's definitely a big cultural divide between Northern Wales and Southern Wales that you can see to this day, but it's hard to draw distinct borders between where Northern Wales ends and Southern Wales starts and stuff like that. So that was a bit complicated, and then I just sort of ran out of steam because it was like too difficult to work with GIMP doing all of this complicated image editing. And also I was like, do I make Mercia a thing? Like Mercia was the biggest kingdom for a long time, from like the 1600s onwards, I think. Big, like all of this, pretty much, all of this was Mercia, like this big kingdom. So that's interesting, but I don't know if that's too big for patchwork. But anyway, so that's one of the things I did, and I was researching into all of that. I also did a bunch of looking into the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and I've concluded that the best options right now, I'm afraid to say it, is just give them Ukraine. It's not good for the Ukrainians. It's gonna fucking suck for the Ukrainians, but for the greater good, it's not gonna be that bad. It's not gonna be great, but it's not gonna be that bad. And the chances that Russia actually expands after getting Ukraine, then if they take more than they have legitimate, not actually legitimate, but like, how do I put it? I can see where they're coming from. Essentially, it's not great. Like I don't agree with the Russian argument to have Ukraine. I think Ukraine should obviously be independent. However, and not be invaded. And war is bad. I shouldn't have to say this. However, in the grand scheme of things, it's not the worst deal. It could be worse, and a big war is worse than just handing it over. So Ukraine should just surrender to Russia and hand itself over for its own safety and for the safety of the rest of Eastern Europe. But in doing so, they should, like all of the other NATO powers, should be like, okay, this is the last one you get. Like you did some Georgia, you did some Ukraine, you've got Belarus, you've got like Transnistria. Okay, give them Ukraine and give them Moldova, right? That's what I say. Give them Ukraine, give them Moldova, and then it's like, and then you just say, now, if you're not happy with this, like if you take any, like that's it, right? That's where we draw the line. Like you can have that. But if you take a fucking pinky toe over the line, then that's not acceptable. And I think Russia will accept those terms
and that's the play. I also think it's the same deal with Taiwan, by the way. Like, yeah, it's going to suck for Taiwan if China gets control, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not worth going to war over for like America or America's allies. And they should just let China have Taiwan. Like, it's definitely a bad deal for the Taiwanese people, but that's not like the America world police is just a bad foreign policy idea. Like, that's none of our business. I'm not American, but I happen to live in an American allied country. It's just not really worth intervening for the loss of life that it would cause. So there you go. There's my hot takes on Ukraine. Definitely bad. Definitely bad that Russia is invading Ukraine, and unjustified. However, not worth crying over. Well, unless you're Ukrainian, in which case, tough luck. So yeah, I looked into that, and what else? That was about it, really. Tried to learn some Cornish, but it didn't stick. Didn't stick in my brain. Can't remember it. Yeah, that's about it. So here's the dealio, Emilio. I'm kind of drunk. I'm kind of hungry. I have food, but none of it's like interesting or good or like appealing in any way. Like, if I have survival level food right now. I'm kind of like out. I mean, okay, this isn't strictly true. Actually, how true is any of this? I have tendies. Here's what happened. I have tendies. However, that's the last of the tendies. But I just ordered another shopping delivery with more tendies so I can eat the tendies. My thought was, I'm going to have to go outside and go get food. But now I'm kind of invested in the idea of going out to go get food. I don't know what I want anymore. I could just have tendies. I should save them for tomorrow, maybe, because Dotsmite is going to be here tomorrow, and Dotsmites like tendies. This is a fact about those people, those Dotsmite types. They're big fans of tendies. Like, I have food. I could make food. Do I want to make food? Kinda no, though. What I want, ideally, chicken shop, chicken and chips. It's like 9 a.m. I don't think they're open. I could check. I should check. I could go up to the shop, local shop, purchase a peppered wake lice of some kind, a peppered wake lice, aka a peppered steak slice, or some sort of little thing, pastry deal, cheap pastry thing, fill me up a little bit. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Anything could happen. Narrowing it down. The chicken shop is indeed not open. It doesn't open until 11, by which time I'll probably be asleep. So my options are as follows: either tendies or I go to the shop. Normally, in this situation, I would say tendies. However, I'm just kind of invested in the idea of going to the shop, and I don't know why. In which case, I guess there's an argument to be made that it's just generally good practice to get out of the house once in a while, so going to the shop's a good thing. Yeah, I don't know.
Can I actually fucking be bothered to do that, though? It's kind of a fun activity to drink a couple beers and go to the shop in the early morning. I might have to kick it. You know what? I'm thinking I'm kicking it, guys. I'm thinking I'm kicking it. You know, Aftermath 2 feels like it's a significant downgrade from Aftermath 1. I don't know if I'm the only one that feels this, but well, firstly, where am I? Well, I don't know. I'm getting spun around here. Let me put the camera down somewhere. Okay. Yeah, it feels like Aftermath 2 is a significant downgrade from Aftermath 1 in terms of quality. It started off good. And there's an interesting bit, is the mental breakdown section, that's recent, right? That must be in this video. Let me play other shoe. Here it is. Yeah, I mean, that was a good section. If only for, at least being interesting. So, there's that. But there's an old saying, one mental breakdown does not a good video make. And so, yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. But, I'm thinking of posting this on No Thanks. I was reminded that, I don't know, I'm coming back around on the idea of having, actually spreading stuff out between my channels, not just putting everything on this channel. So, Dotesmite is currently at the store buying Dotesmite objects. Oh, Dotesmite arrived. Did I mention that? I don't know what I've talked about and what I fucking haven't talked about. I don't remember what I said in the last episode of the vlog. Not that this is an episode of the I don't know what I'm talking about. I was thinking to post this on my third channel. I don't know, on No Thanks. Because it's not as good as Aftermath 1. I still haven't Libre booted the X60. Today I'm on the X220 because I was doing something, I forget what, but there was some reason that I couldn't use the X60 for it. After a significant amount of time on Alpine with the X60, after installing, firstly I found out what this is. It's the, when you put I asked on the ThinkPad General on G, so when you put an express card in, this is like the locking mechanism, or basically not a locking mechanism, but it should pop out when you put an express card in, and then when you push it down, it will eject the express card. It's the ejection mechanism for express cards. So, but yeah. Oh look, this is the original Bunny. You might have seen people using Bunny Fetch. But did you know the original Bunny Fetch is this tiny bash script? I don't think it's fully working because I think it should say more things than that. Let's what is it supposed to do? Requires Typicon font to display the icons. I don't need that. Items. Okay, I don't fucking know what SEP. W. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Nor am I sure why there are two bunnies here. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what some of the stuff does. But still I'm not the most bash scripting of people. Although if I was gonna do it, I should. Yeah, like this doesn't work. I don't think I have X-Win info, right? Yeah, so maybe I should. Well, that program doesn't seem to exist, so I don't know what the fuck that thing's trying to call. But it seems like this is all it's supposed to do anyway. It's supposed to. These squares are supposed to be icons, but I don't need icons. And nor do I need this because I already have fet.sh, which is better anyway. And on the X60 I use pfetch. Not that which fucking fetch you use matters in the tiniest fucking inkling. I don't know why I care. I mean, I guess it's kind of aesthetic, but it's literally not important at all. Still haven't lever booted the X60, which is why I'm like tentative on all this stuff. But I'm feeling more confident than I was that I will be able to deal with reinstalling Alpine. But I want to make it as smooth of a process as possible. So I'm going to do various things. But one of the things I'm going to do, the main thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that I have all of the resources that I need handy. Oh, by the way, let me go into the desktop thread on G. So I can show you what because I'm not going to bother turning the computer on because it takes too long, but it should be somewhere around here. Because I posted it here. I got a new wallpaper, and I think it's pretty cool. TK Miz wallpaper. That's what it looks like. Got at Hidamari on Alpine Linux on the ThinkPad X60S. Yeah, and I have this is Firefox, and I have this cool user style, like a userchrome.css that I found on r/Firefox CSS and modified a little bit, which will like hide everything, because that's what I really want, is to hide the tab bar and the URL bar, but then they'll pop out when you mouse over them. It's not perfect, but it's about, I feel like, as good as it's going to get without being retarded. But yeah, like 3 gigs of RAM, you don't need more than 3 gigs of RAM. You really don't. And like I'm just convinced that people are just using I don't know what people are using their computers for, but like, I mean, I don't know if I can't emulate PS2 games on that, I don't think. I don't know if I could get away with like PS1 and 64 era games. Maybe. I'm not sure. There are some later. Oh, Dotsmy accidentally took my wallet and used my card. That's fine. I'm rich. There are some. There are some later N64 games that don't run emulated even on the X220. But whatever the point is, I can definitely emulate SNES and NES games on that. Like, obviously. And that's like a whole bunch of fucking games. Not that I really play games at all, but I can do that, and I can probably play some native Linux visual novels on there, like I don't know, anything like that. Well, I don't intend to install Wine because that's bloat, massive bloat. I didn't realize how fucking bloated Wine is with all of the WineDrick stuff installed. It's fucking huge. Which obviously doesn't matter that much on the X220, even though I try and avoid bloat as much as possible. It's, at the end of the day, still need. I like playing visual novels, whereas the X60, I have a tiny hard drive and no fucking RAM and a really old CPU, so not so much of an option. In terms of things I need to do, there are some things that I am actually like I feel like I'm going to set up better. So hopefully I can set up the audio less stupidly next time I do it. I should actually I don't know. I feel like I did as much research as I possibly can into Pipewire, and it just doesn't work. Like, it just doesn't make any sense or work or anything. Although it would be nice to have a Pipewire audio set up, I just simply do not know how to do it. And then, so I will probably end up being Alpha/Pulse Audio, as it is now. Well, actually, currently it's Pulse Audio system-wide, which is stupid, but it works. So, if it works, it works. It'll probably break one day. Also, do you remember my problem of the headphone jack being these headphones have this big jack thing? I just realized I bet they sell flexible cables that have a female one of these on one end and a small one on the other end. Turns out they do. They're a little expensive for a cable, but I ordered one of those, which should come today. So that's nice. And then that should get rid of a bunch of my worries, because the audio output on this is already getting a little loose. So hopefully that should solve that problem before it gets any worse. That's one of the other reasons I don't want to use that right now, is because I'm worried about accidentally breaking the audio thing. But hopefully that solves that problem. What else? That's pretty much it computer-wise. Myself and Dotes might have just been considering becoming minimalists, which I think is a good idea. I've been considering. I think minimalism is a great. I don't know. I think just generally speaking, I would feel better about myself. It's not I would. I do feel better about myself the less I participate in mainstream consumer economies. Not 100%. Obviously, it's impossible to not interact with them at all, and not even desirable. But for example, one of the things that is just good is actually, let me just get it up on this computer. So it's a website, for example, called breadpunk.club, and if you look on their about, where's the about? Oh, manifesto. There we go. So, Jesus of Nazareth. It's good because it has a quote from Jesus. Jesus of Nazareth, man cannot live on bread alone. This is true. And Roy Camreri says, they say bread is life. Bread was invented tens of thousands of years ago, probably by some drunk because they had the munchies. It's been made continuously since then by people of varying degrees of sobriety and to varying degrees of success. For nearly its entire history, bread has been made using stale dough from earlier bread, or made from a fresh pool of fermented wheat or water. It took time, but it was good, and we had time. Of course, the market came along, and with it hunger, the hunger of the working class, who did not have time to sit and wait for bread. We invented instant yeast in a lab. We invented styrofoam bread with no taste but fast turnaround, and we called it good. But we knew not what we did, or at least many of us didn't. The alphabet, they say, was invented only once. Bread is invented every time anew. It's life itself, and life is not for sale. Breadpunk rejects the commoditization of life by market capitalism. Breadpunk is an attitude that something our ancestors made largely for free is not something we should be spending money on. Bread punk is the idea that we have time again, and that industrialism gives us time to bake bread. Bread punk is simple. Make your own damn bread. That is the sound of a riled Dotesmite returning from the store. I won't film your face, but there you go.
Do you see the text I sent to you? Do you see the text I sent to you?
I did.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I hear you £4, £3.45 actually.
That is okay, I'm rich. Did they have pudding?
They used to have pudding, but they have something like close enough.
Oh, I see. Oh, these things.
Yeah. I was just pointing it out. Looks pudding enough.
That does look pudding enough.
Yeah, and I got tomatoes and a monster.
That's good.
Yeah. Why are you recording?
I was just rambling, really.
Yeah.
General updates. Dotesmite is here. We're both feeling a lot better now that we're in each other's presence again. The place is still a mess, but Dotesmite is, I would say, helping me clean, but mostly just cleaning. The front room, we're slowly making our way through the pile of shit in the sink and washing it up.
Yeah.
And by we, I mean, once again, Dotesmite.
Yeah, I just saw that you were having trouble, so I was like, okay, I need to fucking do it.
Thank you.
It bothers you more than me, and you're less capable of doing it than I am.
This is very true.
I'm going to put the pudding in the fridge.
Okay. Do you not want I guess you can have one now.
I have the monster first, because you can't mix monster and like actual sweets. If you have to like see sugar monster, because it makes the monster taste bad.
I see.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
So you can't mix the monster into sweets.
Okay. But yeah, bread is nice. The actual website, by the way, is a Pubnix. Pubnix is a cool. This website is just a bunch of people who bake their own bread, posting breads they made. Like, oh, this person did not post any breads they made. This person, for example, has posted a whole bunch of breads they've made. And these look like really nice. Look, they made a bread that spells out breadpunk.club.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
That is cool.
They made all types of different breads. These are some pretty impressive breads, actually. Do you think these are pretty impressive breads?
Yeah, they are pretty impressive breads.
But you don't need to get so fancy with it, to be perfectly honest. Although these do look quite nice.
I'm really proud of just eating things you're streaming.
So am I. Although I also want to make ciabatta.
Yeah.
No.
That should be fairly easy.
Not ciabatta. I mean, well, I want to make ciabatta.
Is?
Well, ciabatta is also really old and Italian.
Oh, I see.
But the thing I was thinking of was not ciabatta, it was the other one. What the fuck's it called?
I don't fucking know.
Focaccia. Yeah, ciabatta's good. Ciabatta is what you make paninis out of.
I see.
It's mainly good for making paninis and not much else. But it is good for making paninis. But I'm personally a fan of a denser bread.
Yeah.
You know this about me.
Yeah.
I'm a man of dense bread tastes.
I don't like soft fluffy bread. Yeah.
You should try making chocopan then.
I mean, I don't like them enough to actually put in effort to make them.
And they're not that difficult.
Yeah, but it takes more kneading and stuff generally when you mix those two things. I guess you have to mix your machine.
This guy seems cool, or person. Prospero. Sorry, this is all public. It's not like I'm leaking something that's not publicly on the internet. Is Safe Pass a sign of totalitarianism? The fuck is Safe Pass? Oh, that's COVID, I suppose. What is the conclusion? Oh, I think they're saying that Safe Pass is somewhat totalitarian. That's the only post they've made is an extensive guide on how to contact me. That's actually, I should make a blog post called Extensive Guide on How to Contact Me.
Yeah.
This is actually a really good idea. Yes, by the way, if you want to contact me, nothankyou@matrix.org on Matrix. Soon to be, hopefully, nothankyou@nothankyou.org on Matrix at some point. I might actually change my. What is this? Envis.net. Non-commercial shared Linux system. How does this? Whatever the fuck this is, I like it. This is incredible website design. This is top. This is God tier. What do you think? This is fucking God tier. This is perfect. No JavaScript, by the way. I have JavaScript turned off, obviously. This is what websites should look like, for fuck's sake. Why can't you people get this through your thick fucking skulls? This is what fucking websites are. Anything other than this is not a real website. It's just a meme. Well, I don't have to show you this, but okay, I would like to. So, what is this? I think I might join this and sign up for matrix.ems.net and change my matrix, because that's actually kind of sick. Because I like, that is the biggest problem with Matrix, is that matrix.org, the server is too populated and is possibly an Israeli honeypot. I mean, I guess I do plan on one day self-hosting a Matrix instance, off of my Raspberry Pi or off of another old laptop or something. What do you think, Dodds, mate?
I mean, you should do it, because I think it's private fund.
Yeah, you're right. It's just that that's kind of less reliable than using an actual server, because I don't have that much bandwidth. Anyway, yeah, I've just been sort of rambling for a while. I'm not sure. So I originally said that this video would end when Dotsmite arrived, and Dotsmite's now arrived, so I guess the video has to end. I was planning to install to Libre boot the computer before Dotsmite arrived, but that hasn't happened. So I suppose Libre booting will be in its own video, which is good. That's all fine by me. I'm happy to do that, in fact. I actually want to be making more Linux videos. I have a couple of Linux videos planned. One of them is how to use it's this. It's how to use FZF or FZY instead of dmenu, because hey, you already probably have a fuzzy finder installed. If you probably should, because they're cool. And it's literally just it's like a genius one-line script. There's a few the thing is, there's a few like floating around on the internet is a few different scripts to do a similar thing. But I've after scouring the internet, I found the most minimal one. So that's the one I'm going to show. Anyway, I'm going to sign up to this and not record it, but yeah.
Storing energy from renewables, actually pretty easy. You don't have to, as long as you're talking on large scale, you don't need to build a fucking flywheel or any of this bullshit that people are making up. You don't need to build it. You don't need it. You just you get a hill. You dig a pit on the top of the hill, you dig a pit on the bottom of the hill, you put a pipe between them, You fill it with water. When there's not enough energy, you let the water out of the top one and it spins a turbine in the pipe. When there's too much energy, you suck the water back up from the bottom one and put it back in the top one. That will store the energy for when you don't have enough energy, so you can release it and it will spin the fucking turbine. That's how you do large-scale energy storage. That's not the problem. Retards think that's the problem. It's not the fucking problem. The problem is small-scale energy storage that doesn't rely on lithium and stuff. That's harder. I don't have an answer for that one. Seen some interesting ideas thrown around, like compressed air batteries, small-scale compressed air batteries. I don't really know the physics behind it, but I've heard that because they've been thinking of building big compressed air batteries, but apparently, for some reason, the physics work out so that the smaller scale the compressed air batteries are, the more efficient they are. So it's actually better to have them fairly small scale, and because it's just air, and you're not going to have crazy high pressure, like you're not going to have a scuba tank. It will be more like just a plastic tube, like a syringe type of deal. You could theoretically, I mean, they'd be much, much bigger than lithium batteries. Like they'd be a backpack type size, but they'd be a backpack full of air type size. Like it wouldn't be crazy heavy. But I don't know how. I'm not a expert, so if you know anything about that and you know why that's a stupid idea, please feel free to tell me, because I'm ready to accept it. I live in London, and here's a fact about London. We once had our lot of the Elon Musks. We had our Elon Musk lot, right? We were like, we're going to come along. We're going to solve all of your infrastructure problems. However, there are a few differences. Now, if you want to know about it, if you come to London, you'll find a few things. If it wasn't built fairly recently or destroyed in the Blitz, it's Victorian. Because the Victorians knew how the fuck to build things, especially infrastructure. They were fucking great at it. I mean, not always. Like the sewage system built by the Victorians, kind of a big problem. Had a lot of problems. Having to repair and replace the Victorian sewage system in London is a massive fucking money hole. It worked well for a while, but it was not up to modern standards. But yeah, they knew how the fuck to build things. Isambard Kingdom Brunel, he knew how the fuck to build things. And his dad, I've forgotten something, Brunel, also knew how to build things. They fucking knew. They had it figured out. So let's see how they did it. Well, here's the first thing. I've been realizing more and more that profit incentive is really what determines whether a product is good or bad. It's who is this. Let me turn this light on. Creepy under my face lighting really doesn't do me much favors, but anyway. Basically whether a product is actually good in the end depends on who the people making the product, how they're getting their money. So modern tech entrepreneurs, all their products suck because the smaller ones, they just get their money from investors, right? The startups and all that. They build their product not to be good for the user, but to pitch to investors and hopefully get bought out by a big company. So they just have to make their, since that's how they make the money, it doesn't matter how good it is for the users, right? They're inconsequential. It just matters that it looks good for investors. And then the bigger companies, generally speaking, either also investors or shareholders or ad companies. That's why Google sucks, YouTube sucks, etc. The ones that are good-ish, better, are the ones where the revenue comes directly from the end user, the majority of their revenue. It's even better when it's not a subscription model. The less subscription-based it is, the better. So I know Twitch has all the problems, but compared to YouTube, it has way less problems. And that's because they take a cut of donations. I mean, yeah, they serve ads and they track you and they sell your data to third parties. That's how they make a bunch of their money, but etc. Right? I've already explained this stuff, right? Like Amazon generally pretty good user experience because it has to be a good user experience because they take a cut of all sales and that's how they make their money. So they want it to be the best user experience possible. They're not making their service for ad companies. They're making their service for you and me, ish, right? It's not great, but it is what it is. So, where did Isambard Kingdom Brunel? Where does Isambard and Elon differ? Well, they're somewhat the same in that they both get most of their money from governments. And also they both fail a lot. Like the first tunnel under the Thames was a complete failure. It succeeded in that they got it done, but it was tiny. It was like super cramped. It's now like for cables. It's not for humans anymore because no one could use it. No one wanted to use it. It sucked. But they kept doing it, and eventually they got it right, I guess. But yeah, I don't really know what I'm saying here. I don't really know where they got their money. I'm just saying this is not how you fix infrastructure problems. Trains is how you fix infrastructure problems. But then again, the only reason the Victorians were so into trains is because at the time that was the biggest. I guess what I can say is it was more actually Victorian era infrastructure was closer to the bare metal of capitalism and industrial capitalism rather than modern infrastructure being kind of abstracted. So what I mean is Victorian infrastructure was necessitated by the emphatic need to get workers to factories as efficiently as possible. And so they built a whole bunch of trains and shit, and roads, etc. And the best way to do that at the time was trains, so they built a bunch of train networks, and they work really fucking well, because it needed to happen, and it didn't exist. Right now what we have is a bunch of different ways people can get to work, most of which are cars, and most of which suck, but none of them actually don't exist. Firstly, we don't have an industrial economy anymore. We have a service economy, so you don't have to ship these huge amounts of workers who all live in this part of the city, all over to this part of the city where the factories are, which is probably fairly close by anyway. It's rather you have everyone from the outside of the city all coming into the middle and then all going out. But it's not like it's not as machinic, it's not as clockwork, right? It's a bit more fluid, and they're not doing actually producing anything, right? They're just doing whatever the fuck people do at jobs. I don't know. I don't have those. And since we already have cars and, well, in London at least, a public transport network that's really good. London's public transport network it's actually really good. I'm hella pro. I mean, the only problem is that it's overpriced, but that's London for you. Whereas somewhere like Los Angeles, people still get to work somehow in LA. They just have to leave 3 hours earlier than they would in a city that was designed by not retards. But that's not really cutting too hard into the profit margins of the companies. So because they can just force people to say you either don't have a job or you get up in time to predict waiting in traffic. We don't have to pay you for that. It's not losing us any money. So yeah, I don't know. That's the big difference here, is that the solution. I don't really know. It's not necessarily tech entrepreneurs. I said this thing earlier, which is that technological solutions tend to actually supersede political solutions to problems. However, I'm not sure if I made it clear enough that it's never the tech entrepreneur people that do these things. It's always a bottom-up type of thing, big revolutionary technologies like the printing press or whatever. They weren't
created by or light bulbs or any of this shit, even if the car, the train, like they were all just made, they weren't really made for profit. I mean, they were made for profit somewhat, but they weren't like, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm trying to reason out in my head, like, what's the material difference in the conditions between an invention that works and an invention that doesn't work? Is it just the person? It can't just be the person behind it, because I'm sure every generation has had, I know for a fact every generation has had their Elon Musk, every generation has had their Isambard Kingdom Brunels and all of this stuff, and every generation has had their Tim Berners-Lees or their Nikola Teslas. Ironic, Musk, Tesla, haha. I hate him so fucking much. Elon Musk, Tesla was cool. Like there's always been this sort of situation, and really the answer is that like Tesla was way more, obviously everyone knows these days that Tesla way more of a big deal than Thomas Edison. Thomas Edison just had a better marketing agency and sold his products for money. Blah blah blah. I'm just trying to figure out like why it's not happening. It is happening, you know, but it takes a while. This is the thing. This is the thing. Technology isn't the great man theory of history. It's all these little tiny individual pieces that slot together, and then eventually it all sort of seems like it just came out of nowhere. It's like scientific advancement. Like you have all of these tiny papers that have like it's the tiniest little thing to say, and then suddenly because of all of that, it allows for this one paper that breaks the fucking world, and it's like, oh, E equals MC squared. Whoa, who knew that, right? Now we can nuke each other. But really, it's all these little incremental things. But the problem is that while you're in the midst of it, and especially when a lot of money is involved, and specifically investors' money is involved, so it's not just, is this product actually worth something? It's a matter of convincing rich people that this product is worth something. It's hard to tell, but I just think, I mean, crypto is a big example of this, right? Like, is crypto actually a world-changing technology, or still in its early stages, or is it just a complete failure that's only attractive to investors and rich people who it's designed to attract? It's impossible to know. I mean, I think a lot of people who watch this channel would probably say the latter, but I say like there are positives to crypto. Like there are definitely. I don't think you can really argue that nothing positives come out of crypto. Like the technology, blockchain technology, as much as I shit on it, it's pretty fucking clever. So yeah, like I used to say like append-only databases have been around for decades. They're nothing special. But the special thing is that they don't rely on a centralized server. Yeah, I just think that like that general ethos is good, but using it to transfer value is like the worst possible use for it, because it just brings all of this shit show of capitalists, investors and shit into it, who all manipulate the technology for their own needs, rather than, you know, if it was just a similar type of system. I mean, people have tried to make blockchain into something else, like Scuttlebutt, for example, which is like, it's a social media network using the block. There's a whole bunch of shit that uses blockchain. I don't know, it's something, I don't fucking know, don't ask me, I'm not a fucking expert. But like, I personally think that the whole like free software is where it's at. Like Linux, etc., are just going to build up and eventually explode. There's going to be some big deal. Well, I don't know if it's going to. I mean, what I think is going to happen is it's just going to become. Firstly, let's preface this with, I don't think it's anywhere close to actually happening, because iPad Zoomers don't know how to computer work. They would see an iPad Zoomer baby would see a terminal prompt and their head would explode. If you're an iPad Zoomer baby, hopefully you're not watching this channel. Imagine giving your kids an iPad. Like that should be child abuse. I can't imagine doing that to someone.
Well, imagine having kids in the first place. That should be considered child abuse. I don't know, I just sort of recorded this video because I wanted to ask the question of what makes the difference between an Elon Musk and an Isambard Kingdom Brunel. But the answer, I think, is just luck, or skill. But then the difference is, what's the difference between a Musk and a Nikola Tesla figure? Because Tesla never tried to make, well, he didn't really care about making a whole bunch of money off of his stuff. What's the difference between Elon Musk and Tim Berners-Lee? Tim Berners-Lee gave his shit out for free. Bars. And that's why, the ever-growing free software movement is so important, because that's where all the important shit happens, right? It never happens in the corporate space. And as much as some people will try and tell you that, well, all of the most important technological research actually comes from the state. Debatable. The state, it's true that a lot of research done that is originally state-funded ends up in consumer devices. That's objectively true and undeniable. But the question of how useful this technology actually is debatable, and how good this technology actually is debatable. On a consumer level, of course, like stuff like, for example, GPS. GPS is very convenient. It's very useful if you're navigating a ship or going on a long drive or whatever. But people just maps still work. You can just navigate around with a paper map and you're not going to die. Places have signs. It's not that big. It's just it's convenient, and in certain situations, like for the military or for shipping, or very important stuff that needs to be extremely precisely geolocated. There's a bunch of applications where it's extremely useful. But do I need a GPS chip in my phone? Not really. Not that much. I could get by with just a street map app where I would just find my own location and follow my own directions, which is already pretty much what I do. I don't need Google to tell me that, I don't need that. And even if I did, you don't, people can walk around and look at street signs, compare the name on the street to the name on their phone, and just know where they are by doing that. They don't need a GPS tracker to pinpoint their location. When I was a kid, my family went on a holiday across America, partially, not the whole way, but a trip partially across America. And this was iPhones existed, but they weren't super popular yet. And we navigated using paper maps entirely. They weren't reliable. The GPS on iPhones at the time was a big joke. It was oh, you follow the iPhone GPS and end up in the ocean. Any of you remember those memes? But yeah, it was a big joke at the time. It wasn't reliable enough. So we used paper maps, and we didn't get lost a single time. We literally did not get lost. We were in a foreign country, driving on the wrong side of the road in a car with me, 13-year-old me, 12-year-old me, in charge of the maps. And we just got across the country. Now, yes, America is very straight and it's easy to navigate. The roads are all very simple, but, it's not hard. You don't need all this shit. That's just GPS. Velcro, NASA, trickle-down techonomics is what I call it. Trickle-down techonomics, where you have to fund NASA and whatever because they're the ones that trickle down all of the Velcro you use. Velcro is cool, but, it's not a life-changing invention. I could live without it. It's useful, don't get me wrong. I'm a fan I have Velcro all over a lot of shit. But, it's not and also, most of the stuff comes from the military, not from NASA. I'm all for funding NASA, but let's be real here. Most of the stuff comes from the military. There's the idea that, ARPANET or whatever, and Colossus computers wouldn't have come about without the military. I suppose that's true. Does that justify all of this stuff? Surely you could just, I don't know. I'm on the fence here. Like, on the one hand, I think it's undeniable that a bunch of very important inventions come from public funding. On the other hand, I don't think it's a good solution to just throw as much money at the military as you can and hope that good technology will trickle down to people, or just throw as much money into like random fucking programs like the Soviets did. Like, they came up with a bunch of interesting technology, sure, but they also wasted a lot of money. So I don't know. Like, this is just the thing with R&D, is it's kind of a void. It's kind of a money black box, because you can never really know. Like, the investments you put into R&D, you can never really know if you're going to get a good ROI or not, because oftentimes you have to wait a long time, or it's basically random. It just depends on whether you have good people working for you, or if the state of the wider discourse. Like, yeah, I don't really know that there is particularly an argument to be made here. Well, I think that the argument to be made here, the only legitimate one is, Elon Musk is fucking retarded, and he's retarded because he gets a lot of money from the government, so he doesn't have to make good products. He just has to convince the government to give him money, and investors to give him money, which he should. That's not how it should work, especially the government. So, like, maybe like a sort of, like, the way I see it, the best computer, the best laptop ever made is the ThinkPad, and that was made by IBM, and IBM is good. Like, everyone knows that things made by IBM worked well, and they still continue to work well. So whatever IBM's business model is, or was, that's what we should be doing. But then they transitioned away from it, so I guess it wasn't working for them. They have a whole different business model now. They don't make consumer electronics anymore. So yeah, I don't know. I'm basically just coming to terms in my mind with, like, is Nick Land correct or incorrect about capitalism and technology? Like, a lot of left accelerationists say that, like, there's this other thing beneath capitalism that's the actual driving force behind all of this stuff. I don't know if they have a name for it or what. But I guess Nick Land has a good point when it's like, if you think about it, pre-capitalist countries or times didn't produce the staggering number of technological innovations that post-capitalist countries did. And yes, the Soviet Union counts as a capitalist country. If you're going to argue against that, I don't know what to tell you. But then on the other hand, like, I don't know, it's the whole big conundrum between collaboration versus competition. It's like, well, if a whole bunch of people are competing in a capitalist like markets, then that's really inefficient, because it would be better if they just pooled their resources and all worked together on the same thing. They could get things done much faster and better. However, on the other side, it's, well, what incentive would they have to make, if they had all pulled their things together and they weren't competing with each other, then how would you make sure that the stuff they're making is good and they're incentivized to make really good stuff? I don't have the answers. I don't have the answers, but I'm increasingly pro-competition. I just think humans aren't that good at it. But when you make computers compete with each other, that goes really well. That's like one of the better things about Bitcoin and blockchain, is the idea of, like, making computers compete with each other. That way, because they, unlike humans, are actually logical actors, rational actors, who will, act in their own best interest 100% of the time. And if you can make them do that, which is proven to be in theory a good system, although in practice humans are too messy, but if you can make robots do that, and they're not messy, then I think that's a good idea. I just don't think it's really been applied that well yet. But now we're talking in sort of vagaries. I don't know. Central planning just seems like a bad idea to me, like in most things.
like one of the things in computerizing that kind of annoys me is the obsession with standards. That like, I mean, there are really good important things that are standardized, and it's very good that they're standardized. But then there's also things that are really good because they're not standardized. And I don't know how to tell the difference between those two things sometimes. And there's a lot of like counterintuitive stuff, like with regards to central planning, where it's like, for example, like planned road infrastructure is way less efficient than organic road infrastructure, like we do in Britain, where all the roads are all higgledy-piggledy because they just sort of sprung up as they were needed, and then eventually got paved over and properly, whatever. Whereas like America has this whole grid system and it doesn't work very well. But then you've got like Paris, which is like half and half, and that seems to work pretty well. Like I think centrally planned the middle of the city, but then again, I say Paris works pretty well. This isn't true at all now that I think about it. Have you seen how the French? Well, I think half the problem is how the French drive. But the other half is, yeah, I think maybe it would be better if the stuff was just organic in general. But yeah, that's not necessarily. I don't know. It's all about incentives, right? It's all about incentives. This is what economy is all about. Economics, Freakonomics. I should read Freakonomics. I don't really know what that book is, but I've heard about it in the past. I should read it. Yeah, I mean, there's all these like questions, There's all these questions, and none of them have answers, and it kind of sucks. Like I used to be able to just be like an ANCOM, and I would just be like, haha, yeah, fuck competition, bro. Everything should just be mutual aid, and I'm just like, well, I wish I could go back to that. It was a simpler time. I have a few things that I'm into right now, but I haven't thought them all through enough and done enough research to be like super open about how into them I am. Like, kind of into, I mean, definitely into full reserve banking, definitely into, non-fiat currency, definitely into trains, big time. Kind of into UBI, but kind of not into UBI. Thinking about the fucking what's it called? Negative income tax, where like if you're like there's a certain threshold where you have zero income tax, and then below that you get negative income tax, which should, I don't know, if there's something. I think I don't know exactly how it works, but I need to do more research. Economics is boring though, but it's so important. It sucks how important it is. But then this is the problem. It's boring. It's really important, and it's also all bullshit. Like, it's not, like how is anyone supposed to figure any of this stuff out? Like, or you can like. Yeah, it's kind of silly. It's kind of a whole silly thing with like you've got this really boring subject which affects every single person. So everyone has to have like at least a little bit of opinion on it, but no one knows what they're talking about. And even the people who do know what they're talking about, firstly they can't agree on anything, and secondly the stuff they do agree on doesn't fucking work. But no one really knows why, and no one has a really good alternative. So that's a fucking mess. You know what's good? This is good. This is a potato. This is good. Potatoes are good. They're made of starchy carbohydrate stuff. They're cheap. They're easy to grow in many conditions. Very hardy.
They're very filling and nutritious. You can cook them in a variety of ways. They're great. That's what I'm talking about. Fuck Elon Musk. Let's talk about potatoes. Rice, also good. Less good than potatoes in terms of... I mean, it's very cheap, but it's mostly cheap because it's made by poor people. I don't know about rice. It's good. I like rice. I like how it's cheap. But I'm not sure about... Also, in some sense, I'm not sure about rice. I like bread. Here's the thing. Make your own damn bread. Into that. Made my own bread. Me and Dotes might. Flatbread today. That was good. Very filling. Flatbread, dense, filling, delicious. That's what it's all about. The problem with making bread rather than buying bread is, as Dotes might tells me, even though buying the ingredients to make bread is way cheaper than just buying bread, the problem is the energy cost of making bread make it kind of net even, because cooking takes a lot of energy. I think that's reasonable. But the bread that you make yourself tastes better. It just takes more time. It just takes more goddamn time. If I plan on staying in this house, which I'm not sure if I do. It's kind of expensive to live in London. I don't know. I have thoughts about solar panels. I'll just put it that way. Like, wouldn't it be nice to have solar panels? Maybe like, foldable ones that I could pick up and carry with me if I move somewhere. Foldable solar panel, big, rechargeable battery. Fuck mains electricity. All my homies hate mains electricity. That'd be kind of swagged out. Kind of difficult though. There's a whole bunch of shit I want to set up. I tried to apply for this pub next yesterday, tried to get an invite. They accepted me, and then when I tried to log in, they insta-banned me. What was that about? They insta-banned me. And I can't even, I'm port blocked. I can't even go on their website unless I turn my VPN on. I don't know how that works, but it's fucked. Why did they do that? I did nothing wrong. I just tried to SSH into your public Unix server. It said, permission denied. And I tried again, and it said, hostname not found or something. And then it wouldn't let me in. What was that about? What you doing there, buddy? Over at ems.net, ENVS? No offense to you guys. You run a cool thing. I just don't understand what I did wrong. I mean, I think something bugged out or broke or something. Maybe, I'm not saying you banned me on purpose. It was too fast to be a banned me on purpose type of deal. I think, something in my config was probably wrong, and I triggered some safety mechanism on your side. Don't know why I'm talking to you as if you're listening. Great website, by the way. envs.net, I think. Amazing website design. Top fucking god tier. No JavaScript, no nothing, but it looks great. Yeah, that's what the fuck I'm talking about. I don't know, there's a whole bunch of stuff, like a lot of people are always telling me that XMPP is better than Matrix. Now, I know that it's more lightweight, but I don't, the main two complaints about Matrix that I've seen are, A, it's overly centralized on matrix.org, which is true, but I plan to self-host at some point in the future, as soon as I can be bothered. And B, did I say one? I think I said A, that it's over-centralized at matrix.org and possibly in a Mossad honeypot for metadata, which I think is, it is what it is. And the second thing is that Element, which is the most popular client, sucks ass and is like Electron bloated trash. But I don't use Element. I use GoMux, which is great. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's pretty good. I use GoMux, first of all. And second of all, yeah, I plan to move from matrix.org as soon as I can be bothered, which should be fairly soon. The only other thing I've heard is that, like, something about sending requests over HTTP, non-secured, but I'm not technically skilled enough to understand that. But I know the messages are end-to-end encrypted, so I don't know what matters about that. Maybe there's like some metadata that's not encrypted. I know the metadata isn't. I don't know. But if you self-host, that's surely not a problem. I'm not entirely sure how this works. Still haven't Libra booted my X60, by the way. I will get around to that at some point. I think that's all I wanted to say. Okay, here's what happens. You have ancient civilizations, like the Greeks and Romans and shit, they have somewhat democracy, they have empires, right, and all of this shit. Big empire, Roman Empire, etc. Byzantine Empire, all of these. You get the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire collapses because empires are unsustainable. So the Roman Empire collapses, and you end up with feudalism. Feudalism, you get these city-states, you get unelected governments, you get serfdom, all the land's owned by a central monarch, blah, blah, blah. Eventually, over time, because of the nature of feudalism, more and more wealth slowly transfers into the merchant class. Eventually, the merchant class has enough money and political power to overthrow feudalism and install capitalism. This is also, all of this happens with the background of the Renaissance, which is a return to pre-feudal ancient values and humanism. Then you've got capitalism. At first you have this big industrialized capitalism, which is sort of instantly... But the other thing about capitalism is it has democracy and governments, different from monarchies. And these governments put in regulations and rules and stuff, just like how they did in the ancient world. And then slowly over time, they end up doing empires. Empires keep collapsing because that's what empires do. Power bounces around for a bit. And then, as seems to be the trend in capitalism, once a country becomes capitalist enough and the capitalists are powerful enough, they petition the government to deregulate and deregulate. You end up with a fractured state capitalist economy or social organization. And then theoretically, eventually this shit gets so deregulated that you end up something similar to, very briefly, you end up with some sort of Wild West Ancapistan type situation, where then, because of how Ancapism works, someone buys up all the land and eventually ends up being essentially neo-feudalist, where you end up with a capitalist who, has enough money to buy out their competitors, buy out the whole production chain, then buy out all the land that they're serving, and then eventually, you get neo-feudalism. Then, over time, in neo-feudalism, because of how it works, you get a growing merchant class. The money and power slowly accumulates in the merchant class, until eventually they have enough power to overthrow the capitalists, or the neo-feudalists, and install neo-capitalism. Neo-capitalism starts off with a bunch of regulation, but slowly devolves into deregulation, and you get neo-Ancapistan, neo-feudalism, which then eventually evolves into neo-capitalism, which then collapses into neo-feudalism, and then evolves into neo-capitalism, and then eventually, after doing that enough, that's how you end up
at one point, when the government's supposed to deregulate and give power to the capitalists, the society will be sufficiently technologically advanced to the point where the capitalists will, I don't know, something will happen. I think that's just a cycle that goes on forever, and then eventually the government will just, I don't know. I was going to make a communism joke there at the end, but I wasn't sure how to work it in very well. Any ideas for working in a communism joke? No. There you go, human civilization. This is going to be a brief tour of my ThinkPad X60S. I'm doing this as much for me as I am for you, because I'm going to need to uninstall and reinstall this OS at some point, and that's going to be a hassle, so I need to remember how everything's set up. This is going to be a brief tour of my ThinkPad X60S. This is as much for me as it is for you, because I need to remember how to set everything up, because I'm going to need to reinstall this OS. So, just a second. If I run pfetch, you can see I'm running Alpine Linux. I already have way too many packages installed. So next time...
saying this. You always go like, I have too many packages installed, and it's like 1,300.
That's too many. This one has about 1,070. This one has 661.
That's not too much.
That's too many.
That's as minimal as it gets.
It's not as minimal as it gets.
It's close to as minimal.
You want me to show you as minimal as it gets? Oh yeah, I use, instead of dmenu, which is bloat, I just use FZF to launch programs. I'll do a video on that one day. I'm using Firefox as my web browser, because Keep Browser, even though I think it just doesn't support 32-bit architecture, I think is the actual problem here. And I'm using a userchrome.css, which I can actually get up for you. Get out of here. Get all the stuff out of here. Get all of my tabs out of here. I found it on Firefox CSS. I think called SimpleFox. I need to make a note of this. It's not SimpleFox. This is not it. It's not this one. I fucking hate Reddit. Hold on a minute. Does this work? Tedit? Is that what it's called? How many packages do you have? Yeah, how many packages does base Manjaro have?
What's the command again?
Neofetch, or if you even have it installed. Then it'll be screenfetch.
$1,363.
See, you're only...
Base Manjaro.
Yeah, but exactly. Base Manjaro has only like a couple hundred more packages than me on my X220.
I mean, yeah, because you actually use your computer.
Yeah, but you have... yeah, but you have like all sorts of like bloat XFCE for packages and stuff that I shouldn't have. I genuinely do not know how I get so many packages. Like, yeah, and it's hard. It's easy to clean packages out with Pacman. It's harder with APK. Okay, I found it. It's here, and it's called well, yeah, this seems to be where you find it. It's this one. It's an mystery monster GitHub. userchrome.css. And you have to turn all the animations, you have to follow this, you have to turn all the animations off to 0 because otherwise it will kill your computer. Okay, so that's Firefox, and then add-ons and stuff, like, you know, the standard ones. And it's hardened, of course. Next time I'll probably not go through that manually, I'll just use a user.js to harden it. Okay, so that's that. Close all of those tabs. My background, I searched for TKMiz wallpaper, or Tsukimizu wallpaper on DuckDuckGo, and it was on the first page. I'm sure I'll be able to find this again. Hopefully. I should probably back it up somewhere, but yeah. Obviously, I'm using BSPWM as my window manager, EuroXVT, terminal, emulator, and all the amenities with BSPWM. So SXHKD, obviously, as I said before, FZF to launch programs with a one-line script. ZSH is my shell. What else? Polybar, which I might replace with the Polybar's pretty good. I don't think I need to replace my Polybar, except none of these actually, only like a couple of these actually fucking work. So maybe I should replace it. I think it's because they rely on GNU core utils. So, you know, there's that. What else? Was there something else I needed to show? File manager. I think I'm using NNN. I'll probably switch to FFF or something. I don't know. NNN's fine. FFF's also fine. LF probably fine. What else? Pulse audio. Fuck Pipewire. Fuck all that shit. I mean, Pipewire is probably good if you can actually get it to work, but as far as I can tell, it just doesn't work. So don't bother trying to set up Pipewire next time, because it just doesn't work. So just go with Pulse Audio. That's a tour of my shit. I guess I can show you, like, home directory just has some screenshots. Fucking, for some reason, Cosette Vector is in my home directory. I'm not sure why. It shouldn't be there. Oh yeah, I have this, wait, I don't have LF installed, right? Yeah, I'm just using NNN. This was just to test if MPV worked, which it does, but barely. That's a torrent. Oh, I tried to set up Hub as my notification thing. None of this worked. Half of this doesn't work. The Hub and Tiramisu, they just didn't work very well. I'm sure other people can get them to work, but they just didn't work very well for me. I have some images of Uno. I have some LibreBoot stuff that doesn't work. I'm not sure what else to show you, really, to be perfectly honest. This is supposed to be a tour of the desktop, but, yeah, I'm just not sure what to show you. Do as instead of sudo, because sudo is bloated, didn't you know? Okay, ignore Osaka syndrome in the background. Look what I'm doing right now. This may look like any other typical building something from the AUR, but you will never guess what I am currently building from the AUR, compiling, rather. Oh, it didn't work. And I didn't think it would work because I saw someone else complaining. But even though it doesn't work, which I didn't expect it to work, if you're using if you're an Arch user or Artix or whatever, there is what appears to be a Libre re-implementation of Steins Gate, the visual novel, on the AUR. Now it didn't work, and the reason I didn't expect it to work is because on the page in the AUR, someone's complaining that it doesn't work. there's only one comment from 2016 and no replies, so I assumed it hadn't been fixed, and the upstream URL leads to a dead page. So I assumed that it was not being maintained and not working. However, that is pretty neat. I mean, just the fact that it exists. And further to that, even though I don't think Steins Gate is going to work, let's try and yay-s. Wait, isn't it capital S? Oops, S FOSS, what the fuck? Yay-s, VA-11, and I will now be installing Valhalla. Is this gonna work? Apparently Valhalla, nope, doesn't work either. Okay, so I don't know what I was expecting, but why are these things even on the AUR in the first place? Those are surely copywritten video games. There's others as well. So there's Katawa Shoujo, which I expect to work, but I've already played Katawa Shoujo, so I don't need to replay that. I've also already played Valhalla, but I only got one ending. And there's also another version of Katawa Shoujo, but also Narcissu 2? Does this work? Quite possibly. Yeah. Narcissu Second Side. The original story, it was released for free. Oh, I didn't know that it was released for free. The original Narcissu. I haven't read it. This is very cool, though. I'm just surprised that it's on the fucking AUR.
And so the heat was turned on today.
I see.
And
well, I'm just surprised that it's on the AUR is all the only thing. There's also Neko Joshi, a free furry/kimono visual novel. Never even heard of this. nekojoshi.tw. It's still being actively maintained. Not sure if this website is still working. My internet's been kind of funky recently, so who knows. Just watching the Lily Star Osaka Syndrome video in the background. Shit posting in chat. There's all sorts of weird stuff. I mean, unsurprisingly, if you know about it, there's a Wolfenstein Enemy Territory is on the AUR. Because that game is actually FOSS. Because they accidentally some engine component that they used to make it. This happens all the time, and it's very funny and great. Which is that when someone uses a GPL software to make a game and doesn't remember that, oh shit, since we used this to make it, we have to also license our game under the GPL. Whatever this is. This does seem to be. I mean, I'm just not entirely. I'm gonna do some research. Oh, when they said it's a furry visual novel, they weren't fucking. They were not joking. Oh, it's a furry visual. Oh, it's a furry visual novel. Oh, okay. I thought it was like, oh, it's gonna have a couple of cat girls in it. No. It's a furry visual novel. Okay, well, that's interesting, and that seems to be it. What is this? Katawa Shoujo? Wait. A Bishojo style visual novel by 4 Leaf Studios. Oh yeah, that's Katawa Shoujo. There's a free implementation of the Nitro Plus visual novel game. That's cool. I don't know. I'm just interested in this. I mean, it literally doesn't matter if you install something off the AUR or not install it off the AUR. Like, it makes no difference. I'm currently playing very, very slowly sort of not at all myth, which is a visual novel. I think I already mentioned this. I don't remember. I don't believe I can get away with calling this video Aftermath anymore, because there's not really the aftermath to anything. It's the ultimath. What if I call it Ultimath? I might call this video Ultimath. This fucking hammering, it's like the drillers all over again. I can't read with this hammering going on. I can't really do anything with this hammering going on. What is going on? Shut up. It's fucking 8 in the morning. What are you doing? It's 8 in the fucking morning, and you're just hammering away. What's... Not today, CIA. Exactly, Lily. That's what I'm trying to fucking say. Shut up! Oh, okay, this is gonna drive me nuts. This is gonna drive me insane. This is gonna drive me a little bit bonkers. Hopefully that's the end of that. I was just like looking. I really am like super. Like I currently know for a fact that like if I am interested in doing any sort of computer programming of any kind, I'm going to learn Bash or POSIX shell. They're basically the same. They're not actually the same thing. There's some differences, but like I suppose the idea would be, right, you learn POSIX shell because anything that runs in POSIX shell is going to run in Bash, but not everything that runs in Bash is going to run in everything. But the difference is that, but no, you know, most actual Linux computers just redirect bin sh to Bash. So there's not really any reason. Like, it doesn't change much portability-wise, unless, I mean, it's very rare. So I think that just learning Bash scripting is, it doesn't really make a difference, is my point. It doesn't make much of a difference. It's probably better to just not worry too much about it being POSIX compliant or not until it needs to be, because as far as I know, there are like POSIX checker programs that will like go through your script and be like, hey, this is a Bash only thing, buddy, you're going to have to change that because that will not run correctly in shell. So I don't know. I'm saying this as if I'm ever actually gonna do this. Oh, hey, Dodesmite is back. I don't know. This hammering is gonna drive me fucking insane. Something about learning to write Bash scripts is what I'm saying. Wouldn't that be cool? Because Bash scripts are cool. You can do so many things. Look, here's a file manager written in Bash. I mean, look, here I am, navigating through all of my things. Oh, what's this screenshot? Let's find out. Oh, it's a screenshot of that doodle I did in Noodle. Oh, you know, let's open a fucking file. You know, that's cool. You can do all sorts of things in Bash. Dodesmite is playing Celeste.
It's okay if you ignore the strawberries. This is my opinion on Celeste.
Celeste is okay if you ignore the strawberries.
Okay, I'm back to share a thought. Being disgusted by some things is good. I disagree.
I agree.
Like, the problem with this idea is that it doesn't really pose any like real utility. Like, what's the utility of disgust in a real life scenario? Well, it keeps you from being exposed to germs, right? If you're disgusted by something that is probably bad for you, it will prevent you from touching or eating that thing. It's like a hygienic thing. But like, all of the utility you get out of that, you could just as easily get by like being aware of that thing being unhygienic. It's just a negative emotion. Like, it's just an unpleasant emotion that serves no like real value for your life. And I think because of that, removing as many of those emotions as possible is like an ideal. Like, that's something to aspire toward. yeah, that's my take.
What am I filming this for?
Let me see here.
It's just kind of comfy, I guess.
I agree. I am disgusted, Noel, by Russian expansionism. Disgust is the foundation of morality, so agree, heck, disgust. I don't think disgust is the foundation of morality. I think it's the foundation of conservative morality. It's the foundation of
conservatism.
Racist people's morality. But that and also fear responses, it's like those two.
Lily likes this argument.
I don't
Lily is very invested in that one study that was like, conservatives have more of a fear response than liberals.
Morality is a meme, and
I think that's just...
fallen for the meme if you believe in it.
Oh yeah, this is survival that made me give up in the room the first time. Because it's very annoying to get the fucking strawberry and those strawberries here. So you have to be like a fucked and pressing and stuff, and it's all for me to use.
I'm gonna make a point against this study that Lily likes about the conservatives and liberals' brain chemistry.
Just click through the fucking level that quick. It took 10 seconds because I wasn't going through it. I just side objective. Can I have to be?
Yes.
Things I love are straightened by the disgust you have for other things. I don't think so.
Okay, here's my argument against this study, or really, it's against Osaka Syndrome's interpretation of this study that I don't know if they've ever actually talked about publicly, but yeah. The idea is the study found that people with conservative ideologies tended to have a more active sort of fear response, and people with liberal ideologies tended to have a less active fear response. So the idea that Lily takes out of this is that conservatives are simply overly terrified of all of this stuff, and they sort of have this fight or flight response to any of these novel phenomenon, change, foreign concepts, stuff like that. And because they fear it, they just deem it morally wrong. Whereas liberals are accepting of new things. However, the thing that I think Lily fails to understand is that that's a biased interpretation of the study, because a conservative could see the same study and say, oh, so conservatives are reasonably concerned about issues, whereas liberals they don't have an active enough fear response or concern response. They just jump willy-nilly head first into anything without, any idea that it would work. And maybe that would be good in some situations, but when it comes to sweeping societal change, it might not be a good idea to jump head first into, you know what I'm saying, conservative stuff. Like some sort of, what I'm saying is that it's kind of a pathologizing of ideologies, but that's not really, this is giving too much credit to brain chemistry and not any credit to the things that might cause your brain chemistry to be a certain way. I want transhumanists to give me two hearts so that my heart isn't a single point of failure. Because if your heart stops, you die, and that's bad, and it's scary. But if you had two of them, it would be half as likely to happen. It could have heart redundancy, which is just best practice with a really critical system like the heart. And it's honestly stupid that we only have one heart. Like, oh, really? You bothered to make two eyes? You bothered to make two nostrils? You bothered with two testicles? You bothered with two eyes, two ears, two fucking kidneys? You bothered with two kidneys and two lungs, but not fucking two hearts? What are you thinking? That's just, the other redundancies are good, but you get two testicles because your only purpose is to reproduce. But if your heart fails before you get there, you're just screwed. You don't have a replacement. What the fuck is that? Like, oh, don't worry, bro. It's a single point of failure, but it will just keep beating. Trust me. Okay, why? It just will. Okay, stop asking questions. What the fuck is this? This is terrible. This is terrible design philosophy for a secure system, for a redundant system. Do you know what has lots of really good redundancies? The fucking Thames thing. What's it called? The Thames barrier, that's it. That has a whole bunch of really good redundancies. It has like 16 different layers of redundancies. You can fucking raise the Thames barrier by hand if you need to, because that's a well-designed system. You know, this is why fucking AIs suck ass. This is why fucking evolutionary AIs suck ass, because evolution and natural selection only makes something that's just good enough. Survival of the fittest is a terrible meme, because it's never actually been survival of the fittest. Not just because of, but the survival of the fittest mean white people are better than black people or whatever the fuck. Like, obviously, people use it in a stupid way, but they also misunderstand. Like, one of the problems of that is that the phrase survival of the fittest isn't even accurate to how natural selection works, and it's not even what Darwin actually meant. So I don't know why he fucking said it. Because he of all people knew this, that evolution and natural selection have nothing to do with being the fittest and everything to do with being good enough.
It's fittest for the environment.
It's not even fittest for the environment. It's just the good enough, most good enough for the environment.
Maybe.
In what sense is it fittest for the environment?
Like those passenger trains tend to be the best for the environment.
They don't tend to be best. They tend to be the ones that are just able to.
I guess that's right.
It's not real. It's not like everything's super optimized by evolution, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but it's not like the fittest possible is the fittest in the niche. I think that's the point.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, fucking own me on my own YouTube channel. Why don't you? Okay. You come to my house. You fucking get out of my house. This is why you should never interact with women, guys. This is your warning, YouTube viewers. Don't let women into your life, because they'll come to your house, they'll fly all the way there, and they'll own you on your own YouTube channel with facts and logic. I need to go get food from a shop. But do I really? I can get beers from the shop too. This is an additional motivational aspect. At the shop they sell both food and alcohol. So those are two things which I should go to the shop for. Social Darwinism is when you turn people into biofuel. I was watching a video. It was a reasonably good video by a reasonably good channel who occasionally has some really bad takes. A channel called Adam Something, who has really good takes on a lot of stuff, particularly, what's the word, like city design, I guess, civil design, civil engineering type deal. Like, hey, Elon Musk, instead of building a Hyperloop, what if you just put a fucking train there? Like that type of deal. And he has a really good video about the Burj Khalifa, which was really interesting and cool about why it sucks. Well, I mean, it was really interesting for the first half until it just became... and also, by the way, slavery is bad for the last 15 minutes, as if people don't already know that slavery is bad. But I guess, you got to hammer it home for the YouTube audience. They're not that smart. But, it was still a good video. I'm not arguing against the point that slavery is bad. I just wish that hadn't been the majority of the video, because I feel like that's obvious. Like, I feel like if you just say, and by the way, it was built by slaves, you don't then have to spend the rest of the video explaining why that's bad. I feel like that is kind of self-evident that that's bad. But yeah, other than that, he has good takes. And he has generally good takes about cities. He and stuff like that. He has some questionable stuff about commie blocks being really good.
comic books aren't really good.
Yeah, I'm not sure the comic books are really good
A
either.
lot of people go comic books are so good. They're not. They're like fine.
Yeah, I think they're fine as well. I don't think they're amazing.
From someone who has at stages recited in comic books for long periods of time.
They're okay.
They're okay.
That is also my take. He's very pro comic blog.
People are for whatever reason.
He's also a liberal or whatever. Why did I bring this guy up?
I don't know.
Well, my point, I guess, was that he has a really, really, really bad take about, he made a video called something about, like, the case for a European Federation or something like that. Like, he made a video saying that there should be a European Federation, which would be sort of like, what if we did the EU, but even more, where they would actually, like, you know how the EU barely has any oversight into national governments or anything like that? Even though they sort of are supposed to have a bit, but they kind of do have a lot, actually. They already have too much power. I'm not a Brexiteer. I voted Remain. Well, I didn't. I was too young, but I would have voted Remain if I could have. I convinced my mum to vote Remain, even though she wanted to vote Leave, but hey, I guess it didn't matter in the end. His point is, what if all that stuff? What if we centralized power even more and gave created a European Federation where this European Federation or council, or actually he doesn't even want a council. Like, he just said it would be an elected leader of all of fucking Europe. Are you insane? Like, are you actually insane? Someone in the comments said it would be better to do a council. That's what I saw that from, not him. He just wanted someone to just be the king of all of Europe or whatever, which is fucking stupid. And all of his arguments in favor of it were like bad straw mans. Like, his biggest argument was sort of as oversight for national governments, but that's a bad. What if instead of having another authority, which is also that doesn't have any oversight over it, to oversee your government, what if governments were instead more accountable to the people they were governing over? What if you did that instead of being like, let's just add another bigger government on top of it to look after them? So that's stupid. But we have an even worse take from him. Well, it's not actually an even worse take, but he has 2 videos about anarcho-capitalism, and I only watched one of them because the other one didn't look very interesting. But one of his videos is essentially taking a steelman argument of an anarcho-capitalist Ancapistan, as they call it, right? And just through logical, this leads to this leads to this, natural progression, being as generous as possible to ANCAPs, not being like what if they just decide to nuke each other type of deal, like being reasonable, explain. No roads. That wasn't even his argument.
No, I know. I'm saying that's opposite of the Steelman.
Yeah. He wasn't like that. He said that he actually focused quite heavily on like, this was kind of weird for someone who's supposed to be anti-ANCAP. Like, one of the big points he was sort of accidentally ended up making is how building infrastructure would actually be really profitable. But anyway, he goes through this step by step logically and talks through how an ANCAP society sort of could naturally end up evolving into a neo-feudalist society, and it's a good video in that, like, it's good arguments. Like, it's a very well thought out logical progression of events that makes a lot of sense. The problem here is at the end of it, he's like, this just looks like neo-feudalism to me. This looks more like a feudal society. And then I'm over here, like, okay, now you're going to explain why that's a bad thing, right? But he doesn't. He doesn't explain why that's a bad thing. He's happy to explain why slavery is bad for 10 minutes, but he won't explain why a system of government that was successful across the world for a big chunk of human history is bad. Now, I'm not a neo-feudalist, but I'm not exactly allergic to the stuff. you know, I'd like to see a bit more effort from his side. You can't just be like, okay, if you make ANCAPs, everyone will just become feudal again, and then not explain why that's a bad thing. I think it's because he's a very sort of classic. I mean, I think he's a sock dem, or perhaps a dem sock. I think he's probably a dem sock. He's a big fan of the state, as you might have guessed from the fact that he wants a neoliberal European superstate to oversee all of Europe. He likes the state. He made in one of his videos, he made an argument that was like, you need the state to have a military, or other countries will invade you if you don't have a state. I guess that was supposed to be an own for anarchists, but I don't know what part of anarchy. I don't know who is he talking to? Who asked? But again, this guy has good takes on a lot of stuff, but just bad takes here. Bad takes on feud. You know, not actually offering any criticism of a feudal organization, other than I mean, I guess he argued that it was undemocratic, but you know, like he sort of took democracy as an axiomatic good, but then in other parts of his ideology, he is sort of openly undemocratic, like critiquing Brexit, for example, and saying, like, he used that as an example of like the people being easily manipulated to vote against their own self-interest in democracies. And it's like, sounds like he just came up with a pretty reasonable critique of democracy there. Are you going to think about that at all? No, he's not. He's not going to think about that at all. So yeah. I mean, I think he might actually just be a bit of a Marxist, because I just remembered he mentioned at some point in one of his ANCAP bad videos, he talked about how ANCAPs talk a lot about freedom and democracy. What if our workplaces were democratic and you could vote for your next CEO?
It's a common-intensive point, too.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was like I guess that is not quite collective ownership of the means of production. So yeah, that is the cucked perspective. Yeah, what if instead of being able to vote for your next CEO, what if you didn't have any CEOs? You ever think about that? What if you didn't have them? I don't know. It's weird for this guy to be. Oh, he's a Vaush viewer. He likes Vaush. He recommended Vaush at one point, and I was like, oh, this guy's an idiot. I see. And then I stopped watching his political videos. Do you want me to show it on camera, or should I not? The spoilers for Dotes might.
It's just going to be a Reddit post.
It's going to be a Reddit post?
Yeah.
What is it?
Its idea is like, this is the 99k per skill, and this would be the 50 mil, 100 mil, and 200 mil XP capes.
Yo, that's actually sick. How did you get that idea to do this?
There's a 120 cape in RS3. So I just stole the pattern, put it in this one, and then did variations for these two ones.
That's actually sick.
Thank you.
Let me make sure you can actually see that. So when you get the lowest tier cape has no pattern at the bottom, and as you go on, the pattern complexifies, which I think is very cool.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm going to go to the shops now. What am I getting? Milk, cereal,
sugar,
beer,
sugar,
beer.
Also sugar.
Yes. I'm not actually sure if they have sugar there. I might have to go up to another shop and get sugar. We'll see. I'm not sure if this is like a widely known fact or just something I don't know. So you know Dubai, you know Abu Dhabi, you know they got all those crazy buildings, all of that crazy shit. They got the Burj Khalifa, biggest building in the world, all this shit, right? And it's a terrible place to live if you're a normal person, but if you're rich and on holiday, I guess it's kind of nice. Maybe, as long as you're not Jewish.
or if you're boy in a band, let's make sure that this is very well known, just to make sure that people don't forget about this fact. Boy in a band grew up in Dubai, went to a private school, boarding school in Dubai. His parents must be so fucking rich. Are you insane? A white English boy going to school in fucking Dubai, like, bro, I don't know if people understand how rich boy in a band's parents must be.
I mean, actually, you don't have to be that rich to go into school in Dubai. If you're part of a military family, it happens right away.
He's not part of the military.
Oh yeah, then he's fucking loaded.
That's also like an American thing. Mostly.
Yeah.
It doesn't have, you don't get like stationed abroad. Well, I mean you could, but it's not really a British military thing. But anyway, here's the point I'm trying to make about Abu Dhabi. So you know you got the Burj Khalifa? Wow, the biggest building in the world. You know, how come Dubai built the biggest building in the world and not like any like other country? I'm not sure people realize any fucking reasonably sized, like anything that's not literally like the lower tier of the third world could afford to build like they do in Dubai. They could afford it. They don't, because it's fucking stupid. To put it into perspective, the Burj Khalifa cost 1.5 billion to build. Oh, 1.5 billion. That's a lot of money. Dubai, they're so rich from their oil money that they can afford to spend 1.5 billion on a public works project or whatever. So in London, there's a new railway that's been in construction for a while, since 2007. A new big railway line under London called it's a railway project called Crossrail. The first line in Crossrail is opening up soon, called the Elizabeth Line, and it's been a pretty big undertaking, right? But it's, at the end of the day, it's a tube line. It's not, they don't call it a tube line, but it's just a new tube line. We have loads of them, right? London Underground. It's one of the best metro systems in the world, if not the best. Don't at me. It's the best in terms of civil design, in terms of like readability and stuff. You will never get lost on the Underground. It's kind of amazing. It's kind of a masterpiece of civil design. In terms of like the way that the actual trains and tunnels are designed, it's not the best. You know, half the tube lines aren't even fucking air conditioned. Actually, most of the tube lines aren't air conditioned. The service is somewhat unreliable. The trains aren't that comfortable or that big because they have to fit in small tunnels, whereas other metro lines have much bigger and more comfortable trains. Well, there's a lot of problems like that. Compared to like the Tokyo Metro, the service for a passenger is not as good. However, in terms of, I still think I'm a pretty big fan of the London Underground. Oh, and also only like a couple of the London Underground lines are 24-hour service, which is kind of ridiculous for a fucking country, a country as big as London.
I mean, it's not as profitable to interact with the London Underground. It's kind of a for-profit thing to an extent.
The idea, it's not,
The idea is that
TfL, the idea for TfL is that they're not allowed to take any profit. They have to invest all of the money, all of their profit back into TfL. But it's
still kind of like a for-profit thing because it's like to pay for itself. The
other year, a couple of years ago, I found out that they legally have to publish all of their spending.
Yeah.
And I was going through their spending, and it's like, oh, they spent $2 fucking grand on a business dinner, like, and they do this like multiple times a year. That's not unusual for a big company, but it's just wacky.
It's wacky.
So, the point I'm trying to make here. Sorry, I'm going on a bit of a tangent here. The point I'm trying to make here is the Elizabeth, the Crossrail, right? It's just a subway. You know, it's not the biggest building in the world. It's a fairly unremarkable underground train system. You know, it's not, wow, everyone knows the Burj Khalifa, the biggest building in the world, a huge masterpiece of design and whatever, which it's not. But
I mean, it is introducing new building techniques and stuff.
That's true, but it doesn't even have plumbing.
Really?
It's not connected to the central plumbing network. They have to take the shit away in trucks every day.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yes. I mean, the only thing that's impressive about it is that they built it on sand, really.
Mm-hmm.
If it was built anywhere else, like a
Yeah, but
reasonable
very
place.
glad the support structure is revolutionary for your time.
I don't really know, to be honest.
I've heard that, like, geez, that was, like, an important thing. I can look it up.
I can imagine there's probably a bunch of really interesting stuff about how it's constructed.
Yeah.
I mean, it's impressive to build something that tall. It's just useless and
It's completely useless.
completely useless.
I mean, it's a good advertising platform.
Yeah, but you don't want Dubai to have a good advertising platform. It's a good advertising platform, but there's nothing
it's
there.
like the fucking Times Square in New York,
I suppose so.
kind of, you know?
Yeah, that's true, actually. Or Piccadilly Circus here in London.
Piccadilly Circus is so weird.
Yeah, we did it. It's our weird version of Times Square that's not really as impressive or good.
Yeah.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is the Burj Khalifa. Wow, everyone knows it. Crazy fucking project. Wow.
Yeah. It has like the free line type of thing.
Yeah.
Which was like revolutionary for the time, I think.
I see.
Yeah.
So it has this wow, novel construction techniques. Blah blah blah. $1.5 billion. Wow. Okay. So the fucking crossrail, that's $18.7 billion. And that's just a standard railway line. Anyone could afford to build the Burj Khalifa if they wanted to, but no one wants to, because if you're a fucking functional government, you spend that money on infrastructure instead of big buildings. Dubai has no infrastructure. They're not that rich. Like, this is the thing that people don't realize about Dubai, is it's just the individuals in the government that are really rich. The government as a whole doesn't have that much money. None of the petro-states, that's what they call them, right? Petro-states?
I think so.
Like Russia, Dubai, Qatar, none of these, the UAE, like, none of them have as much money as, like, any reasonably run European country.
Yeah.
Because it's all, like, as in, there are individuals in the governments, in the kingdoms, that there are aristocrats that have more money than any individual in those countries. But as in money that the government has to spend on stuff, well, firstly, no one fucking lives there, so they're not getting much taxes. Like, half the money goes to oil corporations and into the pockets of these corrupted fucking officials and aristocrats and stuff. They don't, like, have any money. They don't have money. They're not that rich. Building I don't know if people really understand that about the way the world works. Look, it's on Wikipedia, so you know it's true. 18.7 billion pounds just for a fucking tube line. They just spent, and that's just London. That's not like the government. That's just the amount of money that London has to throw away on a fucking bit of infrastructure. That's pretty important.
Yeah, but like it was projected to be profitable in like a few decades.
Yeah, and it definitely will be.
Yeah.
It's a very. They've been talking about something similar, like a big east to west connection, since the tube began. Like that's been a plan forever. And I mean, it is kind of a bloated project. It was originally planned to only be 14 billion, but then it's ballooned up to 18 billion. So, but that's just always how these things go. I'm just saying, there are better things to spend your money on than big buildings. And London doesn't have a lack of big, terrible, disgusting, ugly fucking skyscrapers. Fortunately, there were some architects in the 50s, 60s, and 70s in London that actually had taste.
Yeah.
Like, you've got Trellick Tower, the Barbican, fucking, what's it called? The National thingy? Like the South Bank. The thing that's on the South Bank. What's it called? Fucking...
I wish the entire world was brutalist.
Don't we all? Although, unfortunately, there's also, connected to the Barbican,
Yeah, is it just called South Bank Centre? That's the whole complex. Royal Festival Hall, I think, is what I'm talking about.
I think I'm going to do some
No, that's not it.
later.
Okay.
Also, this vlog is just half me just saying things.
This is good vlogging material.
I see.
It's comfy.
So it's just like...
Do you want to like go somewhere today?
Where would we go?
Maybe here, South Bank, or maybe to the Barbican. Some of these places I've wanted to take you.
I'm not for it right now. I'm still kind of like sick and stuff.
I see. Anyway, really cool brutalist architecture. And the BFI's there. Yeah, look at this shit. Look at the Queen Elizabeth Hall. Look at all this brutalism. Look. That's what fucking buildings are supposed to look like. This is what buildings are supposed to look like.
Oh yeah, I think we've seen this from a bus.
We have seen it from a bus. Look how cool this looks. It's like a real place. It has a boat on the roof, don't smite. There's a boat on the roof, and you can... the infant male Pollock Francis is on the roof, and you can pay money, and it's a hotel. You can stay in the boat on the roof. No, there's no point in ever doing it, because it's just expensive, but...
Yeah.
And look at all the overpriced mid-tier shops. But they all just sprung up around the glorious communist public work of the Hayward Gallery and all of this stuff that was actually, brings people there. And then these shitty, overpriced tourist trap things sprung up around it because that's how cities work. I actually think it would be a good idea. We could go to the Tate Modern. We could have a look at all the modern art. You like modern art? Like Rothko?
I'm fine with Rothko. I'm not that much of an artist person, as you know.
I kind of dislike Rothko.
Isn't he the guy that made like the view?
He makes big rectangles, red rectangles. Yeah, I kind of think he's a bit of a hack. There's better. If I wanted a big, there's that other guy that did.
Isn't the point like the texture of the paint and stuff?
But it doesn't like. So they have an exclusive Rothko exhibition that was made specifically for the Tate Modern, and it's got its own room.
Yeah.
And the idea was, if you read the plaques, it says that it's supposed to like the paintings are all arranged in a specific way around the room, and it's supposed to emulate the feeling of it being in a cathedral.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work for me. Like it's just being in a darkly lit room surrounded by roughly drawn rectangles. Like I like a lot of that stuff, like minimalist kind of abstract art. Like I mean, you've seen the art I haven't. You've seen the fucking art I have in my house. Like I like that shit. I just think Rothko, the Rothko style has never really appealed to me. Like there's this fucking Russian guy. What's the Russian movement where they drew minimalist stuff, abstract stuff? Fucking structuralism or something. I forget. That fucking one Russian art movement. I'm gonna have to find the picture. The painting I'm thinking of right now. Yeah. It's this guy Kazimir Malevich, and he has this one where it's like a fucking black square. Yeah. This is what I'm talking about. See, if I wanted a big painting of a square, this is the big paintings of a square I like. I like these. I like this. Doesn't this look great? And this one, ooh, that's a great fucking square, and there's a blue triangle next to it. That's some good shit. I like this shit. Where is this? This is from 1915. See? This guy knows what the fuck is up. Look at all these paintings. These are good paintings. Oh, look, there's a big black square and then a smaller red square next to it. That looks great. This is what I'm talking about. Fuck Rothko. If you want to look at red squares, Kazimir Malevich, that's the guy. That's the guy I would go for my red squares, not Rothko. Because Rothko's red squares, they're all like wiggly.
they're all fucking squiggly and wiggly, you see? I don't like that. That annoys me. Look at how wiggly they are. I don't want my red squares to be fucking wiggly and squiggly. I want them to be solid and clear. That's why I like Kazimir Malevich over Rothko, even though they're not even really in the same. They're not really in the same movement or anything. But they did both draw big squares, and Kazimir Malevich's red squares far superior to Rothko's red squares. I like how they're big, but they're not even that big. Rothko's things are really big. This guy, he doesn't even make them that big. He just makes them like normal size, like for a human being. Like Rothko's stuff is all very like, it's like fucking weird, man. Because it's like too big. It's like an uncomfortable size. It's in the like weird gap between big and normal. And I've seen like multiple of his paintings in real life, and like they're all like this weird in between size that's kind of uncomfortable. I imagine that's on purpose, but I don't like that. So that's the first thing. And so like you would imagine like that feels like kind of inhuman, but then at the same time they're like super all these like weird squiggly organicness to it, which just doesn't feel appropriate. It's just like, what are you like? I just don't get it. That's just like a weird mishmash of things to do. Whereas this guy, look, that's a reasonably sized black square for a human being to be looking at. It's big, it's enveloping, but it's not like too crazy big. It's like a nice size, and it's got these clean lines. I like it. I like this shit. Went on a bit of a tangent there. Remember when I was talking about Dubai? I
can't find my fucking selfie stick thing. That's annoying. VTubers. Virtual YouTubers. A lot of people really like them. In fact, extremely popular. Extremely popular. I'm not so into them. Why? Well, it's hard to put my finger on. Back when VTubers first started sort of getting to be a big deal, Keys in the Eye days, I was somewhat interested. I didn't find Keys in the Eye particularly entertaining as a YouTuber. But there was this one VTuber called Nekomiya Hinata. I wonder if she's still a thing. Nekomiya Hinata. Is she still uploading? Yes. See, this is what's fucking weird. Like, I don't understand how this happened. It seems like she just stopped uploading or something. I don't really understand what happened to Nekomiya Hinata. Because I was pretty into that channel. Let's see. Did she move to Bilibili? This is all in Chinese. She became Chinese? What happened? She still speaks Japanese. When did this release? Where's the date? Oh, that's from 2018. No, she did not become Chinese. I'm very confused as to what happened to this VTuber. Like, she was pretty big. She's still active on YouTube? Is she? Where? Hinata channel. This is the one. Yeah, like... Oh. Wait, she still streams? Did they change the chat? Like, what? Oh, okay. I guess I'm just retarded. I don't know. I thought she disappeared for a while. But here's what fundamentally happened. Sorry, that was a fucking tangent. So I go into Nekomiya Hinata. This is before HoloLive was really a big deal. Or really a thing at all. Who specifically, her persona is, she's like okay, so even though she has cat ears, and her name is Nekomiya, canonically, she's not a cat girl, she's just a normal human, and her hair just looks like that. That's the official line, that's the official quote, is it just looks like that. She's a neat, hikikomori-ish, but like a neat, and she wears like a plastic bag. I mean, has her outfit changed? Because this looks different than how it used to look. I don't really know, but she wears like a plastic bag instead of a t-shirt. It's very silly. And she specializes in first-person shooters. She's really good at FPS games, which I guess is like in Japan, it's like not expected that girls like play FPS games, I guess, because there seems to be a trope in anime where it's like girly girl plays FPS games and it's like shocking. I don't know. Everyone here plays FPS games, so I don't really get it. But like in Chio-chan's School Journey, I like that anime a lot. She talks about like no one plays these Western action games, but they're actually really good because like they're super unpopular in Japan. People don't realize. Like Japanese, like anyway. So Nekomiya Hinata, she was pretty good for a while, and then here's the thing that happened. So back when I first was watching her, I would just be on her channel, and then you would like click CC, you would click on the subs, and there were people, Discords and Reddits and people who would like fan sub. All you had to do to get fan subs onto a channel on YouTube was just submit it as a translation, and it would automatically be added to the video. You just submit it as translated captions, and then it would just automatically be added to the video. And I never saw this abused once. It was never abused, to my knowledge. But YouTube removed it because it has the potential for abuse. You know, all of this fascist bullshit where it's like, oh, you might say a bad word in the fucking subtitles. So they changed it so that if you submit a translation, the channel uploader has to approve it. Which of course is never going to happen because they don't fucking speak the language you're translating it to. And if they know someone who does, they could have. It's a terrible system. It's a really stupid system. When is that going to work? Like that just killed fan subs. Like it's impossible to do it. And so all the whole VTuber market became re-uploaders who take clips from streams and then hard sub them on their own channels and re-upload them to their own channels. And so then you had to just like go around on the fucking internet looking for like fan sub channels of the particular VTuber you're into. And it's just up to them what they think is entertaining and choose to translate or not translate. And that was instantly really fucking annoying to me. And that kind of put me off VTubers initially. Because I liked the old system where I just got to watch the actual YouTube videos that were being uploaded and not like clips from live streams that someone else had decided to fan sub on their own channel, and you had to follow like 5 different channels that were all subbing like different parts of live streams. It was a really stupid system. I don't know if it still works like that. I don't know how people watch VTubers these days, but that's how it was at least at the time. And it's bad. But I kept watching for a bit. And then I just sort of lost interest because the gimmick of it's like a cute anime girl, idol, but she's bad at being an idol, and she plays video games, got a bit boring because, just the gimmick kind of wore off. And fundamentally, none of these VTubers are actually very good YouTubers that I've found. None of them are actually very good. And the more YouTuber-y they try and be, the less it works. For me, personally. Then HoloLive blows up. I try and get into HoloLive. none of the Hololive girls interest me at all. Their voices are all super annoying. Their personalities are completely uninteresting to me. They don't play any games I'm really interested in, except for Minecraft, really. But other than that, like, no. And none of them are, like, I don't watch random people play Minecraft. I watch people who are, I like watching people who are really good at Minecraft play Minecraft. You know, back in 2013, I would have just watched a random person play Minecraft unedited, but for my current standards, I like pretty much the only Minecraft videos I watch are technical or like high quality builders like Hermitcraft or something technical or something like that. Like, I'm not really interested in just watching some random person who's, you know, mid-tier at the game play Minecraft in a very normal, standard way. It's not very interesting to me anymore. So, obviously a big part of VTuber culture is watch the VTubers get scared by a horror game, which has never ever been an appealing form of YouTube for me. Even when I was a kid, I never watched PewDiePie or any of these people play these horror games and get like that has never been interesting to me. Why would you watch someone else play a horror? It's just not fun or interesting or exciting, or there's nothing entertaining about it at all to me. Like, haha, watch this other person get scared. Why? What's funny about that? Nothing. I don't get it. Even though it's like an ever popular formula that lots of people seem to like, I have never liked it. But that's another big thing that the VTubers do. And yeah, none of them were particularly interesting to me. Or moe, like I have never experienced the feeling of moe from a VTuber, and like I feel like I'm pretty qualified to say this as a hardened hardcore moe fag. VTubers aren't moe. Like I don't. I mean, you can tell that the word moe isn't really used by modern otaku in Japan. Kind of fallen out of favor. And you can see that the VTubers don't embody it, at least for me. They have the cutesy, high-pitched voices and stuff, but like, why would, like, for example, a lot of VTubers do karaoke. Like, that's so boring. Who cares? A lot of the original appeal, I think, of VTubers in Japan was that they marketed themselves as virtual idols, but then they were kind of edgy for an idol, like somewhat edgy, but still not going as far as like BIS or that. There's other sort of more edgy idols, more in the vein of like still maintaining the purity in some sense of what it means to be an idol, but with spontaneity and edginess and youthful, fresh look, slightly less oversight, I guess, because it's all improvised and stuff. But that's just not interesting to me. I've never found idol culture interesting at all. So subverting it, I've already seen it done better in music. So that's not really a novel concept to me. And none of their character designs are very good. Like, a lot of people really like a lot of VTuber character designs, but I've never found any of them particularly appealing that I've seen. And then sort of the final nail in the coffin was Hololive English, which I saw was happening, and I thought, oh, it's GG. Because you know that, oh, it's just going to be a bunch of Redditors, and then all the like crossover between the English viewers and the Japanese viewers is going to be the worst fucking scum of the English-speaking otaku community, aka Redditors, r/animemes Redditors, just giving everyone a bad impression of what, like, it's just going to be shit, is what I'm saying. It's not going to work well. There's not going to be interesting cross-cultural dynamics. The English-speaking VTubers are going to have, they're just going to be terrible, which they are. They all sound retarded. I hate the English-speaking anime girl dub voice that they all do. It's so bad. I can't fucking stand it. They're all like personality-less, fucking one-dimensional nothingness. Like they're all shit. They suck. None of them embody like any of the types of moe anime girls that I actually like, because you can't do that and stream. It doesn't work. Now, from a philosophical point of view, you could make there's a lot of people who have similar, who basically see VTubing as sort of like the cyberpunk. Whoa, it's so cool in cyberpunk, and it's transhumanist or whatever. Is it? I guess. It would be more punk if they weren't all owned by. I mean, it's cyber. It's definitely cyber, right? We can all agree it's cyber. But it's not low life. It's definitely high tech, but it's not low life. If anything, it's the opposite. It's the bad side. It's the bad guys in a cyberpunk novel. It's the megacorps. They are literally all owned by giant Japanese conglomerate media corporations. So I don't get that. I mean, I guess there are smaller VTubers, and there are. I know Vectroid actually VTubes, and that's probably entertaining a little bit. I was actually when I started this channel, one of my ideas was one of the chapters, because I was doing chapters for a while. That one of the chapters would be like, one of them was going to be all in black and white, and one of them was going to be all VTubing. But I never bothered to actually set that up because it's not that interesting. I mean, I guess it could be cool. I guess I could be noise or whatever. That's kind of neat, I guess. I actually know some people on the internet who do some very low-key VTubing, and they're kind of entertaining. I mean, that's just because they're my friends, though. It's just like watching any other of your friends' streams. I just don't see the VTuber-ness as meaningful at all. Like, most of the best YouTubers don't, like, a good chunk of the best gaming YouTubers don't show their face in the corner. Like, Etho, like a lot of them, Doc M, don't show. Like, I remember before face cams were the norm, and I've never really felt that they added that much, to be honest. So it's more cyberpunk to just not have a face cam at all if you're going to be gaming, streaming your gameplay, because that's like not just creating an alter ego, but having very, less identity. Yeah, I just don't think they're good. What's even going on HoloLive right now? Like what VTubers exist? I actually genuinely do not know. There's Hachama, who is just fucking I cannot listen to. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. I hate screaming women. Why do people listen to this? They all have really annoying voices. All the ones that are more moe have they're the worst type of moe voices. Like, I don't understand. It's because they're all shit tier voice actors. Like, they're all the people who, aren't good enough at voice acting to be anime voice actors in Japan or video games.
Oh my gosh, guys.
Who the fuck is this? What the fuck did I just click on? I hate this. Yeah, they all suck. I'm sorry, it's just not good content. Gura, the English one who's a shark. Not funny. You're not funny. You're not.
I was watching Maple's struggle with jumping it.
I fucking hate the English dub voice actor style fucking shit. Pisses me off. I'm gonna go back to my fucking 2002 visual novels because that's the good version of VTubers. You want to know the good version of VTubers? It's fucking visual novels from like the 2000s. Because they're all made by like 5 people who are just super passionate otaku. They aren't owned by some megacorp, and they are pardon me, they are like intimate stories. You know, like the whole point of VTubing is you get to talk to the anime girl. You can go donate 5,000 yen to the fucking anime girl, and then they might read your message. Whoa, it's like anime and all of its shit, right? Fuck you. Or you can pirate visual novels, and then you can talk directly to the anime girl, and it's much fucking better. And you get a well-written story, and you get like passionate creators, a small team of passionate creators with inventive dialogue and all of this interesting stuff. And good voice acting. It's like if visual novels are like if VTubers were real, or maybe if they were fake. They're better because they're less real. VTubers are too real. This is like maybe the big thing, maybe the biggest thing. VTubers aren't really 2D. They're 3D PD. They're 2.5D at most, which puts them on the level of JV actresses and voice actresses and idols, right? You've got 3D women who are just like your average everyday women. 2.5D is JV, like gravure models, idols, seiyuu, stuff like that. And then 2D, which is anime, manga, visual novels, video games, etc. I don't fit virtual YouTubers in the first camp. They get in 2D. They fit much better as a sort of 2.5D thing, right? Because they are not anime girls. They're not scripted. They're not written. They are just a real person wearing a mask, which is not what an anime girl is. An anime girl is a character. A VTuber is a persona, just like an idol might put on a public persona. And I've never really been interested in 2.5D as a sphere. Like, I don't pay attention to seiyuu. I mean, I've watched those Kaikiki subs seiyuu compilations on YouTube, which are very funny. But I don't really pay attention to seiyus in the industry or anything more than that. I've already explained I don't like idols. I don't really like any of that stuff. I'm not interested in 2.5D bullshit. I'm a fucking otaku. I'm here for that 2D shit. You feel me, bro? You fucking feel me? I'm here for that 2-dimensional shit. There's too many fucking dimensions in VTubing. They're too close to being real women. This is what we want to avoid. We want to avoid real women. You know, Hololov's Discord server, it's a very strange place. It's more of an adults might place than a no thank you place, which is fine. Not everything has to be for me. I accepted that a long time ago. I was thinking of making a brief video called There is Literally No Reason to Watch Anime, and here's how the video would have gone. Like, the age of good original TV anime is long past us. You're not gonna accidentally miss the new Lane or the new Evangelion or anything like that. No one makes original TV anime anymore. All TV anime is adapted from manga, visual novels, although less so these days. Mostly manga, light novels, and mobile games.
don't get me fucking started on mobile games. You know how big mobile games are in Japan, in the Japanese otaku community? I'm telling you, it's all gone to shit. But anyway, manga's still good. Anime's still good. But anyway, the point being, like, all these anime that you watch are like just a bastardization of this original source material that's almost always like there's not even a single example of a time when an anime was better than the source material. Even if there's a good anime, if it has a source material, the chance, I mean, there's a couple times like K-On! And in my opinion, Hidamari Sketch, but hey, and Azumanga Daioh, but that's beside the point. There's a couple times in this, almost always, the source material is better, longer, you know, it has less cutout, blah, 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 blah. You're almost certainly better off just sticking to manga, actually reading manga, actually reading light novels, actually reading visual novels, you know, than you are watching anime. Like, what actual advantage is there to watching anime? There is no advantage other than it's the most popular form of the medium. You know, anything you could get from anime, you can get better from visual novels or manga or blah, 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 all of these other things. The only thing that you can get from anime is that it's the most popular form of the medium, and so there's more discussion about it. And so you can go to a place and talk about anime with people, like 4chan. But if you do that, you're only going to there's no point in doing that, because there's only two options. If you're going into a discussion about a show, either you're going to talk to someone and they're going to agree with what you say, they're going to have the same taste as you, in which case you already know what they're going to say, so what's the point in talking to them? Or they're going to have a different taste than you, in which case, okay, good for them, they have a different taste, but, you know, that's not relevant for me, so what's the point in talking to them? So you're never going to get anything out of these discussions, so why participate in them? And then at the end, I was going to say, but all that being said, I'm not going to stop watching anime, and here's why. Because it doesn't have to be a point. It's fun. Don't let people tell you that your leisure activities and your hobbies have to have a point to them. This is capitalist bullshit. Maybe you just like anime because it's nice, because it looks good, because the soundtracks are nice, because the voice acting is good. You know, you can't get these pretty... Maybe you like colors. Maybe you just like color design in anime. And so, you know, I don't give a fuck about the medium of animation, but I like the fact that the girls move in my cute girls doing cute things. Nichijou Kei anime. I like that they fucking bounce sometimes, and their hair goes floof, okay? You gonna fucking arrest me for that? Sure. Oh, the manga's better. Oh, fucking read visual novels instead. Sure. But on the other hand, the hair goes floof, though, and you can see it go floof. Like, you can't argue against that. And I like it. And, like, sure, I'm never going to get any quality discussion on A, but it's funny. There are funny posts. It's funny to laugh at people and to laugh at yourself a little bit, and to be part of the excitement around a new show or something. And you know what? I know there's not going to be any. I know for a fact that whatever fucking random isekai I'm going to pick up is not going to be traditionally good. I'm not going to really gain anything from it. However, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait till it's finished airing, and I'm going to get drunk, and I'm going to marathon the 12 episodes of it, and I'm going to have a good fucking time. I'm just going to have a good time. I'm going to be riffing on it in my head, could be laughing at it. I'm going to watch the colors, I'm going to watch the movement. I'm just going to have a good time. I'm not going to fucking, I'm not going to, you know, maybe I will overthink it. And maybe in overthinking it, I will have a good time. So it doesn't have to be a reason. You know, you just do it because it's fun. That was the end of that was sort of the point of the video. But the reason I didn't make that video is because it's a fucking stupid idea for a video. As you probably can tell from the fact that it was stupid when I just did it right now. But yeah, I have no faith. I have no faith that anime is ever going to be good again. Like, there's this... I feel like a mecha fan right now. Like a mecha fan would have felt towards, like, the end of the 90s or something. where it's like, the reason I love this medium, they're like making less and less of it, and they're making more and more of this other stuff that I'm not into. And it's like, oh, anime shit now. I don't think anime is shit now. Like, I actually quite like mediocre isekais. I probably watched more mediocre isekais than anyone should. So I quite enjoy watching them. So I'm okay. However, the reason that I got into anime in the first place, it's not super doing well economically right now. Like, all the moe, seinen, Manga Time Kirara magazines aren't selling that well. Many new series never get adapted, or they get cancelled, like Kirikira Study. And they seem to be, I don't know, maybe they're not making less slice of life anime. Maybe they're not. There's like there's Slow Loop. And there was Hokago Table Nishi not long ago, and Yellow Camp Season 2, and Maid Dragon Season 2. And there's going to be another Manga Time Kirara adaptation in the coming seasons, RPG, something set. It's like an isekai, like a slice of life isekai. So maybe I don't have to worry, but I am at some point going to finish. Like, it's very conceivable that I just watch every Manga Time Kirara adaptation. I'm basically a few away. Like, I think I'm like 4 or 5 away. I've got like Harukana Receive, Anima Yell, Sabagebu. Is that Kirara? I don't remember. There's another one that I have, but yeah, I don't know, but it's feasible. But anyway, I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. I'm just talking about Animu and Mango. The problem with visual novels is that I am fucking ADHD retard, and I can't, like, I say this, the way I put it is I can't stick to things. This is why I have to marathon anime. Like, I can't even watch a fucking 26 episode show. It's a miracle that I've ever finished a visual novel. Yeah, I tried to watch Moratsu Pirates, and I've just sort of stopped watching it at some point. This just happens whenever I try and watch a long show. It's tricky. So yeah, if I want to watch an anime, like, I have no option but to marathon it, really. I suppose it's possible to watch it week by week, but I kind of have to force myself to stay on top of it and to watch an episode at a time. It is doable. I need to fucking keep reading Shimeji Simulation. I stopped reading that at some point. I need to get back on that. That's a really good manga. I hope it gets an anime adaptation. That'll be good. Tsukimizu deserves the money. I have Tsukimizu wallpaper on both of my ThinkPads. That's how much they deserve the money. I decided that Crystal Castles 1 is my favorite album right now. It's been Tsumane by Shinsei Kamata-chan for like years. I finally realized that I haven't really re-listened to or had any urge to re-listen to Tsumane recently in like a while, but I've re-listened to Crystal Castles 1 like 5 times within the past few months. I think it's just the best album. so that's my favorite. There you go. That's a brief update. Used to be my second favorite. It's now flipped. Crystal Castle's one. Now my favorite album of all time. The fuck is this? This is a good question, I'm just on G, by the way. This is a good question. What the fuck is anxiety, and why does every Zoomer have it now? This is a good point. Why does everyone think they have just... I think general anxiety disorder isn't real. You're just, if you're anxious, relax. Literally just relax. I don't believe what I just said, by the way. I'm shit posting in real life. Dotsmite is in the other room playing RuneScape, by the way, so I'm free to just not be wrangled and just shitpost as much as I want. Not that I wouldn't normally be free to do that, but I can record a 35-minute vlog of bullshit, and no one can stop me. Still haven't fucking rebooted this piece of shit. It's actually great. There are like things I need to do. Hey, I saw Osaka Syndrome stream the other day. And Osaka Syndrome was like, I'm not going to give my Matrix account publicly because that defeats the point of privacy and security. That's not how it fucking works. The point isn't that they, like, the point of Matrix is that, the point of, isn't that people don't know, Matrix has never been a privacy thing. Or it's not supposed to hide your identity. It's not anonymous. Even if your identity is connected with you on Matrix, even if people know this, even people can match the Matrix account to the person, it doesn't matter because as long as they can't see anything about what you're saying, all they know is that this person has a Matrix account. It doesn't matter. And particularly if you self-host your Matrix, it's literally useless information. If someone, like, the only use of that information is to add you on Matrix and talk to you, which is what Matrix is for. So, like, the only possible negative use of attaching your Matrix account to your, like, knowing who you are, is if someone can then see who you're talking to, but that's already a thing. Like, what I'm trying to say is, your Matrix name is public. If it's already public as part of the service, then, you know, that means that it's not something that's insecure. It's supposed to be public. It's like saying, well, I'm not going to give out my PGP public key because then people will know that I have a PGP public key. Yeah, you're supposed to have. Yeah, that's good. People are supposed to know that so they can use it. I don't know. It's silly to not give it out. By the way, no thank you matrix.org, which is not good. At some point, I will self-host Matrix. It's going to happen. I think. I think I can do it. Maybe I should try setting it up today. I don't know. I'm not really in the mood to do that. I don't know what I'm going to do. I started reading DC Da Capo, the visual novel. It's pretty good. I've started with a route that I'm not actually that interested in. Only, like, some of the routes are actually interesting to me, which is how it normally is. But I will say to myself that I'm going to try and complete the whole thing, even though I don't know if I actually will. I mean, hey, what's crazy to me is that I read all of Magical Marriage Lunatics, but I didn't read all of, like, Sharin no Kuni, Himawari no Shoujo, or something like that, which is actually, like, significantly better. So I don't know why I managed to stick to one and not the other. It's very strange. Global oil prices are reaching their highest level since 2008. Hey, imagine having a car right now. Imagine being a car fag who needs to have a car and has to pay so much money for fucking petrol right now. Imagine. Can you actually imagine? Imagine being Luke Smith right now. Luke Smith is out here like, oh, don't let your job define you. Don't use computers. Don't use computers, guys. Computers, don't use them. They're bad. Let me just get in my fucking car. The fuck are you talking about? Cars are bad.
An early lineup of which consisted of Digo, Mark Mack, Ian Barduli, and Gus Lawrence. Reinforced records. Yes. What record label was it?
Huh. Now I'm just on Twitter. I don't like being on Twitter. Twitter doesn't actually make me happy. 10 points if you can point out correctly in the comments which anime that's from. Well, not the almond break, but the sample. The sample.
There's this guy called Harem Noise Wall, and this is his Bandcamp. Every single one is a different waifu, and each of them, if you click it, is just a single, like a harsh noise song. I've got one harsh noise song. This is like the best artist of our generation, I feel like. There are so many waifus here. Now, I'm disappointed, of course, because you should not have more than one waifu. Oh, they say Azusa is best girl, and they have an Azusa profile picture from K-On! That's reasonable. Okay. These are just secondary. Yeah, okay, never mind. The dedication to Azusa is there. What have we got here in terms of waifus? From the bottom, Azusa was the first one, Kuroneko, the bitch from this anime, this bitch, that's kind of shit taste. I don't know what some of these are. I don't remember their names. Asuka, Langley Soryu, the bitch from fucking an Ichigo Marshmallow. This is some eclectic taste in waifus. Like, you would expect, okay, we got Azusa, we got fucking the bitch from, we got Akarin, we got someone from Mitsudomoe, Nurse Witch Komugi, the girl that wants to fuck the other girl, the lolly from Dragon Maid, but not God fuck names. Not Kana, the other lolly that wants to fuck Kana. The bitch from Ajikochi, like Kana's there as well. Basically, there's sort of a lolly theme going on. But then you've also got, like, not lollies. So, I don't know. Reasonable taste, though. Yeah, none of the... And actually, some fairly good, like, semi-obscure waifus, and some that I don't even know. Like, I don't... Is this Narcissu? Like, I don't know who this is. I guess I can look up the title. I don't know what this is going to mean, though. Oh, this is their name. From Canon? Oh, this is a character from Canon. Oh, it's the character from... It's this girl from Canon. Oh, I didn't recognize her because I've only played the visual novel, and that's a screenshot from the anime. Okay. That's a reasonable taste. I think this... I don't even know what this bitch is from. Like, there's a whole bunch of shit. I'm like, what is this? I don't know. That's from fucking Fate. Kizuna Ai. Vermilia Scarlet. Girls Last Tour. Ika Musume. This bitch from that thing. Yeah, there's a bunch of shit that I don't even know. Like, Cerno. The bitch from fucking Popotan. Like, I don't know who this is. I have no clue who this is. Who is this? Angel. Oh, this is one of the bitches from Angel Beats. This is one of the bitches from Angel Beats. I have not watched Angel Beats for many, many, many years. Oh, we got the bitch from Dance in the Vampire Band. That's kind of based. Yo, the bitch from Portrait de la Petite Cosette, you know, from Hidamari Sketch. I don't know who this is. Lane from Serial Experiments Lane. Galco-chan, is that? No, that's not Galco-chan. I don't know who that is. There are many bitches here, is what I'm saying. There's many bitches. I don't know who this is either. This is definitely the correct character. I'm just not sure what visual novel this person is from. Shuffle Memories? What is Shuffle Memories? Shuffle exclamation mark. Oh, apparently I've looked at this visual novel before. Oh! Is it this? Is it a bitch from here? Oh, it's this one. Yes. Yes. Yo, that's fairly fucking obscure. Oh, there was an anime? There was an anime of this? Huh. That's interesting. Can I get a link to the MAL, please? Shuffle exclamation mark. Memories. That's the sequel. Or that's a... Huh, I've never seen that. It says full story instead of like prequel or anything. Oh, it says that's a summary, but that's a 12-episode show. It's not a fucking summary. Okay, that's weird. Anyway, Shuffle and Shuffle Memories. These are very... I have not played that visual novel nor seen that anime. I suppose that will... Anyway, what I'm saying is, hey, you got the bitch from Katawa Shoujo? That's nice. But these are just people I don't know. I think this is Danganronpa shit, so that's kind of cringe. Yeah, kind of based is what I'm saying. Oh, remember, every single one of these characters here, there's Tsubasa from Lucky Star. All of them, harsh noise. This is based. This is what we're here for. Rin from Katawa Shoujo. They're all 4 minutes long, I think. Lane. Let's see what Lane's is. Yeah, they're all exactly 4 minutes long. Yeah, this is based, is what I'm trying to say. This is what music should be. Oh, they've got light fixtures down there. I'm not going to show you inside other people's houses, but they have light fixtures there now. I don't really have anything else to say. I was on Twitter briefly. What was this video about? This video was about anime or something? Fucking, who knows? Not entirely sure what I'm doing right now or why I'm recording it. I'll just put you down. Boom. Now, isn't that efficient and effective?
Okay, that's about it.
I have decided to end the video now. I am going to now put all the video together into one big video and then upload it to my second channel. And then, well, I'm not sure what's going to happen. I would like to... I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I would like to do. I'm a little bored right now. I don't really have anything to do. But I don't really, like, none of the things I want to do are interesting. Like, or possible. Like, I would like to go and see, with Dote's Mate, the new Batman movie, but there are no showings until the afternoon. And we're both going to be busy. We both have stuff to do that we have to be home for. So there's that. Anyway, sorry, just kind of rambling. The best part of this video is when I'm going schizo or whatever. That bit's good. The rest of this video sucks, but hey.